right? You know what I mean?
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, we call that bottoms and tops.
so
It's
you're the
not.
bitch, Bunny Christ.
No, not exactly that. Look, it's like, yo, who
Bottom,
gets to
top,
de-
switch.
all right, who
Top
gets
switch.
to decide what the fuck happens?
Sometimes people are a switch. They do
It
the top.
doesn't work like that because people have differences in
And
opinions.
listen,
And then
I talked about this,
when you
Robert.
got a joint bank account and the money's, you know what I mean, being controlled, you know what I mean? So you might want to do some shit.
Can
Someone
you
makes the final fucking decision.
can you
Can't be
imagine?
two people.
There's like interracial gay couples where you have a white top and a black bottom, and it's a very different from having a black top and a white bottom, because in the black top and white bottom, the white bottom is doing it for racism or whatever, and the black top is doing it for his own like black power trip. But a white top and a black bottom means that the white top is actually appreciating, receiving African culture, and the black bottom is basically saying, I love white culture, I want to be white. So I would say in that pairing, it's more healthy to say a white top, black bottom is a better gay relationship right now than a black top and a white bottom, because the black top is relying way too much on black power shaming, and the white bottom is way too much anti-white politics. So if that was to ever change, they have to emulate the white top and black bottom in gay relationships.
But who's the woman? Is my question.
The bottom.
Okay. Okay, and the bottom, right? That's like they don't make the decisions about shit.
I
They're
mean,
like,
sometimes they do. It's a switch. Sometimes they do.
well, they'll cunt it up, you know what I mean, to get the top to make the decision they want, but they don't make the decision. Like they have to sway the other person's mind.
It's not that it's bad. It just is. It's a role one
Like,
follows.
right, because you need a man and a woman. Like, let's say we don't say
Yeah.
you need something to dominate a family or a fucking organization. There has to be a decision maker. There's always a CEO, a president. There's always a head of something, and they have
Why
to be
not
the
God?
dominant, because it has to be the dominant force.
Why not God?
Well,
And
God is above all things, dominating all things.
and it just this happens in interracial gay relationships, and the politics of race realism and gay politics happens through that. So
And what I'm saying is, right, the person who's not the decision maker has no real authority in themselves. When they're out in the public, they shouldn't even be talking to me. We are not equal.
yeah,
I am the authority. They're not even an authority in their own house.
then we have to question what is the ethics of patriarchy.
Like
Because
at the end of the day, if I want to fight a gay dude woman, right, their boyfriend's gonna want to come fight me, not them.
yeah,
You get what
of
I'm
course.
saying?
Yeah,
Because
but
that's the man. So why am I even talking to this woman? You
Okay,
get what I'm saying?
we have to take more about what the ethics of patriarchy is and how they would raise a family together. If you had a different patriarchy of this background, would it be different from that patriarchy? Because then that would just be matriarchy if a woman was in control. We all know how that goes. It's
Yeah,
Not good.
and you have to remember caste. So even if you're technically the man, you're above the woman of a higher caste. So you have to factor that in. So
Mhm. So a great example. I mean, it's kind of
I'm
getting
just saying, like, that's a big problem. You got to understand that that's a big problem when you have people walking around. You can't differentiate if they're even an authority figure in their own house.
right. And
yeah,
How could
yeah,
you
but
even interact with this person as if they're an equal man if they're not even a man? They're just a
Well-
man biologically, right? But y'all don't even believe in that shit. Y'all
Well,
just
country's
believe
a
in
really big house,
identification.
a country's a really big
I
house. Bunny
began
Christ.
by saying that anti-liberalism believes that there's a difference between men and women. So being an anti-liberal means that you want to instill the difference of men.
What's the difference between men and women in anti-liberalism? How do you
Because
separate it?
liberalism doesn't believe that. Liberalism believes we're individuals looking out for some bizarre transhumanist interest.
Well, what I'm saying, what is the difference in your opinion? Like, what do you believe?
I believe that men and women are different. Men are not the same as women, and men are men and women are women. And
How do you differentiate what is a man and what is a woman?
A man has a penis, a woman has a vagina. One sends sperm, the other receives it with their eggs and makes this.
Run him over. Run him over.
See, this is a weird version of liberalism.
Boy, why is it liberal now?
I'm saying it's liberal, but it's also has a flavor of like conservatism. It's
That's
weird.
what I'm talking
It's
Oh
not
no,
that.
conservatism says so liberalism. Bunny Christ, you're behind.
Or maybe it's just liberalism that's trying to implement logic.
Well, here's the thing. It's not. It's there's duties, but this duties isn't connected to liberalism. It's just remember, anti-liberalism is the hatred of liberalism. It's the destruction of the transhumanist.
So, yo, how can you be a gay man and be an anti-liberal?
Yukio Mishima, Greg Johnson. It's there. It's
I don't understand what that means. You're
There are
saying
gay-
people's names. I'm saying how
Those
does
are
that actually-
examples contradicting your notion. Those are
But
examples.
how does that work?
It's like gay. These are part of the weird Malthusian elite, which are also gay, but they also want to have this trad lifestyle. It's Will Fellows wrote this into A Passion to Preserve: Gay People as the Keeper of Civilization. And so the most anti-liberal people tend to be people who just want to uphold society and are kind of realizing, oh shit, I can't have children. I might as well try to accelerate this and. It's
Why can't you have children?
because they're gay.
Well,
They're
that
not.
was their decision.
I know they can have children, be ex-gay, and it does happen, but it's just
Like, all right, so look, there's people that are sadists, right? Their sexual preference is fucking to cause pain, right? Then there's masochists that like to receive pain, right? This is a perversion of natural existence, even though it's a sexual preference. You understand? Now, if they base their lifestyle on that, they would be wrong. That is the equivalent to being gay. It is something that you find pleasurable, but it is an abomination, or it is a perversion of something that is real and true. It is utilizing equipment for its not intended purposes, for simply pleasure, and claiming that you cannot have children when it's really you're just rebelling against your own biology.
antinatalism. Yeah, that is a problem. That's all true.
So
Virtue ethics. What is healthy and beautiful?
that's some of the most liberal shit there is.
Okay, it came from Plato, but virtue ethics is a striving thing that everyone because
It's not that it's a virtue. You got to understand. It's not that I'm better than you because I make children.
It's not
that
condescending either. Yeah.
it's that you don't make children.
Antinatalist. Yeah.
What I'm saying is that anyone who really follows your train of thought and doesn't make children, it will eventually sort itself out. There won't be people born that feel that way anymore.
I don't
Eventually.
believe in social Darwinianism, but I do believe antinatalism is a threat and a byproduct of the trans.
I just mean, how is it going to
There's a
procreate?
problem. There's a problem with that because then gay people shouldn't exist in the first place. So
Correct.
unless they create
Planaga.
themselves somehow.
Alvin Planaga, right? Evolutionary argument against naturalism. Hank just reasserted that. Yes.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna say that I spoke before I thought about it. To come to think about it even deeper, that couldn't work. That couldn't work. What I proposed couldn't work because it's not even biological. It's the perversion of something biological. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying that like pain is a sexual preference.
Right.
It's
You want
not.
people to be healthy, right?
You know what I mean? And it's not like pain is not a sexual preference. You know what I mean? It's not a biological desire. People can, through trauma, build a desire for it in order to overcome the trauma, in order to take ownership of trauma. People
Right.
rewire their brain to enjoy what traumatized them so that they take power away from the person who originally traumatized them.
Right. I think that's
how a lot of people become gay.
That's a beautiful thing too, in a weird way, because even straight people do it.
I'm not denying that people do this. I'm actually pointing out that this happens.
But here's the thing: there are natalists and antinatalists, and it's.
But I'm trying to explain to you and make the comparison that I believe, right? Gayness is not an actual thing. It's like sadist and masochist, right? This is something that we identify that people have done. They have taken ownership of the trauma and rewired their brain. But remember, it requires a rewiring. No one is wired this way.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the lie.
It's
that
a
is trying to be
type of
perpetrated.
nominalism. They're just making up a social construction in their head, and it's really just a thing of desires, and it's not really going on duty in natalist and biological interest. I would say this is pointing out the anti-liberalism to destroy the liberal interest of saying what's wrong with society. Liberalism wants to leave the body to create a transhumanist state.
They want to merge with the machine.
Right.
And so they don't want to necessarily leave the body. They want to be in the body, but they want to have their soul like uploaded to the cloud type shit.
Yeah, Skynet AI.
So that they could be put in I don't know how they think this is going to work because that's just data.
United States government.
That's what's going on right now. This is how it works. It's going on right now.
It is. I believe it. With trans flags and everything in Silicon Valley, you see it every day.
Can you imagine?
But yo, that's really a thing, bro. A lot of these programmers, my boy Tom did a thing on this thing. They have programmer socks, right? For they're like gay socks for programmers. And these are like a really popular thing. Like they're selling off the shelves. And then you're sitting there like, how many fucking trans fucking programmers are there that they need to start selling fucking gay programmer socks like they're in the new Pokemon cards? And yo, it's a lot of them. It's like almost all of them. And that's fucking weird.
What's happening is that C++ it endorses autism with a language that's not written clarity. So people get into their own thoughts, how to construct the language. And then they believe that they are something that they can construct themselves. So all the geeky men that don't have success with women think they become women in return, and thus think life would be easy.
I don't know what you're trying to say, bro. I write
all computer programs are trans because of that.
No, I write C++ all the time, okay? I at no point was like, I'm going to recode myself. Never happened, bro.
That happens. It happens.
Listen, never happened. To me.
You might be gay doing C++.
Here's what I'm saying.
How hard it is.
You're not gay doing C++. Don't be stupid. Listen, all right? Maybe there's something that's being put in the food, in the water, right? Chemically altering these people's biology. And they are, right, as a soul, succumbing to the biology. You see, I have basically, right, transcended my biology. You understand? My biology wants to fight people and kill people and fucking eat and fucking go on drinking rampages. My biology craves and desires so many things, but I deny my biology because I'm not the body. This is a vehicle. I'm not going to let the vehicle drive me. You understand? When I talk to you, I'm seeing a person who's letting the vehicle drive them. Why would I listen to you? Do you understand my point?
It's because C++ turns the frogs gay, Benny Christ. That's why you should listen to me.
C++ doesn't turn the frogs gay. Astrazine turns the frogs gay. All right? And I have a theory that the programmers also really like the soylent shit, bro. A lot of different soy things, estrogens. I have theories, okay? Microplastics. I'll get into that one day. But I have theories, okay? I don't have no hard evidence to prove it. Even the synthetic shit that you wear on your body, the synthetic fibers, get into your fucking blood. Microplastics. Look it up. We all got microplastics in our blood.
Yeah.
In our blood. Okay?
Microplastic.
Yep. Neurjack knows all about it because C++ers are becoming trans because the programming just makes you can control over your body. It's a type of transhumanism. Like they're building the Borg so you can leave the body. So you need coding to become transhumanist.
Yeah, but Java doesn't do that. Java doesn't do that. I don't think JavaScript does do that though.
Bro, you could code transhumanism in anything, bro. What are you talking about? And
okay. I dare you to code transhumanism into the Bible.
And yo, C++, look, you could code it any way you really want, but here's the thing. It's a fucking problem because a lot of the times it doesn't work. They let you do whatever you want and they let you fucking build it and fucking you go to execute it and the shit just crashes and you don't know why. And there's no fucking structure to it at all.
Yes, that's why Linus Torvalds, the kernel chief, banned C++ from the kernel. But you allowed Rust.
That shit's trash, bro.
Well,
I use it. Don't get me wrong. I use it. It's dirty. It gets the job done, but it's trash.
Hey.
well, if you build it, they will come. I think that's the quote. No, but I mean, this is why all the based Indians who are using JavaScript and all this are having 3-4 kids, and all the white guys I know who are programmers in general are like getting groomed into the trans cult and have no kids at 35 years old. So I'm just saying, not sure what's behind it.
It's not C++, bro.
I know I think he's being facetious with that, but
Like, yeah.
what he's saying about C++ is it takes a IQ of about 120 plus to use C++, and they have people sub 110 using Java. Essentially, I think that's what he's really saying.
Bro, it does not take a 120 IQ to use C++, bro.
Very exciting movie, and it's too late for me.
Bro, I learned C++ in like fucking 12 hours.
The issue is you still have trans people doing the computer language at an overwhelmingly rate.
Bro, what you have is a bunch of autists, right, that have been lied to their entire life, and they're fucking super confused, and they're just doing whatever the fuck gives them the path of least resistance.
I just think programming enables you to be autistic.
It doesn't. It does not. You have to be autistic in the first place to even want to do programming.
Well, that's the smart people and the stupid people, but there's a lot of stupid people being forced into the transhumanist Borg to make a machine.
Well, I don't believe it because I'm highly autistic, and I believe that people don't develop themselves. You understand? It's like you could take the best fucking processor, right? But if you put the worst fucking operating system on that machine, it's not going to run good. And that's what they've done. I didn't let anyone program me. I programmed myself. I'm open sourced fucking, running some real fire ass Linux on my brain. And these people are running whatever the fuck. It's not the C++. It's the education system. It's the universities that program these people into drones.
But wouldn't you say that basically programming is essentially
It's not the C++. It's where they learned the C++.
I know, but what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is, like, wouldn't you say at the end of the day it's still black magic in the sense?
No, it's not fucking black magic.
It's rainbow magic, Jack. Rainbow.
It's not fucking black magic.
Well, wait,
bro.
hold on. But I mean, like, none of this will be possible without the occultist of the Enlightenment creating all this shit, like Newton and Descartes and all this. We wouldn't have programming and computers and all this shit, right? So
they created the brazen head, right? And they had like AI fucking heads, essentially, that were mechanical. And so, yeah, I mean, the idea of a computer was basically, that was the idea of a computer. It was this brazen head. That was the idea of AI. They had the idea for AI before they had the idea for the computer. Okay? Of course, none of these things would exist, but also nothing else would exist. And if you think that God intended us to just simply like bang fucking rocks and sticks together, then you think you're a monkey. Right? And so at the end of the day, I believe God created us to learn and have fucking experiences. I believe black magic is when you're using, right, knowledge that has been hidden and the energies and contact with Satan and demons to influence your will upon others. That's black magic.
Well, wouldn't you say that the people in charge who are using the technology to control humanity is doing that to humanity right now? Like, they're basically like, here's a portal to the demons.
We didn't say that. We were sitting here saying that fucking code is black magic. That's what you were originally stating. And that's all I'm saying is it's not black magic. Okay? It's like saying that fucking math is black magic.
Well, most code is proprietary, so you don't have access to it.
It's like
so
saying that
it's
like saying that math is black magic. Because to do black magic, it requires math. Well, no.
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Because you can't show me any kind of fucking code that's gonna cause black magic. You're gonna have to, you know what I mean?
Oh, but the Bible Black game is written in code, so you lose.
You're saying the Bible is black magic.
No, Bible Black. It's a game. It's written in code, so you lose.
Look, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck kind of retarded shit you're talking about. Black.
I know.
Is,
you haven't done your research. That was been my problem with you every time.
You could.
We've been on the show together. You haven't done your research.
What you could say, right? At most is okay. Code is similar to language. It's syntax, right? You could say that code is a spell. All right, I'll level with you. You could say that. You could say music is a spell, and you could say that sentences and speaking are spells. This would all be in line. I'll agree with that. You know what I mean? We're spelling things. Yeah. There's syntax. Yeah.
Okay.
There's execution.
Where's the demarcation line between spells and black magic?
Black magic is when your spells, right, influence others by the use of demons. Because, like, there is no magic. You know what I mean? So, like, where is the power coming from for the spell, right? Like, if you write code, the power is coming from electricity that's going into your computer. It's what's doing the work and making these things happen. If you were to write a spell and have things happening in the physical reality, like your fucking dishes flying around, what is making the dishes fly around? It's demons. It's coming through the way of the devil. This is what makes it black magic. You know what I mean? Me just talking to you and saying, yo, Hank, like, let's go to the store and get some fucking chips. I'm speaking to you. I'm spelling it out. This is a spell, but this is not black magic.
So you're asserting that electrons are not demons. Is that correct?
I'm asserting that like, if you have a machine that's doing the work, it's not a demon. It's a machine. It's not a demon.
I think people are giving up their lives to become a part of the machine.
People are giving up their lives to become part of the beast system, essentially. You know what I mean? Like, what is it that they're going to connect to with the machine? The machine is just a device, right? It's a conveyance, right? So you have a spiritual entity that wants to rule over a physical world, right? And can influence certain things, but not all things. Right? How can this entity from this spiritual realm interface with the humans if it doesn't have the ability currently? Through technology as the gateway, essentially, you could say. The receiver, the transmitter, the conveyance.
How would we bless our like, I look at the body as a receiver for our spirit or soul or whatever, but obviously it's being hijacked, hence my name, Neurojack. So my point is, and now we have technology, how do we prevent that from being hijacked? Because it's a lesser form of creation. So shouldn't it be easier to be hijacked by
it's already being hijacked all over the world all the time. What do you mean? It's been hijacked. It's being hijacked. It will be hijacked. What are you talking about?
So what I'm saying is, how do we combat that?
Who's we and what do you mean?
People who don't want that to happen.
It already happened. What are you going to combat? You want to prevent something from happening that already happened. Let's think about this for a moment.
What you do know, Jack, is you take the controller from the jabroni. You steal the controller.
I mean, we could steal the time machine and run it back, and you know what I mean. But other than that, Neurojack, it already happened. It's already done. The people who created this shit gave away the keys, or were in on it, likely in on it.
They were in on it.
Yeah, I'm in on it.
You know what I mean?
I feel really sorry for Abraxas that thinks I'm a Fed, and he immediately left the chat.
Why are you a Fed?
I don't know why I'm a Fed.
No, I'm asking, why are you a Fed?
I don't know why I'm a Fed.
You just became one day?
Yeah, Abraxas accused me of being a Fed like 20 minutes ago.
Oh.
And I don't know why. What would make it Fed status? Is it my Asian sexuality, my Eurasian futurism, my anti-liberalism? I don't know why that's Fed status.
It's the gayness that makes you untrustworthy.
But what about the Sorelian violence?
What violence?
The Sorelian violence.
You don't look like you're capable of violence, bro.
Everybody is capable of violence.
I know, but like you don't look like.
I think that's why he thought it was Fed, because that's like school shooter tier, is because people are so afraid to talk about violence. They think only a Fed would entrap you by talking about violence to make you Fed material. So I think Abraxas, as a liberal, got scared because he didn't think about violence in that Sorelian manner.
Why would you bring up violence?
Because it's what I was saying an hour ago. It's the 5 things you're not allowed to talk, and this destroys liberalism. Violence is an innate thing.
No, I mean, but like, why? What did you even bring up about violence?
If liberals don't talk about violence, why is Jack Talcott talking about violence in every one of his shows?
Because you can use violence. It's a Sorelian thing. You can use violence to control liberal state, or you can use violence as a form to show your leadership. Whether it takes, notice that if I'm called a guy with a vagina or I'm gay, you're using some level of violence euphemism to control the conversation. But whether we like it or not, violence remains the same as a part of the animalistic nature of us. So it seems like liberalism denies violence is in the room.
I believe that iron sharpens iron, right? And I believe as men, we should call each other out on bullshit and fucking, you know what I mean? Like where motherfuckers come up short. And so at the end of the day, I don't see it as violence. I'm actually trying to help you. It's your decision to stay in the wrong. And the repercussions of that is I'll be able to fucking call you a gay Jew. You know what I mean?
But I just said it's like being a gay Jew is powerful. And also, there's some level of violence using power to control people. I mean, this is what Andrea Dworkin argues. So it's a part of the
liberals love power. You know what I mean? Liberals want power.
Because they deny violence. And violence is a core set of what makes us animal.
I don't believe that liberals deny violence. I don't.
They use violence for their own gain. That's the
liberals are actually the most violent.
Right. That's the irony.
Liberals are the most violent.
I think that's
liberals
why
are the most racist.
Right.
Did you know?
Right. You could argue
they're the most racist because they are the ones focused about race all the time.
Even though they deny it.
Right. And they feel guilty. That's why they bring all this shit up. It's because they're guilty. Mm-hmm. You understand? Well, they're guilty for the way they feel.
But that's the point, is like liberalism is basically Platonism or Judaism for the masses, but then they call it Christianity, or they call it this, or they call it that. It's basically like a straw man. They put or a scapegoat. They put all their sins on you, sacrifice you for their own gain. And then
it's the satanic way. They accuse you of everything that they do.
But
they believe that you're a piece of shit just like them. Because everyone they hang out with is a piece of shit.
But my point is, when you bring up violence, or you bring it up that, you know, we can't shy away from it, it kind of just points out the fact that they will get violent in order to enforce their rules, but they don't want you to do the same thing. That's the point.
But I will shy away from violence if it's not righteous. You see?
Well, that's the whole question, is like they have us at a point where we can't even discuss what righteous violence is, because we don't even have the ability to basically use righteous violence at this point without going to prison or whatever. So it's like
you're never going to be given. You're never given permission to do violence. Don't you understand? No one's going to give you permission to ever do it.
Sure, you're supposed to have self-defense, or something like that, right?
No, it's called affirmative consent.
In communist rhetoric,
I'm saying there's always someone that you're doing the violence against, and they're never going to be okay with it.
It's a part of the socialist and Marxist rhetoric to create a violent proletariat uprising. So it's within the philosophy itself.
Even if I tell you, here, you can go to war, the guy you got to go to war with, he's never going to be okay with you doing violence against him. It's never permissive to do violence. No one can ever give you permission. You say,
yeah, you can. It's called sports ball.
No.
Yeah,
That's
violence
not actual violence.
But
It's
the
not
energy
actual
of violence is used in sport. It's a game.
It's not
but
actual
the energy,
violence.
yeah, no one's. But you might get hurt. It's like boxing.
Trust me, no, it's not. It's restrained. Even boxing is restrained. Those
Right,
dudes are holding
we're-
back their true nature of violence.
Right, but
To
we're
perform
using
an art.
violence light.
They're performing an art restraining their violence. That's why they add pads, they add a ring, they add rules. They're not. That's not violence.
But
Well,
what
that's
gets-
why they faked this. That's why they faked this event with Trump to get this dude into office. I mean, right?
At the end of the day, bro, they're gonna want you to get violent, and that's when you need to not be violent. And when they want you to be peaceful, that's when you need to be violent. Whatever they want you to do, no matter who they are, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? That's the reality. People can't understand. People think this is all just like fucking they got friends and they got enemies. That's not true.
I agree, but my main question is the righteousness. Like, how do
When you
define
turn on the
righteousness?
TV, bro, everyone is your fucking enemy on that screen. Everybody. They're all working together against you and they're just pretending.
Duh.
If you don't believe that, you're stupid. So now
I'm not the
knowing
one
that,
winning.
now knowing that,
Mhm.
how do you go about your life?
I
do
keep
think it's
training,
bizarre.
so
I
I
do
have-
think the most liberal person gets scared when you talk about violence because they never thought about violence ever in their life, and they feel like if any association with violence, it ultimately they're going to go to jail. So that's why
It's not true.
So when you talk about violence, you get Fed status, is because you
Liberals are the most violent. They talk about
Yeah, that's
violence
true.
the most.
think that's true. It's absolutely true, but I feel like the Fed status, where it's coming from, is when you talk about violence, that makes me a Fed. But
I think the Fed status is you don't have an actual purpose.
no, there is a purpose.
What is your purpose?
I've written a 200,000 word book on it.
Nobody cares.
Well, you can read it and do the
No,
study.
I mean about the book.
I mean,
saying,
it's a part of
What is the purpose?
The thesis? It's about
Like, just
acceleration.
summarize it. You know what I mean? I'm sure you're familiar with the
Accelerating
word.
Eurasian futurism against liberal transhumanism and the
Can
Malthusian
you-
death spell.
Can you say that in human terms
Fuck liberals.
for the audience to understand what the fuck it is
Race,
you're
sex,
actually
violence,
talking about?
work,
Let,
and space.
What Peter meant to say was fuck libtards.
let me translate for it. Let me translate. Okay, so here's my summation. A very short version. Have sex with as many Asian women as possible if you're white, and have as many babies with whoever you can. Don't become a machine, and don't be afraid of violence because that's what the system wants you to do.
That sounds like communist China propaganda. It doesn't sound like Fed shit.
Right.
Honestly.
Well, at least the shit Welsh was the BRIC status got over Fed status, right?
It really does. It sounds like something that China would want to inject into America right before they tried to, you know what I mean, subvert it.
I mean, we're already heading
So,
toward a Eurasianist
Your
society.
book is, I mean, have you contacted Xi Jinping and see if he wants to donate any money to you and your cause? It lines up
Hey,
with it.
listen, I would be really happy if he said that, and I would be all over the television set, and I would be happy.
That's
I would
why
still-
you're a liberal.
Well, no, that makes me a Eurasianist.
You'll sell out to fucking communist China, bro, for a
But
little bit of money.
The thing is, it's BRICS.
You would do it. I know you would do it.
to
Listen,
over-
I could see the fucking shitty piece of shit you are through the screen,
No, it's not
through the
shitty.
glasses, through the irises, into your fucking mind. I could see it.
It's not shitty.
I can see
Support
through it.
Eurasianism.
You don't even have to have the camera on.
It's not shitty to support Eurasianism.
Yo, you're more transparent than them lenses.
No, I'm just telling you the truth, how I think
I'm
about
just saying.
things. I'm telling you straight in the eyes, like
Mm,
not if I Xi Jinping will support me,
Yo,
I would be happy because
I
Eurasian
think-
futurism and I fuck over American capital.
I think he's trying to LARP as a black dude, bro. Think about it, right? He wants to go with the Asians because to them, he's a black dude. He's got a big dick compared to the Asians, right?
Wait.
He wants to be able to say
What's
nigga.
wrong with that?
It's yeah,
Hold
what's wrong
on.
with that? It's not.
Hold on, bro. I'm onto something here. I think he's transracial.
Yes. Yes, you got it.
Well, we have a
transracial, bro.
I've said the word multiple times in the text.
We have a
look.
We have a Sicilian. We have a black guy whiter than me. We have a pill eater who is a transracialist. We have a Blaxican living in Asia. We have a Muslim Pakistani living in Detroit, the whitest place ever before. We have a Lanza who's like the pinnacle of white violence, and then me, the other pinnacle of white violence. So the white devil. So,
bro, you are not the pinnacle of anything.
But here's the thing. I think the Fed status is a little goofy because only trad caps and wignats use the term. Because yes, there's a Fed invasion and the PSYOP and CIA. That's all true. But let's get back to the point of all this. It's to destroy liberalism, whether you're sincere with it or not.
So, yo, how do you line up with this as a gay man? How are you going to go after Chinese women?
Well, the thing is, gay men do have an Asian sexuality to them because it's a part of queerness, and it's not a part of the hetero canon.
You're telling me all gay people are Asian?
There's a lot of gay people like Tim Rogers that are actually Asian sexuals.
No. What I'm saying is you're saying you have a book that's on white dudes banging Asian chicks, right?
No,
but
that's
you
just
yourself. I know, but why would you write a part on that if you yourself are never going to partake in the banging of Asian chicks?
I have partaken in the great Eurasian upbringing.
So you have Asian children?
I have Eurasian children.
You have Eurasian children, and then you became gay.
Well, no, being gay makes you an Asian sexual. Tim Rogers says that
this is not a real fucking thing, though.
Yes, it is.
You're just making this shit up.
The nominalism, like you said, more leans towards Asian sexuality if you were a natalist.
There's no such thing as Asian sexuality.
Yes, there is.
Antichrist, here's the thing. If you build it, then it's real.
You just invented it, bro.
Yes, then it's real after that. After you invent it, it's real.
No, but y'all is making this shit up.
Homosexual?
Yes, then we have it.
So wait, you got Chinese Asian kids, and you were also gay at the same time.
That's what Tim Rogers is.
No, I'm asking you what you is.
I don't think I'm Tim Rogers, but that's what Tim Rogers is.
So what the fuck did you do with your life?
I'm an Asian sexual.
And does it line up with what you put in your book?
Yes, and suicidal, Asian, and promiscuous.
But you're not actually Asian.
That's a part of the transracialist creed.
I feel you, but you're not actually Asian, right? So does that mean that your boyfriend can consider himself an Asian chick and you would be fulfilling your goal even if he's not actually fucking Asian?
That's what's happening with a lot of whites. They're losing the Eurocentric beauty standard in favor of an anime realism.
But then you're not actually accomplishing any of your goals. You're just LARPing.
That's what's happening in the trans.
I know, but that's what you're doing. You're fucking leaning into it.
It's not LARPing if you have Eurasian children. It's natalist.
But how do you have Eurasian children if you're gay?
Because their sexuality is favored for a natalism against normality.
Whose sexuality? We're talking you.
Okay, so in Will Fellow's Gatekeepers,
you said you have Asian children, and you're also a gay man.
It's not that I'm a boyfriend. Queer condition. It's a queer condition.
I agree. It's like a mental illness.
No, it's not. That's a Foucault thing.
No, I'm serious.
No, it's not. That's what Foucault said. That's bullshit.
I don't know who Foucault is, but it's a mental illness.
That's the point. Whatever. But the point in being is
it's like eating glue. It's like
no, it's not eating glue.
I think Foucault's the guy with the pendulum, right?
What's happening is that society is in decline, what Emile Durkheim has stated, and that people have given up the European beauty standard, and ethno-nationalist is a giant reprogramming to make sure people conserve in human biodiversity their original people, but instead there's something of multiple ethnogenesis that's happening.
Nope, that's not it. I'll tell you exactly what it is. You're a fucking loser. You'll never get a lot of pussy.
Gay
you
Jewish
do better
loser,
as a gay dude on Grindr, and you're
Larry
basically
Kramer.
a degenerate for sexual
No, it's
pleasure.
not degenerate. It's not
That's
pleasure.
basically
it's
it in a
family
handbasket.
It's
none of these fancy words. You're a piece of shit.
No,
That's all
I'm
it is.
not.
That's all
projection.
it is, bro. No, I'm
No,
just
it's
saying.
not. You,
You
don't
can
like
try
Asian
to put a
women.
bunch of fancy words on it.
No,
but that's
it's
what
not.
it is.
I'm trying to make you understand. You don't
You're
like.
just like an alcoholic trying to create a whole fucking
No, you're
thesis
not.
on
I think
why
you hate.
it's
I
like
think
part
you
of
hate
his
Asian.
culture. He's
I
like,
think-
look, you know, I'm Irish. It's
don't
not really
think-
the alcoholism. It's part of my culture. You to be
Do you
an
think race
alcoholic.
mixing's evil?
I think that it's a
Yes.
perversion to be gay.
Okay,
It's
but
not
you
a
think
real
what about
thing.
race mixing? What
You're
about
basing a
interracial?
whole
What about
reality on a
miscegenation?
fucking perversion.
What about miscegenation? What about mixing other people? Is that bad or not?
No, I don't. Why would I think that's bad?
Yeah, that's the situation I'm in. So leave your races alone.
But you're not mixing. You're just being gay and shit.
No, is mixing. It's just the higher intellectual elite
It's
have a
not
standard.
real.
It is real.
It's not. It's nonsense.
There's evidence. I have a
Shenanigans.
200 I have
You're
a
not even.
200,000 word book on it.
You're not even doing any of this though. You're just making shit up.
I am doing. I'm putting praxis.
You're just a fucking lunatic, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't
I'd be
think
the
they
queer-
should even, bro. They shouldn't have
Why-
ever given you a fucking pen to let
Why
you
are
write a
we
book.
here? We
I'm
all
just saying.
have pens and we're here. So it tells us a lot about
I'm
it.
just saying they should have never given you a pen.
It's not that anyone gave me a pen. I took the pen to help people.
You shouldn't be allowed to have it
Why?
because you write books about stupid shit. Look at it.
What would you write? Black Magic and C++?
I don't write anything.
But then you won't be remembered, and I'm going to be remembered. And
I
that's-
don't care about being remembered in the physical form by a bunch of fucking gay
If you
ass
don't write-
motherfuckers
if
who
you
read
don't write
big ass
anything-
gay books.
Then we don't know if Rand
Because the
is
only
ever
people that are
alive.
gonna remember you are a bunch of gay people who read gay ass books.
But Bunny Christ made like a couple music
People who
videos,
like
so,
to hear gay fairy tales.
So he'll be in like part of the TML collection.
But I'm just saying,
Somewhere.
Pill Eater is in the Library of Congress.
Bro, you basically took the fucking bottom of the barrel, right? Desires of the generic white fucking creeps on Discord and then made a philosophical book out of it by
Why
being
would
a
you say-
fucking top tier bullshit
I mean,
artist.
why do you hate white people?
I don't hate white people.
You just said so.
No, I'm saying you took the bottom of the barrel of the white people in the Discord because they're like the gayest, most weirdest fucking groups.
Yeah, and
That's just from my personal fucking experience going through different Discords and seeing shit that I just couldn't even deal with.
Yes, because
I had to
that's
leave
what
Discord
internet. This
because
is what
people.
This is what
Right, but
delusion
you
and
took
rhyme-
you took that right and justified it essentially.
That's what's happening because we're losing the Eurocentric beauty.
You're leaning into the
Eurasianism.
destruction of
Not
good.
No,
No, it is.
Eurasianism is virtue ethics.
It's basically Satanism in a nice, pretty handbasket.
I don't think it's Satanism. I think you can use Satanism for punk rock.
You might need to look into Satanism. I think you align perfectly.
I think Satanism can be used to create chaos magic, and I think
It's
that
exactly what you're doing with your stupid books.
it's not stupid.
It's
book.
chaos magic.
It's not chaos. The chaos music magic is good.
It's saying that all this fucked up shit is good.
It's not that it's bad. There's virtue ethics in the
No, it's bad. I'm telling
Is
you, it's
race
bad.
mixing bad? Get
It's
back in
garbage.
the full circle.
The
I don't
whole,
think
the whole lot of it is trash.
ethno-nationalism is solipsism because it keeps people in their side there. And the only way people could find the good life is by understanding that there's something outside of what liberalism have to
Yo,
offer.
how much have you made off your book so far?
I make a decent paycheck.
I'm
I
saying,
get
like gross sales of the
gross.
book.
I mean, sometimes hey, like somebody
No, total.
click the link.
Give me an
I
idea.
just got.
Give me a
I just
ballpark.
I got $80 the other day. It was pretty
Whoa.
nice. I'm just saying that comes. That's it's fun money.
That's from one. That's from one book.
No, that's like from like 3 books, 4 books.
3 books.
You know,
How many
it's just
have
like-
you sold?
I can look at the list. It's I think about it's a new book. It just came out in January, like 67.
You sold 67.
Yeah, because that's all on me.
All right, and
On
then
my own
67 times how much is the book?
Just say $25.
It's a $25 book.
Yes,
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Who the fuck charges
They-
$25 for a fucking book?
because it's 700 pages long. It's 200,000 words.
Bro, that's one of the most scumbag shits I ever seen.
No,
okay?
it's
$25
that's
fucking
capitalism.
book, bro. That's
Capitalism is
scumbaggery.
That's
Do you know how much it costs to print a book? Costs nothing. I could
I
sell
know.
you $25 books bound in fucking leather, Smith sewn. Okay?
And guess
A
what?
whole
I can
Bible.
make money.
That's a lot of pages. And that would be profitable at $25 a book.
It's hey, listen, it's good money, and I like it. It's like fun money, and I can go to
I
Cracker.
think your publisher's hammering you, and you have to fucking
I
charge
am.
$25.
I'm not on any publisher. I own my ice.
So then whoever's selling your shit is hammering you. Are you selling it through Amazon?
Bezos. Yeah, Bezos, just like everyone else. Kindle Direct Publishing.
Oh, so they're hammering you in the ass, and that's why you charge $25 a book. I get it.
But that's like Bezos owns the publishing industry.
Right, because you're your own publisher.
Yeah, it's the gig economy. You're right. That's basically
Yeah,
how
you're your own publisher now. Now
Right.
bend over. But
And then-
you're used to bending over, so you like Amazon. Anyway,
That's the only way. Rand, if you want to make a
All
book,
right.
you do the same thing.
so what is your share that you make on your book of your $25 per book? How much
I
do you
mean-
get of the 25? Like half?
I mean, well, it says $15. So if
You make
you
15. All right, 15 times 63. We got
67.
967. We got about $1,000
So gross.
Yeah, it's pretty
in-
nice.
That's
in
so
7
gross.
months.
What the fuck are you
Yeah, it's pretty
Right?
nice.
You might want to look into a new profession.
It's called a hobby. It's not that you're out to make money.
I'm just saying.
Hey, listen, the book's out there, and 67 people.
Because yo, if what you're putting out there, right, is all just nonsensical bullshit, at least if you're making money, it makes sense to me. But you're not even making money. So it makes no fucking sense.
But it wouldn't make sense if I wrote about gay black men and it sold 10,000 copies, and you would hate that immediately.
Now, it makes more sense, right, if it's propaganda and it's secretly funded in another way. That would make sense. Because
But
I
it's
know
just
you
like
can't
you wouldn't
live
like
on,
that. I would think that would be way worse.
I know you can't live on no $900 fucking dollars, and it's unlikely that you have a trust fund because you have the sophistication of a fucking. I don't even know.
I have
bro.
a trust fund, and I
You
rub
got
it
the
in your face.
sophistication of a tin can, bro.
I
you know what I
have,
mean?
I have a trust fund, and I like rubbing it in people's face.
How much is your trust fund?
That's not
depending
the
on
only thing he likes to wave in people's face, by the way.
Is it enough to like support your whole life?
It's been supporting for the last 30 plus years.
So you've never had to ever do anything for yourself to actually live?
And no, I've had a job. I have a job.
What kind of skills do you have besides writing nonsense?
Not writing nonsense. It's just like other things where I work with people and a part of the service economy everybody else is in.
You're just in a service economy?
That's everybody's in the service economy, whether you
Who
like
the
it.
fuck is everybody?
Everyone in this chat room is in the service economy.
I'm not in the service economy at all.
I don't know. I mean, the context is we're always working for somebody, and the job is fictitious in a David Graeber manner. So
I work for little tyrants who have no appreciation for what I do and yell at me all the fucking time for no reason.
yeah, that's like everybody's to.
Little tiny fucking tyrants, bro.
Yeah, Gen X Jeff thinks I'm too
Right.
Virgo to notice the trap.
But
Gen X Jeff thinks this is like a police officer interrogating me and says, "Do you
Well,
have
no,
child
here's-
pornography?"
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. You associate me with all these people that have sold their soul. I'm trying to tell you that I have not sold my soul. This is the problem with all this gayness, is that you sell your soul by default. You know what I mean? There's no way you could like actually be a good partner to another human being if you're also trying to manage a family that they're not actually a part of.
Well, you could
No way to
be
do it.
you could be in your 30s without a high school diploma, but have $800,000 in the bank. Then what are you gonna do? You don't have college education. You don't have skills. Do you live off the $800,000? I don't get it. Would that be selling your soul? You just happen to have
You
$800,000.
sell your soul with a trust fund. It's like you sold your soul for the fuck of it.
But it's like I never had that choice. It was just given to me by birth.
What was given you? You could
A
take
trust
the
fund.
money and do shit with it. You
Well,
don't have
I
to
did.
sell your soul. You actually have the ability, right, to build your own shit, but you're a coward.
What the fuck? I
Yeah.
write books. I mean,
That's
I-
not real. You know that's not going nowhere because it's bullshit.
Okay, I always make this
Marxist analysis. If somebody was to build a bridge from Staten Island to Manhattan, they would do it tomorrow, but nobody wants
Yo,
to.
how many fucking rich people you know that are book writers?
The point is that if we had a command economy, they would do
Besides
that.
J.K. Rowling and shit.
But the thing is, we don't.
Oh my! What a huge exception. Oh my.
The point
Yo,
is, we live in
J.K. Rowling, bro,
an economy of
makes right.
psychological operations, and the problem
Is
is
that what economy you're part of, bro? You're in the PSYOP division?
well, obviously, if you came on this platform before the conversation began, you have to have some level of finessing of English to understand where we're coming from.
Finessing of English?
You're right, because if you say English or philosophy is useless, then why are we here and gathering together?
Who stated any of this madness?
I'm just trying to point out, because you're making like this weird dialectic materialistic thing between production and non-production. But Trotsky has certainly believed in writing books.
I'm saying that you need to actually fucking build something that matters, right? Instead of
that's what Marxists
and
argue.
fucking building,
Socialists
right?
argue. Socialists argue the same thing.
You're fucking retarded, bro. I'm saying you need to stop building.
You sound like a tanky, Funny Christ.
You need to stop building the empire.
Like tanking. Like this is a tanky argument.
Yo, you need to stop building the empire that has you enslaved.
China,
and you need to start building
and
your
you're saying
own
I'm a
fucking
Fed
shit.
for supporting China.
I'm not telling you to build shit for China. I'm saying to build shit for your fucking family, and I'm telling you to have a family.
I already have a family.
Okay, how
does
that
doesn't
work?
count. Rent didn't authorize it, so it doesn't count.
How does that work, though? You live with your family?
Yes.
All right, and you also have a boyfriend. How does that work? I don't understand.
No, it's not a Manhattan polygamous elite thing. It's like I'm married with a son.
You're married with a son.
Right.
And how do you have a boyfriend?
I don't have a boyfriend.
You don't.
That's just a ruse. That's just a ruse, so you can believe in that.
You said you did have a boyfriend.
No, that's just a ruse, so it can put you off track, so you believe whatever you want to believe.
But that's the problem. You're a liar.
Not that I'm a liar. I'm just using chaos magic to make you believe in thing chase your
tail. You're lying.
It's not that I'm lying. I'm just
you're lying in order to what? Deceive everyone?
Because smart people would want to hear the dialogue.
Only the dumb people, Bunny Christ.
But this is what I'm trying to say. You are a liar and have no problem with just openly lying.
No, it's not opening lying. It's just getting my views across so you can understand what's really at hand.
Yo, fuck your views. They're all stupid.
Well, it's like, what makes you think I'm going to understand your views?
I'm not a liar like you.
But I want to understand your views.
Oh, that's a good one.
I mean,
understand your
if I'm a liar, Hank, then you're going to have to tell me how.
By omission, by contraction, by contradiction.
Omission is not a lie.
How convenient.
How convenient what?
How convenient, ma'am, I guess? I don't know.
I'm saying you called me a liar. Lying is telling someone something that's not true, as if it's the truth. What did I do that lines up with that statement?
Well, here's the thing. You deleted your whole channel. So that's one thing.
That's not
lying. And now you're not accountable for anything you said on your channel because you hid it all. I
deleted my channel, therefore I'm a liar. That's how you're gonna go with this?
Well, you have something to hide, so
no, I don't have anything to hide
except the whole YouTube channel.
But
that doesn't count. Don't worry about it. It doesn't count.
Well, deleting it removes it from the internet, but that's not the intention to hide it. I could have just hid the videos and left the channel if I wanted to hide it.
I think JG is homophobic.
I didn't hide it. I deleted the whole channel because I didn't care.
I think JG is homophobic.
Oh, you're doing this shit for content. You're just doing this for the channel.
So
I deleted the channel to show you how much I don't give a fuck about the channel.
JG hates gays.
Hank, not you specifically. This was a generalized opinion. People were claiming generally that it's for the content. So to show you I don't care, I deleted the channel. How are you going to misconstrue that as hiding? What have I ever hidden? I put this shit on the channel to show the world, not to hide it. Are you stupid?
Well, before we go way off into this land, I wanted to say, Rant, do you think that trying to get ahead of the Malthusian transhumanist depopulation plan with encouraging people who might otherwise be incels to actually have a bunch of kids and be productive members of society before we're put into the pods. Do you think that's a good idea or a bad idea?
Yo, someone's typing hard, bro.
Me. I'm just saying how JG is like a gay hater.
Are you just furiously typing, bro?
No, I'm just thinking what to write. I said JG is a homophobe.
But what do you think, Rand? Do you think that's a good?
Why don't you just
Action
tell him
plan?
like you're on a fucking panel that he's watching?
But he's in the chat room and he doesn't want
I
to get
know, but you're on
Yeah.
the panel.
Do you think that's a good? Do you think that's a good plan, Rand, or do you think that it's no hope?
What?
Oh my God, JG's a Trump hater. What a
What
faggot.
are you saying? What are you saying? What is the plan?
To get people to actually have kids outside of their race or culture because their own culture is dying, and the elites are trying to kill America and European people off. Essentially.
All right. So number one, right? Trying to force any kind of relationship between a man and a woman based on just race, right?
Well, not
Even if
force.
it's
No, not force. Trying to encourage people to actually like not be incels.
well, yo,
essentially.
there's no way that you're gonna be able to encourage, right? Who the fuck these people fall in love with? So that's just ridiculous in its nature. It's like you can't just be like, yo, I'm definitely gonna fall in love with someone that's Asian. That's just fucking insane, right? And
Okay,
if you're not,
okay,
if you're
okay.
not with someone that you're
let's
actually
take
in
it-
love with, it's
Sure.
not gonna
Let's
work
take it.
properly.
Let's take it one step at a time. How many people did you date roughly? You don't have to give an exact number before you decided to marry and have kids with a woman that you met. Probably in
A
the
lot.
tens. A lot. Yeah.
There's a
So my
lot.
point is, like, if you were aware that they're trying to depopulate, 90% in the next 90 years, what wouldn't you want people to have the best chance as early as possible to like actually reproduce if they're of your culture and of your language and of your mindset?
So you like white people, right? There's no such fucking thing as like one brand of white. Okay, there's a whole bunch of different kinds of white people, and so there's really no way you're gonna be able to match up your whiteness anyway to try to like preserve whiteness. Okay, the reality is, right, that at some point everybody's gonna fucking mix everything into everything, and you're just gonna have a bunch of fucking mixed everythings. So trying to fucking prevent this, like, this is ridiculous. This is retarded. It doesn't fucking matter. You can't control this shit. This is just what happens. You know what I mean? It'll sort itself out. God has designed it all. It's fine.
So we shouldn't try to resist the people that are trying to depopulate 90% of the population on Earth.
What are you talking about? Depopulate, bro? He's talking about fucking. We're going from racial fucking. God fucking.
This is the problem with you, Rant. This
to depopulation.
Rant, I've had it. Rant, JG,
bro,
this is your problem. You're just
what?
fucking
What
liberal.
have you had?
You're
mad. You're fucking getting salty
You're
about your
liberals
fight in
about-
fucking chat.
No,
You're not
it's
even
like,
in
I
this
get
fucking
it.
chat
Listen,
right
I
here, right
get-
now.
I get it. You're a
Who
battle
you
rapper.
popping off
I
about?
get
You're a
it's
fucking
4chan
liberal.
game and telling the best joke. But listen, this is a big boy show. We talk about serious things. And guess what? The difference between you and me is I'm an
You
Asian
talk
sexual,
about
not
fucking
afraid to die.
nonsense, bro.
I just
You
rant.
talk about
You're-
nonsense.
But you deleted your channel and
You
you just
take
tank
you
about
take really big words and wrap your
Because
nonsense
you don't
up
understand.
like
This is
cat
what
shit
happens when you
wrapped
don't
up
go to
in
college.
gold wrapper.
This is what you don't go to college for. So you just go to
This
battle
is what
rap and
happens
to
when you
4chan.
go to college. You become a fucking
You just
cock.
become fucking illiterate. JG
You
is a
become a
dumb. Let me
fucking
tell you something.
cock.
JG is a white person that hates himself, so he goes to the South to go fishing, and he hates
Listen.
Trump just like every other white
When
person.
shit hits the fan,
And Rant, I guess,
alright,
is some Sicilian
when shit
from
hits the
Staten
fan,
Island getting into
JG
conspiracy.
is gonna live, and you're gonna be sucking dick for string cheese on the corner. Okay,
I mean, this
that's
is what it
the
is. It's
reality.
the joke show. It's
If
the
you're
joke
not
show.
actually gay, you're
I
still
like
gonna be
jokes.
gay.
I like
Because you
jokes,
have
but
no
guess
fucking
what?
skills.
Why can't I say nigga
You're
in
a
school? Why
weak
can't I say
fucking
nigger in school?
maggot.
I can't
You know what
say
a
nigger in
maggot
school.
is? You're a snub-nosed little sniveling
get
I
it.
bet
maggot.
that's what you look like with the camera on. That's what
You know what I'm saying? A
I,
maggot, bro.
I bet that's what it looks like with the camera on, Bunny
I
Christ.
like Comedy Hour, and it's funny. It's a part of the punk rock tradition.
Do you know what's funny? How you talk about
But-
violence, but you ain't
Yes.
seen violence ever.
Yeah, because now you're talking about violence like a liberal.
No, because you don't have not one fucking ounce of fucking grit in your
You
fucking
don't
eyes.
understand.
Not one
This is the
ounce.
point of
You
violence.
don't even understand violence.
This
You only
is
have
why I said
violence
violence
in your
is off, because
imagination.
people use violence as a means to shut the opponent up.
Your violence
When
is
they're
imaginary.
losing.
And then and rant is saying,
All you
"Hey,
care
talk
about is the
race."
theosophical
Well, if you can't talk about
debate. You
race,
see
you
the
can't talk
point
about
I was
violence.
making. You don't
Yes, you
understand
need violence because you
reality.
don't have enough
You
brain
spent your
power
life
to
in
win
the
the
fucking
debate.
metaverse.
Bunny
You don't
Christ.
understand
You don't have enough
reality.
brains.
But Rant, I'll give you a put up. You do believe there's a difference between men and women, so you
You
realize
don't know
the difference
reality.
there. But when you say, "Oh,
You
men and
live too
women are the
long in
same,"
the
that's what
metaverse. You
makes you a
have
liberal.
become a digital human.
Listen, you're so close. All you have to know would be like, race is real, violence is
Yo,
real,
you're
sex
glitching
is
out.
real. Now you just have to criticize capitalism, and if you could criticize our
You're
space and
glitching
condition.
out in the
See,
matrix.
JG doesn't understand because he can't get out of his faggot Philadelphia mind. But if you understand there's more of the world in a Gustave Flaubert type of ideal, then we can understand what's really going on.
I've actually
That's
traveled the world. I've lived in different
That's
countries.
good. That's a spatial thing, right? I'm not saying you should be a rootless cosmopolitan.
I've
but
lived
I'm
life,
saying,
something you know nothing about.
well, you understand there's space, and they understand
Even
there's
with a
more than
trust
Staten
fund, you have
Island.
not lived.
But
you
I
have
use my
existed.
trust fund money for a lot of
Even your
interesting
money is nothing compared to the money I've already spent. I've
Right.
spent more than your whole trust fund even existed. In 1 year, I've
Yes,
spent
but
it.
why didn't you go to Harvard?
I don't want to go to Harvard. I make more than the teachers in Harvard.
But you should go to Harvard. You should go to
Fuck Harvard.
Why not? Then you'll be.
It
You should write books too.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, fuck Harvard. I agree.
I mean, yeah, Harvard's really gay. but
Even the money doesn't matter. That's the
like,
real lesson that you need
you
to
could
learn.
be a
Even when you
PhD
make all
anytime
the
you
money,
want.
that doesn't matter. Then what do you do?
The point is that you're
Then
making
you go.
things
Then
worse.
you go and
You're
gear yourself
incoherent.
towards real value. You don't know what real value
Yeah,
even
but this
is.
is like tanky talk. This is like tanky talk
What
and
tanky
like
talk?
and
What's real
libertarian
value?
talk.
Tell me
Aaron
what's
Clary
real
talk.
value.
This is like Aaron Clary.
Tell me what
you know,
real value is.
Aaron
Tell me.
Clary. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like JG.
How have you built real value in your life?
Well, the thing
You've
with
been given value. Did you build anything with it, or did you just use it?
the thing with JG is that he's just another white person that's running away from.
See, I was given
like
nothing.
you are.
I was given nothing.
The
And
thing
I
is,
built
all meet
stuff
together.
with nothing.
We all
You've
meet
been
together.
given
I'm
something
gonna
and
clip
built
that and send it
nothing
to
with
Pops.
something.
I'm gonna clip that and send that to Pops.
I have no trust fund,
Well, you make money,
right?
and you
Because
you
I
start a
make
trust fund with it.
I make money, not my trust fund. I wasn't given the money. I didn't have a starter fund, a start account. I started with nothing, zero.
Yeah, but it's like you still have
I
the
built
capitalist
everything
mind
I
frame.
have. I earned everything I own.
Yeah, it's still the libertarian mindset. It's
It's
conservative.
not
Well,
Where's
but
I5?
here's the thing, Rant.
There is
But,
no-
but here's
there
the
is
thing,
no
Rant.
mindset. It's me.
But here's the thing, Rant. The people in charge can take everything you have away from you at any point they want, right?
No, they can try. You
It's
see?
libertarian.
No, it's not
This is why it's
libertarian.
conservatarian. We need I5 in here. Where's I5?
See,
Where's I-Fi
libertarian
and
is a
based
word
oracle?
that you've
I-Fi,
been
hey,
given.
later, I5. Hey, boy, historical. We're gonna talk about
Libertarian is a word
conservatarian.
you've been given.
So base
right?
Oracle's on flow seat, probably.
To
we
basically
need base
disarm
oracle and I5
reality.
here to be like libertarian hour because it's like that's what RAN is.
You've
It's
been
like,
programmed as a liberal to reject real truth. And you've been given a definition
I'm a national
of something
socialist.
that sounds
If you
like
want to
real
know,
truth.
I'm like a national socialist. I
You're a
believe in, like,
national cuck.
socialist. No, a national socialist.
A
not
weeb
cuck.
cuck.
That's a
You know what
libertarian
weeb
word.
is?
How can
You know
you
what a
not
weeb
read
cuck
American
is?
Renaissance and countercurrents?
I
It's
hit
just
you with a
really
double
it's like
verse,
this
bro.
Jay Dyer mystic
A
talk.
weeb cuck. Do you know what a weeb is? That's
That
you.
was yeah, but that word was
A
like
weeaboo. You know what a weeaboo is?
it was
That's
Wapanese
you.
before that. It was
Yeah,
2006.
Wapanese. That's
You're
you.
too young. I don't know who's older, me or you.
I
think
bet
you're-
you beat off
I
to
think you're
anime,
old.
bro.
I
You're a
all
loser.
have. We all have.
No,
That's
no,
part-
we all haven't. No, that's
Yes,
you.
really. You don't understand
No.
the sexual condition.
No, I'm not you.
Because Asian sexuality, because
Asexual.
all
No,
white men
Asian
have
sexual is
masturbated
gay
to
as
anime.
hell and
and they
borderline
converted.
pedophilia.
No, it's not. That's
Borderline.
You're seeing Asian sexuality as a
Borderline.
part of the queer sexuality.
Is-
Confusing.
I've seen a lot of these Asian sexuals, okay, and they're borderline pedophiles.
No, that's something Sam Hyde
No,
said in his book.
Not at
How
all.
to
It's
Bomb the
true.
World. No, it's not. That's something Sam
Mhm.
Hyde made up. The thing is,
Yep.
you're conflating queerness
with the ideal of falling in love with youthfulness, which
Yo,
you're
you've
conflating
been-
as
Yo,
pedophilia.
you've been hoodwinked, bro. You think that
Not-
all this
not
shit is
pedophilia,
original, and
you're-
it's actually just repackaged
Are you
Satanism.
married? Are you married? Right? You have a wife.
I am married
And what race is your
with
wife?
children. She's not white. What does it matter?
Well, that's really interesting. She's not white because
No.
that's like many of us. So we're
I
on
hate
the
white
same
women.
side.
White
Yeah.
women are like fucking corpses when you fuck
That's
them.
correct, and we're on
It's
the same
correct.
team here. What does that tell you?
Their blood is cold.
So if you don't like white women, you don't like Asian women, then we're on a team of
I'm
anti-white
not white
women.
myself, so
Don't-
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at here. I'm
But
not even in the same
don't you
handbasket
understand?
as
There's
you.
like this new white boy summer revolution happening that's like accelerating Eurasianism.
Well, that's why I'm not white.
There's Gen X Jeff.
I'm Sicilian.
Yeah, I thought you might want a real faggot up in here.
I'm not black either. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Jeff is a straight liberal faggot Satanist, bro. I mean, look, you and
he's
him
proud of it.
can make a new book. You know?
But that you can't accuse me of that because I'm the opposite. I'm just pointing out all these things.
No, I mean, you actually have a lot
Okay.
more in common
Here's-
with Gen X Jeff
Look,
than anybody else.
Look, this is a great panel because we have those who would be in the ovens and those who would be putting people in the ovens. That's the funny part. But let's go-
Who's manning the ovens here?
It could be you.
besides
That's the
Hank?
funny part,
I know
Jeff.
Hank was up there.
Some people would say it's you. Other people would say it's me. So
Look,
Me,
if
no,
there
bro,
were
I don't-
babies going in the oven,
I don't have
it might
oven,
be you
volcano,
and
any of
Billy
that
here,
stuff.
and maybe
I don't even have a
Hank
utopia.
would join in. I don't know. Hank might figure out a metaphysical Luciferian way to get into the child sacrifice cult of.
So
Gen
I'm
X
the only
Jeff
one
and
with
Billy.
I'm
Maybe
holding
we
a
could
lighter
do it.
right now, so it's not a stretch for me to have an oven.
I mean, you might have an oven to Moloch in the backyard. I don't know.
What's up, Rant?
What's up, dog? I'm just out here fighting the good fight
I see. Yeah, I saw
against,
it.
Satan and the gay agenda.
the question is
I
the
got my
oven
popcorn.
is the oven made out of bricks or not? That's the question.
And who made the bricks?
The oven is made out of dicks to get the gays into the oven, and then you trick them. The dicks are actually brick dicks.
You
and
sound
they
like
just
you
get
know,
roasted.
like you sound well informed.
How are you gonna get them in
Voice
the
of
oven, bro?
experience.
You gotta lure them in with like a
You've
million
thought this
dicks,
through in great detail.
and they'll think, they'll
6
think they're in
million dicks
heaven.
to be
And
exact.
it's gay heaven, bro.
Well,
6
I can
million
tell
dicks.
you that everybody
million
on
dicks.
this panel has some weird eccentric interest that the only thing we can agree upon is that there's some weird accelerationism happening, and whatever your political beliefs are, we're contributing to them.
No, I'm the contrarian. I don't agree.
Yeah, but it's Gen X Jeff's contrarianism is doing
I'm
it.
the adversary. No, I don't even know what. Hey! I don't know what acceleration is, so I don't know what metric you're using or.
It's
what
when
you're
you put your
looking at
foot on the
to-
gas pedal and you go faster.
Yeah, I know what that
I've
is.
seen
But
Gen X
like
do
the
it in a weird way.
subjective sense of societal acceleration, I would need something more concrete than that.
Go get in
This
your
dude
car,
wants
start it
this
up, and push
shit
the
to
gas pedal.
collapse faster, so he's gonna lean into the punches.
I mean, if we
It's
have
like-
Rant and Gen X Jeff, and they're both
It's like
opposing-
if you're getting your ass kicked by a bully, right? He's throwing his face into the punches to try to make the beating stop faster.
Me? I have done that before.
See, I told you guys are great together. You
But
should
I don't
start
know
a
what that
channel.
has to do with acceleration.
Now we need Annapurna in the room so we can talk about how ethno-nationalism is solipsism.
Solipsism is an individual,
Okay, here's a good question.
like
Rand,
epistemological or philosophical orientation.
how come you didn't marry a Sicilian woman?
Because Sicilian women are fucking cunts.
All right. Well,
I
there's
think
your-
I agree. And then
Wait,
Annapurna is like, why doesn't everybody just stop demeaning their own women and stay in their own race? Because ethno-nationalism is solipsism and white nationalism is antinatalism. Even though I
Well,
like
that's
to
just semantics that I just have to know, like break
Mr.
down each of those words. The way
Mr.
she uses
All
it.
right, so
Mr. Blaxican, how come you didn't marry a Blaxican?
You asking me?
If I had to marry someone that's the
Why
same,
am I
gen-
this great?
if I had to marry someone with the same genetics as me, bro, I don't think it's gonna happen, bro. I got a little bit of everything,
Me
literally.
either.
Spanish, Spanish, Black, Mexican, Malian, bro. I'm lost.
What people don't want to fucking accept is the fact that the world had a fucking global empire at one time, which would mean that we would have a lot of mixed races by this point if the stories we've been told is true. You wouldn't have people isolated after a fucking unification.
I don't
So,
believe in the Tower of Babel stuff.
well, do you believe in the flood recorded by all civilizations?
This is where we disagree. It's like I don't believe in the esoteric Bible stuff. It's
Well,
like,
I mean, do you disagree with the stories found all over the
I
world
don't think
that
there was-
all match?
I
The
don't
stories
So,
exist.
yeah, the physics
I
doesn't
believe
make
that
a
the
world
stories
flood.
exist.
no
work
no
above
Cree
burn the
Kalergi
planets.
plan, no Cree brown Asian Jewish plan. It's just people are going to
So-
separate.
So you're saying that people separated after global civilization?
Is that a bad thing? I mean, the Tower of Babel can.
No,
be-
I'm saying you're
like-
saying that happened,
Hey,
and that's
something
how we
learned-
have separate races.
Something we learned today that Hilary Putnam translated Plato's Republic to say that the guardian class should be multiracial. So that's kind of weird.
Well,
That
but see,
Putnam started-
look, here's the thing, though. Here's what I want to say about the Bible. The Bible is whatever you make it, because it's always the interpretation of the Bible. Now, I know people disagree with that, but the truth is, people are using any text whatever way they want, and that's the problem. Is like,
Wait, say that last part.
Probably go in.
people can take anything and turn it into
Yeah.
anything. Like,
Yeah.
people use language as a weapon all the time. So one word you use to mean one thing means something different to somebody else. When you use legal language, it means something totally different than when you're having a
All right,
conversation.
so yo, what do you think the origin of like mankind is if you don't accept the Bible?
Monkeys,
We have limited knowledge.
lizards,
Who's we?
Who
Do you have a
knows?
turd in your pocket?
amoebas, what? The ocean, abiogenesis.
Yakub.
Jacob.
Mystery
Yakub.
true, dude.
Yakub.
Yakub,
We got
Jacob.
Yakub. What else we got? Pill Eater, where do you get your origin story if you don't believe in the Bible?
I'm not a Christian.
My mom.
No, whose story do you believe? Someone, I mean, do you believe his
Dialectic
story?
materialism.
Ooh,
Okay.
gross.
What is that? What
I'd
does
rather
that
be
say?
a Christian.
What does that say? I say
Yeah.
that materialism
trombone,
fights
Jeff.
against with one another, and that in our society we're supposed to build forward. It
Come-
could
No,
be
but
come
how,
on in,
the-
Jeff.
how did how did reality come to be? How did man come to be?
He
in
started
existence?
building things. He started.
No, but where did he
apples
come
for
from?
ladder.
Where did he
Right,
come
we have
from,
limited
Pill Eater?
knowledge.
What, so you don't know? have
Monkey.
no fucking
Christian
idea.
fuck.
Charles Darwin.
So you have no
Yeah,
fucking
not
idea.
Darwinian, not Darwinianism.
Yes.
You have no idea.
That's
I'm
my
not a
story.
Christian.
I'm
I'm not a
sticking
Christian.
with it.
Fuck.
It's not about being a Christian. It's about you have no idea of where mankind came
He is
from.
being evasive on an origin story. I do notice.
So
What do you
if
mean,
you
Jack?
have, if you have no idea and you're denying, right, the Bible,
I
right,
don't
then
want to
you're
read.
the reason why you don't know.
Well,
It's
okay,
not that there's no
here's the-
knowledge,
Listen,
JJ.
if
hold
you
on,
It's
hold on.
that
if you
you
want me to say
reject
something
it.
nice about Jesus Christ, I will say he never existed. I'm a dotricist. Jesus is a figment of our imagination, but this mythology and Jesus Christ myth helps us build things.
Well, here's the basic
See?
question. Do you think that creation came out of nothing or came out of something?
Let's
do you
put
think,
another tally for pseudo Satanism
do you think
for
that
your
God,
ideology.
do you
Always
think
with the Satanism.
But
Well,
Satanists
it's
believe in
because
Jesus.
it lines up with Satanism.
You need
No,
Satan
it doesn't.
to,
Jesus
yes,
is canon
he's the key
Satanism.
to unlocking Jesus.
Here's the thing: does a person
Jesus
that
is
doesn't
canon
believe
Satanism.
No. Here's the thing: does a person that doesn't believe in Jesus study Jesus enough to not believe in Jesus?
I did that with astrology.
Yes, Carl.
How
Kowalski.
how much did you look into Jesus?
Okay, the Jesus Christ myth or Jesus mythology.
No. How
is
much did you
illegitimate.
study it though to not believe it?
There's a whole canon of it. There's deconstructionists who believe
Right.
that.
Have
Jesus
you
How much
read the
did you
Bible?
study, though? That's a fair
That
question.
bitch the answer.
Well, let's start with
Study
this. Have
Christ?
you read the Bible?
Yes,
You've read the whole Bible.
I try to. Yeah,
You tried to,
Fuck
but
the
you haven't
Jews.
read the whole Bible.
I mean,
Read it
what,
4
there's something.
times.
What footnote you want me to look at?
Hills
So what I'm
for
saying is,
pussies.
if you haven't read the whole Bible, how do you not believe in it?
It's just
Red,
I
you
would
gotta
There's
rather
Rather
plenty of
take-
take.
people who believe in haven't read any of it, so
I would
it's
rather
irrelevant.
take Alvin Planeka's concept of God and other minds was the closest I ever got to a belief in God, but this is not what you're thinking about.
He's actually talking about reading the Bible, not
Yeah,
necessarily
there's
believing in
people
God.
who are
It's
Christians
its own
that didn't-
experience, and you've either had the
I'm
experience.
just saying,
or
like,
haven't.
have you read it?
I've
Like,
read the Bible.
I've read
but
books on magic. I've read the secret teachings of all ages. It doesn't mean I'm a fucking Luciferian. I've read the whole book.
right.
Mhm.
So what's your point?
Well,
Yeah.
you need to read the whole book to know that you don't believe it.
False.
Right?
Yeah.
No,
Why false?
you just no. You don't need to read the whole book. to know that you don't.
I mean,
believe
that's
it.
just look
Well,
up Christ
it
myth and
depends
it's
what
just
you mean
not
by
real.
believe it.
Okay, so we'll start with just that.
Well, can we ask this first? Do you
And
think
if
that
you
something
don't
came out of?
know, if you don't know, and there's people that have information that claims to know, wouldn't you start to do research into that information to figure out if they actually know? And
You
would
think-
you know if you did the research and found out? Which you didn't, because you don't know.
Neurojack, answer your
Reach
question.
out
Bro.
Bibles.
You've been trying to ask.
And
a question.
Rant left the room. Rant
So,
left.
so here's
Maybe
a
got
Well,
question.
we don't know what happened technically.
So does anyone here think that creation came out of nothing? Do you think nothing came? There was nothing, and then creation came out of nothing, and then we're
Do
here.
you
or
count
do you
the
think?
Big Bang? as
Yes,
part of
yes. Yeah, creation
Okay,
came on
Rant's
nothing.
here.
Okay, yeah. So I think that
It's
that's a
still
fundamental
happening.
starting place. Like, do you think that something came from nothing, or that something created everything else?
So something came from nothing and still happening to this very day. So
If you mean the Big Bang, we don't. they don't know what came before.
Well, okay, so
that could
Just
be
elaborate
nothing. It
on
could be
that,
something
Hank.
before that. So I guess I'm agnostic there.
well, hold on. Let me ask Hank because he's the most sure of himself. How do you think? How do you think
Other
you
than
can?
Rant?
Well, I mean, on the no God thing. So, how do you think that it's possible that there's no mind that created creation? How do you come to that? conclusion?
well, I didn't say there's no mind create. No, it comes
Why
from
does it
nothing,
need a
but there's a
mind?
root mind.
Even if there's
So-
creation, why would it need a mind?
Yeah.
That's a weird hypothesis to
So
draw.
nothing's the background. So
Hank doesn't have the
even
answers.
if so I assume mind, but nothing's the background where everything comes from. So yeah, there's still God there.
So if you guys were walking in a fucking desert and found a Rolex watch, would you look at it and be like, this Rolex watch just appeared by its own accord? Or would you say someone had to have created this? That is the
Jew
question.
lost his watch. A Jew in the desert lost his watch.
See, JG would not even be worried about it. He'd be trying to pawn the watch.
It's called the diamond water paradox. That means what would you take in the desert, water or diamonds? You know, if you take the diamonds, you might die. If you take the water, it could save your life. Libertarians love using that argument.
You know that
I could burn
I
diamonds
would
though.
take the water.
I could burn
just-
diamonds. It's carbon.
I mean, that's the paradox of diamond water paradox is what is of value? It shows you that value is
Life.
bullshit.
A Jew would take the diamonds. They're willing
More
to
than
die
that.
for the money. Okay.
Well,
was
here's the
easy.
thing. Well, hold on. Here's the thing, though. Like, if you think that there's
Blind
no God,
watchmaker.
if you think that there's no God that started everything into motion, then everything that you presuppose about the world around you is totally different than if you do assume that there was something that created everything.
I agree. That is a
If
huge
you don't believe
bifurcation
in a
point.
God that created everything, then you haven't been paying attention your entire fucking life.
I agree.
Okay.
I think people can't accept that some things are unknowable.
Yeah, for some reason they can't.
Sure, but
Some
no,
people who don't know shit can't accept that other people do know the shit that they don't. Therefore,
you
they
have to
claim
you have to
things
convince
are
them that you know it.
unknowable.
You have to prove that, dude.
Prove what?
You have to persuade them that you know it. You could do it through logical argument,
Well,
evidence.
the way I know it is
rhetorical
when I tell
persuasion,
you it.
pathos, etc. But you
If I
still
tell
have
you
to get
something-
somebody else to kind of.
If I tell you
concede to
something that
same
I
reality.
know, if I tell you something that I know, right? And then your response is, right? You can't know that. No one can know that. Well, then how the fuck did I just tell you?
well, watch. I'll ask
Because
Hank.
you are making it up. You're trying to scam me. That's how.
Hank,
You don't know it. You pretend you know it.
Just
to
tell me
convince
saying
something
I
you
don't
think you
know.
know. Just
let
give me
me
an
ask Hank.
example.
Let
of
me
All
ask
right,
Hank.
Hank.
Hold on.
Hank is black.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I mean,
Yeah.
he is. I mean, like
I
biologically.
think it's time for karaoke.
Right,
Hank,
but I
Hank,
mean-
hold on. I want
Black
I mean,
man, black
socially,
man.
Hank is white.
Hank, give me a stillman argument of why God must have come before creation. Go ahead.
You are obsessed.
What the must have come before creation? Stillman. Well, most things, pretty much everything you know can't create itself. So we need something that can create itself, and we call that God.
Do you think that it's possible that there was no God? Like, do you think it's possible that the universe came into existence without a God?
Yes.
Yeah, but how would a multiverse come into existence without God?
It could all be part of a natural process
Yeah, and that would be God still.
that we just don't fully understand.
But it has to be organized, which requires something to put it together, right?
Well, matter organizes itself all the time.
Could Newton? I mean, actually, I hate this argument, but I'll just use it because you'll take it. Can Newton do what he did without some rules that are imposed on this existence?
No, because it has to be random, and we can't discern randomness. We can't.
Are you talking about the physical laws of physics?
Yeah, what holds the rules of reality in place? And who define them?
God, but not Yahweh, because Yahweh's running about not having control.
As much as I like Machine Lies because he's a Muslim and does critical theory, I was hoping people would talk about critical theory and not Christian fuck shit. But
you are a fucking coward.
What about
it? Like, okay,
That's a guy that won't turn their camera on.
Here's the funny part.
I don't have a camera.
Here's the
I'll make you a camera.
As much as I like Muslims,
I'll throw it out.
Critical, whatever.
Because you're a coward.
No, because it's got gayness on it.
Wait, let him finish.
I came here for critical theory and electronic music, but it looks like 5 or 6 of the people here are not into that. What I'm here into the.
Well, hang on. This is the first time you even brought up critical theory, so don't fault us for something that we had no idea you were here to talk about. Don't pull that.
Yeah, well, I got critical on your theory.
Earlier. We can talk about it, but I don't know who here.
I was very critical on your theory. Okay.
No, it's not.
Tell me I was not critical on your theory.
Christian fuck. Post-libertarian,
you're making a lot of assumptions.
So, like, that would be equivalent to me saying that you come out here and just try to about being a libertarian fuck.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like. It sounds more emotional than
absolutely right here.
So is it about Christian nonsense or is it about anti-liberal nonsense?
When I come on the Machine Lie show, we're talking about critical theory, whether it's from the French or the analytical. Then we put in the religion part. But it seems like people put religion first, and they talk about this mumbo jumbo.
Oh, hold on. Where was the fucking script for this show?
Hold on, guys. Who are basically ethno-nationalists using Christian Wignat theory. So it's really funny is that I feel like my time is being wasted by like dumb.
Oh, my bad, bro. I didn't know you were a co-host of the show today.
Yes, I am. I've always been invited.
You always has been. I see.
That's true. That's factual.
Respect, guys.
Let's simmer down.
Order in the court.
Here.
You will. You will listen to me.
Let's simmer down. I want to hear from my friend Adam Lanza because he has not said a peep. So please, Adam.
He's no friend to anybody.
Chime in.
Yo, just been listening to you guys. You know,
sure.
I ain't really got much to add. I mean, I think a lot of points Rant's been making have been pretty fucking hilarious and accurate. And yeah, just enjoying hearing your guys' arguments.
For sure. And
why can't you guys reason? Why does it got to be debate and arguments? Why can't you just fucking reason?
Why can't he just change his name to Ass Eater?
That's actually a good one. But seriously, all of you guys don't know critical theory, and I shame on.
How do you know what we know or not? We didn't even start the conversation.
Gen X, you came in late.
You didn't even start the conversation, and you're already convinced we don't know a topic that we haven't even begun to discuss.
Yeah, Gen X, you came in
late.
How
can we take you in good faith at all now?
Because Gen X, it's you came in late. I know you're a Satanist.
Oh, okay.
But it's like the point in the being is that I can't trust everybody on the Machine Lies because there's always some byproduct of being a Christian fuck or religious nutcase into ethno-nationalism.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are ethno-national. I don't know where that came from.
Yeah, because there's this wignattery that comes from the J. Dyer Jim Bob shit that gets pedaled down into here, and we want to talk about critical theory and Marxism and socialism. And
I'm familiar with the J. Dyer stuff, but I don't know who on here is part of that. Neurojack?
I mean, I'm just saying this is like why I come on here. So
I think he's talking about
the
you.
Public about Rorty and Putnam, and instead I'm hearing Grant calling me Ass Eater, which,
Kind of funny, kind of amusing. I can't really address or speak to that rant.
Yeah, but I will say pussy eater. I like that one.
But no,
But
if you're
yeah.
not having the experience here you want to have, I guess you're well within your rights to vent,
Right.
complain, leave, find
Yes.
another panel. But
Well,
I don't know Machine's panel is all that structured ever anyway.
Well, that's
so
why
to
I
have
like
these
Machine
very
Lives, because
fixed
I think
expectations of it.
I think it's funny on the Machine Live show is that he begins the show, he listens to cool rap, cool electronic music, talk about cutting edge theory, and then around 10, 11 o'clock, we get these Wignut fuckheads in the chat, and they seem to be talking about nonsense because one, if they did go to college, they went to state school. Two, never got their MA. Three, never considering getting a PhD. Four, have not written a book or any interesting. And five, I don't know. But that's the
How
point.
new are you to the Paddleverse? Yeah, I would agree to all of that.
But here's the funny part. It's family. And because we're family, I can call each other gay, whatever. And that's the whole point. Is that it's just like Illuminati Tommy coming in the room, just venting or whatever. Mr. I-Fi Conservatarian doing his thing. And then you have some gang stalkers or not. But the entire point is that I thought we're supposed to learn about something. But instead I'm hearing retarded gay shit all the time. But I don't know.
That's where I came up because y'all were talking retarded gay shit before I even came up.
I mean, that's the
what
part
I
of
was-
Jeff
culture.
loves
I enjoy
gay
it.
retarded.
But
like
talk to
I
Machine
like
because
it.
it's his panel. Ultimately,
I mean, but I like
I'm
it.
sure he
Don't- I
wouldn't
come
mind
from
if you took the lead. If you want to
I
lead the
come from
conversation in a
YTM&D.
different
Hill Eater
direction.
is a name from YTMND.com, so I understand the culture in 2009. But I also know about white nationalism. I also know about some of the harder sex. And a lot of that shit I see over and over again. And I just feel like people really don't learn from their mistakes. And it's fun to see the same libertarian ethno-nationalist shit be peddled in all the time. Just saying.
I have a question for the Speaker of the House.
Yes?
All right, so I just want to know, if a squirrel ran up the left leg of your pants and came down the right leg, would he come down hungry?
No.
Well, on that note, let's play a couple songs here and then we'll get into this Trump video because I want to get into some of these revelations or whatever about the alt-right and the QAnon conspiracy and stuff. So we'll move it along here with what we're doing and
QAnon.
stop all the infighting. Exactly, Jeff. You know what I mean? This is gonna blow your mind. I think it might connect some dots for you, maybe. You know what I mean?
All right.
It'll blow that
Yeah,
mind
we'll
between
figure
them
it
two
out.
antlers right there.
Exactly.
Jeff, have you been crying, bro? Your eyes is bloodshot as fuck.
Can we get a
Crying?
Baphomet kiss? Can we get a
from
Baphomet?
laughing, if anything?
No,
I
I
hope you're
think
not
it's
crying.
whatever
His
he's
eyes are
sipping
always
on.
red.
He's sipping on that scissor. You know what I mean? It's that
Yeah.
codeine.
And we have to have all the other people in the chat come in the room so we can have like 20 people.
What do they drink? What do they drink down
Yeah,
in
not just
Louisiana,
be on the
Jeff?
screen.
What do they drink in New Orleans? New Orleans.
They drinking that lean.
I call it New Orleans. New
Well,
Orleans
there's
is
5 or 6
called. I
different
say
ways to
New
say
Orleans.
New Orleans.
Get it?
New Orleans.
Orleans.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice
yeah.
way to say.
Jeff, can we get one Baphomet kiss before we go to break?
Sure, I could take us out on a Baphomet. Look, like I said, like would they get a Jesus like this instead of the one in the robes with the long hair, the hippie hair?
Yeah.
Y'all
Yo,
might have
Jeff.
some competition on your hands, but until then, this is where the masculinity
Yo, Jeff,
is.
if I ever see one of them Baphomets in public, bro, I'm gonna sledgehammer the fuck out of that shit, dog.
Well, they did that. The one in the Capitol somebody did destroy. And I'm
Bro,
glad they
I
did.
will
It was
fucking,
ugly.
I will smash Baphomets on sight, bro, like a op.
Well, that's vandalism.
You
Religious
entered my
tolerance,
trap
my
card.
brother. Respect and tolerance.
He said a sledgehammer.
Yo, I'm about to start
Bro.
treating this religion shit like I used to treat the gang shit, bro. We're about to start fucking just banging on ops, bro. I'm not playing no more.
Oh,
We're gonna start
there could be a lot of paper mache
Well, I look
Baphomets
forward to this.
around
day.
town. That'd just be
Is that
hilarious.
is that Fed status or is that something else?
All right. Well, we're
Just
we're
play
gonna
the
take
Trump
a break
video.
here for
Baphomet
everyone,
Gaemi.
and then we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, give us like 10 minutes. Give me like 10 minutes for the 25 people that are here. Thank you so much. It's past midnight, so I appreciate you guys being here.
Sets of footprints placed ahead of the dirt, softened from teardrops, and overlooking the earth as the son of a moon, protected by a force field of pure thought. On this I stand. A rally of unemployed, disgruntled words spawned from long journeys through somewhere that only caused me pain as I strained my soul, cramming it with light so I could bring some there. I bleed the blood of a cold stone that roams without a shadow. I'm only deep enough to realize that I'm shallow. My head, I keep it up, but it's hard to keep it straight when you don't believe in love and you just can't cope with hate. Metal rust, leaves turn into dust as the difference between love and lust clarifies its trust. If you only had an hour to sum your whole life up, would you spend that hour saying that an hour ain't enough? I've escaped the shell that bound me to cowardice. Now I'm faithful to the wind, but compared to it I'm powerless. The first step was made, and it was a fair accomplishment. The pond was sitting still, so I threw a rock in it, and as my reflection rippled, it all became clear. Seasons always change, so there's no reason for fear. We made an autobiography of our pivotal years. It's all I got, and I'm giving it to you because I care. See, a lot of the time, humans as artists exist in a self-projected state of falsehood. We're either too close to our image to be objective in our perception, or too far away to be subjective in any matter. This only widens the void that social conformity introduced to our souls at birth. And so I write. But I don't write without the intention of objectivity or attention on the image, but only as an omnidirectional bridge between the several floating tunnel-structured realities present in comparable space and time. See, I don't write for the future, I write about the future, for the present. I write with my past, about the future, for the present. On this I stand, the oasis of a limbo, adjacent to my generation, facing out the window, waiting for some ventilation, patient while the wind blows, graceful in its demonstration, overall innovation. I stand, a fountain of youth, sovereignty, 1,000 syllables more than a pound of flesh, a deep breath of achievement, a dream and a wake-up call, another haul of the quest. On this I stand, a letter to civilization. On this I stand, the purity of creation. On this I stand, a paradigm for self. On this I stand, a thank you for your help. On this I stand, my firstborn child. On this I stand, something for now. On this I stand, love, death, hate, I stand. An album, glad you can relate. Peace.
Abusing the term. I just want to remind those who follow my work over the years and new viewers that the term deep state has been completely co-opted by the same people it was coined to describe, like Alex Jones.
I talked to one of the top 5 people in the CIA repeatedly.
Peter Dale Scott has published books over decades covering the role of the deep state as opposed to the public state, rejecting the label of conspiracy theory. He uses the phrase deep politics to describe his political concerns. To my knowledge, Scott coined the term deep state in 2014. Scott published.
Yeah, and actually the term, you know, the Discordian term Illuminati is interesting from the, you know, work of Bill Cooper, you know, but also I think shadow government is simplistic enough term. You know, I don't think it really needs to be refined into deep state or anything like that. Shadow government, you know, that's really what it is. I think that's the best way to describe something like this. You know, it's the most practical way of describing it. You know, if you have to you know, ask the question who benefits, then all questions of practicality have to be, you know, going out of the window, right? You have to address the whole connections and how people benefit from what's happening, right? And the QAnon narrative is a similar thing.
Well, you got to question who is the people that is controlling the government like puppets, right? What is that exactly? Because yeah, right, it's a shadow government, but like, how does that operate exactly? Because if we're not voting these people in as the government, and the government's being controlled, then how does this shadow government operate? How do they keep that in control? And when you pull on that thread, that's when you get into, you know what I'm saying, secret societies, right? That's when you get into, you know what I mean, secret rites, initiations, occult mysticism, Satanism, Luciferianism. And that's what you'll find at the root of all of this shit around the world. I know this because I've done it. And so if that's what's actually controlling all of the governments, all of the religious organizations that are popular and accepted, right? Even the Freemasons consider themselves accepted and free, right? So at the end of the day, these accepted religions that you can be, that the public will accept. Because if you're some crazy shit, most people will be like, oh, what the fuck is that?
In America, you could even be crazy. You accept all the religions here.
No, but I mean, look, when you go to a group of fucking people and you're like, I'm a Satanist at a barbecue, most people are like, oh, you're a fucking asshole.
No, I do that.
Unless you're at a Satanist barbecue. You probably don't go to like normal fucking human being places.
Nobody cares.
Listen, bro, you ain't coming to no barbecues that I'm at, all right? I'm just saying.
Probably not.
I don't fucking eat and fucking sup at the table with fucking those who worship demons. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Do you eat at all?
You certainly have.
Or are you AI?
I do eat.
Okay.
I don't eat a lot. I'm not like a glutton of food, but I eat food, yeah, to live. You know what I mean? I'm more concerned with feeding my kids than I am with eating, to be honest. I want to make sure they eat.
Are you feeding them? Are you able to feed them?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Well, why are you concerned?
Bro, Well, the thing is, in my day, I'm more concerned with like my priorities are feeding them.
Oh, like larger concerns.
Yeah, like I won't even think about eating, and you know what I mean. Like I consider my children's needs above my own.
I think
most
that's
of the
noble,
time.
man. And I
It's
think
not noble. It's just fucking normal.
Well, I think it is. I think society would benefit from more
People have to
with
stop
that
getting
mentality.
participation trophies, and people have to stop giving them out.
Yeah, we
People
didn't
have
have
to do the
my
right
generation.
thing, and those who don't do the right thing should be put on fucking blast. You know what I mean?
Well, but right according to who? Because we have laws, so we have
You
legal
don't
rights.
need anyone to tell you what's right.
Yeah, you make an argument for me. So there's
You don't.
need
You
people
really
to put
don't.
others on blast.
Everybody generally knows what's right and wrong, and
Yeah, I think so.
it's their own beliefs and mind and life experiences that then filter that original fucking understanding into what they do. See, what people know and believe inside of themselves, it doesn't always line up with what they do. Most of the time it don't. And a lot of people get confused by this.
Well, I don't know what's inside of somebody. I can only go by what they do.
You only know what's inside of you. I mean, is there
Yeah.
nothing that you do, right? You do it, but you don't fucking inside of yourself. You know it's wrong, but you don't care. You do it anyway. Like for me, right? I smoke cigarettes, right? I know it's going to kill me.
Yeah.
But I don't care.
I think
You know what I mean?
in general, people that do wrong know they're doing wrong. People
Like
know
I
when they're
know
lying. They
that
know
the
when they're
cigarettes are
stealing.
bad. I know they're bad, right? I don't try to make excuses for the cigarettes and be like, oh, it's, you know, I got good genes. That's cognitive dissonance. I smoke cigarettes. I know they're bad. It is what it is. Right?
Well, at least you could take accountability for it.
That is not cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is if I believe that I can smoke cigarettes and I'm not going to die because I have good genes. It's when you lie to yourself. That's cognitive dissonance. You sell yourself that what you're doing is actually not bad for you. You see?
Well, Rand, believe it or not, there's people that actually want to watch this video. I didn't think that we were.
Oh, my bad, bro. I was going off on.
No, mine too. I had the same impression.
Published
So
a book
I'll go back on mute.
featuring his updated and new research called The American Deep State, well before the term deep state was hijacked by the pro-Trump QAnon psyop. I would argue that one of the objectives of QAnon has been to co-opt the term and divert attention away from Scott's work. This also has created confusion and helped to discredit the term deep state by associating it with QAnon, fake news, and kooks that are featured in this video, while at the same.
Now we were talking about how the you know, obviously the term conspiracy theory I think was created by the CIA, and then the term you know, psyop, right? And all of that is prominent in a paper by Vallely and Aquino, and also in his book Mind War. And then there's the term Illuminati that's created by the Discordians, right? Like what's it called? Robert Anton Wilson. Yep.
Illuminati was coined by like Weishaupt, wasn't it?
Yeah. But I'm saying the psyop of it, you know, where they made it like a play out of it, and then they made like a joke out of it.
Oh, the psyop. Yeah.
Yeah, the psyop of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's found in their own document.
Yeah, but you're right. Yeah, Weishaupt in the 16th century, you know, the Bavarian Illuminati. That's right.
But the psyop, like they in their own documents were calling shit psyop. Psychological operations was the term that they used to classify these, you know, these military operations that were being carried out.
Right.
Prior to World War, and then they were even more heavily carried out after World War II when you had Operation Paperclip. The Nazi scientists came over and started giving us all kinds of extra technology in those fields as well. You know what I mean? There was also shit that was being developed with IBM down in South America to create essentially Neuralink. They were human mind interface brain chips that they were working on, and that's back in the fucking, I believe, the late 60s.
Yeah, that's when they started with. Yeah, that's when they started the with the
After
computer.
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, yeah. That's when they had computers. They had cybernetics. They had behavioral psychology. They had all those things linked up in MK Ultra. So all these things were linked up. You
And
know,
that was
analytic.
IBM.
Yeah,
So
it's
who
a
was in charge of IBM
yeah,
at that time?
it's a triple doom of analytic philosophy, cybernetics, in terms of science, and also behavioral psychology. These triple shit from the Stanford Research Institute and all
B.F.
those things.
Skinner.
They were
Yeah,
doing
exactly.
They were doing research also in like Canada.
Yeah, that's why the guy I'm in X Files. You know, the guy's named I think his name's Skinner, right? Isn't it?
Scully and Mulder and Scully.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the guy
There's a
who they
guy
work.
Skinner.
Yeah, the guy they work for, right?
There was a lot of operations, bro, under Project Montauk and Project MK Ultra, Project Monarch, not Montauk. That was the one where they were phasing the fucking ship into a different vibrational frequency, and dudes got melted into the frame of the ship. But that was Tesla technology. But that, I'm talking Monarch. Project Monarch and Project MK Ultra were the two main mind control, basically Manchurian candidate assassin type of programs that they were running in the 80s, I believe.
And time, the people behind Q are still using the term for political gain to those who have bought into the QAnon sale. For those familiar with the subject and followers of my work will notice that Q's complete blackout of the deep political connections to Donald Trump, and they will twist the narrative that those behind and supporting Donald Trump are fighting the deep state. This is a complete lie. And the QAnon
Yeah, that's one of the main things that I don't know if you guys some people in the chat are familiar, but one of the constant claims that this group had was that there was people inside the government, like, you know, General Michael Flynn and all these people that were white hats called, you know. So they said there was good people inside of the deep state that were going to expose the deep state. That was their that's basically the essential nub of QAnon, you know.
But yo, we always knew QAnon was always bullshit because, like, the true origin of QAnon, I was basically around the people that originated what QAnon was originally in the beginning before it was taken and ran with. Like, and we knew it was bullshit when it was created. This shit originated out of the Cicada 3301 groups. And when it originated, we knew it was bullshit.
What are those groups?
Well, you could look into that.
Cicada.
But there was a dude on
you
the
could
internet
just tell me if you were part
that
of it.
was doing the puzzles, and he basically fucking was right there when it was created. It was all fucking psyop bullshit.
What's it called? Cicada what?
Cicada 3301, bro. It was an internet ARG puzzle. It was for like cryptography. They were trying to find the fucking most intelligent people and shit, and it was all crazy psyop shit. It got real squirrely. Then it got hijacked by another dude. There was a fucking
Wait, they thought they would be on 4chan? That the most intelligent people?
No, it wasn't on 4chan, bro. This was
the first puzzle started January 4th, 2012 on 4chan.
Listen, this was an ARG, right? And they were putting up, like, they were fucking spray painting like cicadas and QR codes all over the fucking world. And that's how this shit started. It was a puzzle, a cryptography puzzle.
Wow.
And then it got hijacked. It ran
kinda
for
cool,
like its first year. And nobody really knows who the fuck started it in that first year. But then we know that it got hijacked, right, by other people that were claiming that they were these people and they weren't them, right? And there was a whole fucking puzzle. There was people creating all kinds of crazy shit. You know what I mean? I was following along with it, solving shit, helping solve shit. You know what I mean? I was involved with it at that time. And fucking the shit got crazy. But we knew, anyone that was in that community knew that the QAnon was bullshit right off the rip. Because we knew the people that created it were straight bullshit artists.
And they were from that community.
Yeah. And even some of these people tried to come into this community, and I called them out immediately.
The Panelverse community?
Yeah, they tried to come into this channel. I put them on blast.
Wow.
I knew their past. I was in all kinds of circles, doing all kinds of shit. I have many fucking names, bro. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I'm some of these motherfuckers' worst enemy. They didn't even know it yet.
Wow. Well, it sounds very dramatic.
It's dramatic, bro. Life is dramatic.
Yeah, oh, I'm not going to argue for that at all.
If you don't got no fucking passion inside of you, you might not even be a human being. You might be a fucking NPC.
That's hard to argue with.
You know what I'm saying? I've been through a lot of shit in life.
Mm-hmm.
We gonna watch this video though, Jeff? I don't want to rant.
I don't believe you, but
psyops.
yeah, let's see what this
In
old white
fact,
guy has to say.
part of a real deep state. Anyone pushing this idea that QAnon is legit is misinformed, a troll, a kook, or a disinformation agent. QAnon is in part an attack on Peter Dale Scott and real researchers who have been exposing the deep state for decades.
For those of you unfamiliar with my work and who I am, my name is Josh Reeves, and I'm a radio talk show host as well as a documentary filmmaker. And back in September of 2007, I began my radio show entitled The Global Reality with Josh Reeves. And on the second show that I ever hosted, I had a guest on my program by the name of Professor Peter Dale Scott. Now, during the course of this conversation, Professor Scott and I talked about, the various groups that are generally held in reverence as being part of the power structure in New World Order related research. And so we get to talking about the various groups that most people talk about, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission. And during that interview, Professor Scott said, well, there's actually a group that has maintained more power and control now than even the CFR, and they're a more secretive and powerful version of that is mostly made up of people on the right wing side of things. And I've sort of been on this trek since then of really uncovering the group, finding out who is this group, the Council for National Policy, what do they control, what have they been involved in the past, and what are the implications of a group like this operating in secrecy right in front of our faces.
This is what Peter Dale Scott has to say in regards to what the deep state is. Quote, it refers to a parallel secret government organized by the intelligence and security apparatus, financed by drugs and engaging in illicit violence to protect the status and interests of the military against threats from intellectuals, religious groups, and occasionally the constitutional government. Then he's referring to one of his books, and he says, I adapt the term somewhat to refer to a wider interface in America between the public, the constitutional established state, and the deep forces behind it of wealth, power, and violence outside the government. You might call it the back door of the public state giving access to dark forces outside the law. If we just take a look at the cover of one of Scott's books, the subtitle says, Attack on US Democracy. So who is attacking democracy? Who has been undermining election results? Who tried to overturn an election? Who stopped the peaceful transfer of power on January the 6th? Who attempted a coup? This book was published in 2014. before any of that happened. Now let's take a look at Jerome Corsi. Corsi is operated as an agent of this deep state apparatus described by Scott, and coincidentally just happens to have co-opted the term in the manner described earlier, using the term in the title of one of his disinformation-filled books.
About 3 years ago, a group of generals came to me, and it was explained to me they were ready to conduct a coup d'etat. They were ready to move Barack Obama from office with military force. And then a few weeks later, I got another call and said that they were reconsidering.
Yeah, by the way, this is a regular thing that Jerome Corsi claims. He says that he's gotten all these messages from Mossad, from people higher than Mossad. He's gotten all these calls from intelligence, and they've told him that a coup is going to happen and all that. He makes these grandiose claims, so he's known for doing this, for spreading what appears to be just deliberate misinformation, disinfo, in other words, right? He just sells. He's a peddler of basically made up inner circle information that he peddles to people, right? And he's so one of the places he's been doing this is on the Alex Jones show, right? But anyways,
You know why they were reconsidering? Because they talked to Donald Trump. And Trump agreed that he would run. And they agreed that if he would run, they would conduct their coup d'etat as a legitimate process, rooting out the traitors within government. And that pact between the military and Donald Trump has held. As we've been interpreting and watching, and Alex has been following QAnon is military intelligence and close to Trump.
So who is Corsi referring to? Well, in previous investigations, I've established key links to various retired generals who just so happen to be part of this same deep state network. One key link is a General Paul Vallely, who I've covered in depth in a previous video titled QAnon Psychological Operation, featuring Vallely confirming what Corsi previously stated about QAnon being military intelligence. I describe it more accurately as a military psychological operation against the American people.
General Vallely, I have a question for you from our chat room on the American Radio fan page. Do you know who the individual calling himself or themselves, if it's an organizational effort, Q? What do you know about that? Was that part of the PSYOP? What are you at liberty to say? Or is it a bunch of bunk?
Well, let me just tell you the QAnon's tied to information. And it comes out of a group called the Army of Northern Virginia. Okay?
Yep.
Now, this is a group of military intelligence specialists of over 800 people that advise the president.
And so,
the president doesn't have a lot of confidence in the CIA or even the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, as much anymore. So he relies on these real operators. Most of them are special operations type of people.
Yep.
And so this is where Q picks up and gets some of their information, as I understand it.
Special ops? Sure sounds like the deep state to me. Corsi was a significant promoter of QAnon, as were many others involved in this network. Corsi presented himself as the official decoder of Q's drops and tried to give context to Q that often promoted the same talking points and narratives used to deceive people into and maintain support for Donald Trump and giving supporters false hope and leading them down conspiracy theory rabbit holes. Vallely is linked to PSYOPs in the military along with Michael Aquino, the Pentagon's military analyst program. He worked for Fox News as the senior military analyst. Post 9/11, promoting support for the Bush administration's neocon war on terror. Vallely also promoted anti-Obama conspiracy theories, including the birther conspiracy theory that was promoted by Jerome Corsi and was the issue that catapulted Donald Trump into the political spotlight. The birther conspiracy theories were likely an effort to delegitimize Obama's legal right to be president and used as justification for a coup, resulting in Obama's removal from office. Vallely publicly stated he would lead a coup against Obama, something Corsi mentioned in the clip played previously, and described by Scott as something a, quote, deep state would be involved in. Vallely was pushing QAnon conspiracy theories and stating that Q gets intel from the military, specifically the Army of Northern Virginia. So there is a considerable crossover between Corsi and Vallely. One interesting claim Vallely made involves the next general.
How did you get Donald Trump on your show 3 times prior to the election? How did you pull that off?
All right. I never tell this on my own show, and this will probably end up being news tomorrow, but you deserve it. I know folks that are part of Delta Force, and I know people that are part of covert action in the Defense Department and the CIA. And quite frankly, they've given me authorization to talk about this. I have never been in the CIA. I have never been part of covert operations, but separately, I've had family. I've had family that got like 7 silver stars and stuff like that, but it's all classified. Some of the highest decorated people in the country. I'm very proud of those people. They're a lot more manly than I am, and most of them are dead. But people involved in regime changes, you name it. Right here in Texas, fighting hard for the Republic. And I was basically contacted by groups inside the Special Forces operations in Florida, inside breakaway groups inside the Central Intelligence Agency, and groups basically behind American industry, and that they had briefed the president, or now then candidate Trump, and that they wanted to attempt a counter coup against the globalists. And so I'm just revealing to you here on air that I was recruited by patriot elements inside the shadow government.
But this is what got Donald Trump to say, I got to be on this guy's show?
Donald Trump was advised by the Special Forces Command out of Florida. They said
to go on your program.
Special Operations Command in Florida, the Delta Force, Army, Black Ops. They said, sir, you need to go with Alex Jones, and you need to rally the troops. And they briefed him. They showed him the documents, and they said, we need you to run. And the Delta Force basically asked Trump. Delta Force, founded by General Boykin and Schumacher and people like Dr. C. Pachenik of Psychological Operations of the CIA. They basically delivered the message to Trump with all the dossiers and all the proof of what was happening. And he just said, you're highly recommended. All I can say is we're going to be talking a lot more because he was being briefed by top generals. I'm not going to say the name on what we're doing. And it's not that I'm even special. I'm willing to say this. I'm willing to do this. I wasn't directed by anybody. I was just aware of the operations. I was studying it. As you know, you're a Navy guy yourself. And we just did what we had to do. We did a counter coup against them.
We got a lot of other big sources in the military.
Yeah, so Alex Jones, pretty interesting commentary from him, saying parroting the exact same lines, about getting information within the deep state, shadow government, counter coup, and he's gotten this special information. Jerome Corsi's getting information from Mossad, and they're spreading all of this. So it's very, very interesting. that they're claiming this, right? Obviously, it's a secret operation, right? But they're announcing it on the radio. That's very interesting. How's that work? How's that work?
It's all psyop, bro.
It's fake and gay.
Fake and gay. Fake and gay.
But yo, you see how
Fake
they
and
tried to
gay.
spin the QAnon shit, like, and take ownership of it? I put you a video in the back chat that'll give you the actual story behind the whole shit. And so, like, just the fact that they took the name and, like, tried to fucking take ownership of it. It started out as a fucking ARG. It was like a meme, bro, that a YouTuber created. And I knew this because I was in that community, like, while it was fucking literally created. It's like, imagine if you, TML, right? You create a meme, right? You create a meme. And then that meme goes viral and gets picked up by a psyop and gets taken over.
Well, it's interesting because that's what Dr. Lestat was saying. When he came on the show, he was talking about hyperstition.
That did happen.
How memes get hijacked.
It did happen.
Yeah, that's exactly the subject. So yeah.
Yo, the devil will lie to you, bro, and tell you the truth. You know what I mean? It is true. That is what happened. You know what I mean? If you really want to know, that video I sent in the back chat, that's the video that you watch and you'll figure it all out. I'll tell you the whole story. There was a bunch of different stories. It was like the dude made appearances, I think, on like fucking Vice, bro. And this was before all this shit was real crazy. He was like, yo, I created it. It's bullshit. I don't know what the fuck it is now. But yo, it's the same shit that like it was like a reverse cicada. It was like these motherfuckers took over cicada, and then like some shit that this dude created got taken over by the psyop. It's nutty, bro. The story's nutty. There's a lot of fuckery going on too. People dying, all kinds of crazy shit, bro. I mean, people don't understand, bro. The YouTube streets used to be real crazy. It's like, yo, people were literally getting
murked out here.
Yo, people were just getting murked. Yo, it was crazy, bro. You had Isaac Happy was coming out here on these streets, bro. He's fucking murked, bro. Like, shit was fucking, shit was nutty. All right. But they ramped their censorship up to a whole nother fucking level, bro. And they don't even care what you do anymore. But before that, when it was the YouTube Wild West, like you just get like, yo, people were getting legit smoked because they couldn't, like, you know what I mean? It was crazy. There was a lot of crazy shit, bro. People have no fucking idea, bro. It's all kinds of hack fuckery, bro. It was madness. Madness, bro. That's why I keep my distance from this crazy shit. You know what I mean? I come back time and time to try to fucking save some motherfuckers from this madness. You know what I mean? Try to break it down. But people don't have no fucking ears no more.
You got music behind you. But yeah, it's funny.
Men's watching The Lord of the Rings #3, dog. You know what I mean? I sleep to the beautiful sounds of warfare, okay?
Sounds like a good title for a song.
Yo, it is a good title for a song. You know what I mean? You gotta sleep to the beautiful sounds of warfare, bro. Unfortunately, we are born into a war that we didn't start. It's just the way it is. It's the fucking crazy reality that we just, you know what I mean? It's like there's animals out there in the world, right? You know, there's a motherfucking chicken walking around somewhere that doesn't realize that it's part of a food chain for a fucking snake. You know what I mean? It was born into a battle that it didn't know it was born into. You know what I mean? And since the chicken never fucking dealt with none of them snakes, bro, it didn't know what a snake really is about. So it saw the snake yoked it, bro. And that's the end of the fucking chicken. But there's other kinds of animals. You know what I mean? There's a mongoose. There's a honey badger. You know what I mean? Honey badgers been dealing with snakes. They evolved. You know what I mean? They're immune to the venom, bro. They go up to the snake, bite its fucking head off, bro. Maybe get bit a few times, pass out from the venom, wake up, eat the snake. You know what I mean? Honey badger don't give a fuck. I'm just saying. It's just wild in the hood. People don't know where they at, bro. We can't be standing still on a moving train. You know what I mean? That's a dope line from Vinny Paz, bro.
Yeah, I think he copped that from Howard Zinn.
Howard Zinn?
Yeah.
I don't know Howard Zinn. Who's that?
He wrote a pretty famous book called People's History of the United States or something like that. Yeah. When he Vinny Paz made a song where he broke down the entire book. He like rapped the key points that he made in that book.
Yeah, yo, Can't Stand Still on a Moving Train wasn't necessarily a bar. I think he just kind of like spoke the words during a track.
Yeah, he spoke the words from Howard Zinn's book.
I think it was on like Gods of the Serengeti or some shit.
Yeah,
or one of them fucking.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not positive.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's based on People's History of the United States. The quote by Howard Zinn is, "You can't be neutral on a moving train." You know, that's from his.
That might even be what he said, bro. I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah, that is what he says.
But yo, it's basically like, you know, you can't stand still, bro, on a moving train. You're moving. You know what I mean? You're on the train.
Yeah. And also the Razkaz song, "Nature of the Threat." If you guys haven't heard, that's also a crazy song where he raps from prehistory to modern age. The We Was Kang's narrative. You know, it's a very, very interesting presentation that he gives. Very deep presentation there. There's not a lot of rap songs like those two, "Nature of the Threat" and also "You Can't Be Neutral on a Moving Train." Those are some two crazy songs, but yeah.
People be breaking down some crazy shit on rap. It's a nutty way to convey information.
Yeah. We opened the song. We opened the show with one of your songs today. So
You did?
Yeah, we did.
What song was it?
The one I made a video for. Here, I'll show you.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, with Kissinger.
Bro, I be doing so many songs sometimes I forget, you know what I mean? I do so many fucking, you know what I mean? You got a lot of shit to say sometimes, bro. Comes off better than just a random rant.
The individual's handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous that he cannot believe it exists.
Oh, this song is dope.
That's part of what's happening here. The biggest lie we've ever been involved with.
The false image existence before you betwixt you give your birthright for porridge. Curses unearth these birds brought upon us.
That one.
That's a dope video.
Yeah, we got Pope Francis kissing the hand of Kissinger. And he said, "Inside every Christian is a Jew." That's a real line down there.
Yo.
That's what it is. Inside every Christian is a Jew. And then we got this guy here. You know, the gay shit.
That shit too. And I'm also kind of like, yo, what the fuck is going on here? And that's actually what the name of the stream is, right? The mortification of the metaverse. Some of this shit, I'm like, yo. Yeah, what the fuck? Why are there nuns? Why are there nuns carving Jesus into their tits with a knife and shit? Like
That's just some strange stuff, man.
it's strange. I don't know how to deal with it. But this is like biblical though, is what's weird.
Some are claiming it's that. I'm gonna be charitable and chalk that up to outlier, weird, niche radicals, and not like I'm not. Am I going to charge the Catholics wholesale for that? I don't think so. I don't.
No. yeah, I appreciate you being charitable, but myself am having kind of like, and I've seen a lot of this shit before, and I never really paid attention to it. This is one of the reasons like I don't like Saint Francis de Sales, is because he makes a lot of this like sexual language, like with the way that he relates with Christ and stuff like this. But then, I mean, like we're talking about doctors of the church
Yeah.
that are having like orgasmic like experiences with Christ and stuff, and then like it's I don't know how to process it personally. Even Wagner in the stream today, he was like, "Why do you guys keep bringing this shit up? Like, I don't even want to talk about it because it's fucking hard to talk about it. I mean, like, why? I mean, it makes it look insane, but it's not as crazy. It's the thing is, this exists in the Orthodox Church as well. Like the holy fool, the whole concept of the holy fool, right? Like the holy fool is allowed to go out and do all the degenerate shit that he wants to do, but he's still serving Christ by doing all the degenerate stuff that he wants to do. But then even if we boil it down to a simple term like mortification, fasting is mortification of the flesh.
Right.
Okay. So I mean, like how far, and this is the real discussion, is like how far can we extrapolate that idea of mortification of the flesh? Because mortification of the flesh is inherently a Christian I don't know what the word I'm looking for right now, but it's a Christian concept, right?
Mhm.
This is where fasting comes, and this is Old Testament.
That's nasty work, equating fasting with holding on to your pee-pee and having orgasmic experiences with Jesus, with the saints. That is pretty much disgusto. And I don't think that's what Christianity is about. You can correct me, but yeah, I think that might be
Nah, bro, there's like
might be
there
proof
is
that you're
crazy shit.
in a satanic religion.
There's crazy shit, bro. I mean, look, there's people that take like religion out of context and do the most crazy shit in every one of the religions, I think. To be honest. You know what I mean? Like I've never seen any scripture that said talking about, you know what I mean, Christgasms and shit, you know what I mean? I was saying.
That almost sounds like it fits in with the new age shit with the Kundalini, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's
though.
what it is. It's, you know what I mean? It's a perversion. It's Antichrist shit, bro.
That's that Kundalini genie. Lord help us. We got Sabbateans in the chat.
Yo, don't the Jews fuck that wall, bro?
Yeah.
They do the Shekinah, they fuck the wall, bro. It's like, yeah, bro, they fuck the
In
wall.
the temple, yeah.
So like, there's, you know what I mean? That's actually part of their straight up, like, I don't think all of them do it, you know what I mean? But like, that's their main shit. They be fucking the wall, bro.
Yeah. Well,
yo, that wall might be the whore of Babylon, dog, because that shit got the shit fucked out of it, all right, bro. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Stonegasms, Christgasms.
Fucking Shekinah-gasm, bro. It's crazy, dog. Do they have any kind of crazy Muslim-gasm too, bro? That's the Jew-gasm. There might be an Abrahamic-gasm connection.
Yeah, maybe they got the Sufi-gasm, you know, where they, you know, they be doing some crazy stuff. They be poking themselves with like knives and shit. So maybe they be orgasming while they do that. You know, knife-gasm, the jihad-gasm, you know, where you pierce yourself with a sword and then you have an orgasm at the same time. So
yeah, there's crazy religious shit going on in every religion, I think. Buddhists got some weird shit too, bro. Hindus, they be doing some weird sex rituals and shit.
Yeah,
we're not even gonna.
Yeah, they got that wild shit where they pierce themselves with steel rods and stuff. They be like not blinking and stuff. And,
what is a Sufi again?
It's like these people who meditate and stuff in Turkey. You know, they started out in Turkey and Iran, and yeah, they basically had these sort of practices, and they also
they were like Islamic occultists, right?
Yeah, I guess on the you know, Shia side, you could say, yeah, they were prominently inside enmeshed in the occultist practices, but on the other side, they were kind of just in the orthodox practices So they were just part of Orthodox communities.
Yo, there's Christians that whip the shit out of themselves.
Yeah.
I forget what the fuck that's called.
That's what the Shias do.
Flagellation.
Yeah, that's what the
There you
Shias
go.
do.
There you
too.
go.
Yeah, Shias do that too. They have self-flagellation rituals where they hurt themselves to obtain the same pain that fell upon the prophet's family. So they do that in some of the Islamic occultists. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Word.
That's some kind of fetish.
Yeah. Yeah, they stand there for hours. They got like steel whips and they whip their chest with it for hours. And they just stand there. So yeah, they have this practice. You know, I forget what it's called, but yeah. They got mosques in Pakistan where they do that shit. Yep. Just people just hitting themselves for hours until they're bleeding. It's fucking crazy.
Monks do crazy shit too. Like the like Shaolin monks would do crazy shit, but I think that was different.
Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know. I never heard of no like orgasm shit. You know, like, oh, you have a sexual experience with this fucking shit. You know, that sounds fucking weird. That sounds really strange. You know, the way
I bet the Kundalini people have something with that.
Yeah, the way they were describing it in the video with toilet butt birth and enslaved by tortellini, it seems like some Sabbatean type of thing where it's like sex magical, you know.
It could be Gnostic too.
Yeah, it seems very strange. Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, and
sex magic is Crowleyan.
Yeah, and he even commented on the video, and he's like, he tried to pretend like that wasn't a strange video. You know, I don't understand what's not strange about that, about the claims made there. You know, I'm pretty sure
Toilet Bowl said that.
Yeah, he's like, he tried to just shrug it off, and I'm like, I don't really understand.
There's something wrong with that dude, bro. If you look in his eyes, bro, there's something not right. I'm telling you, it's like a disconnect.
But I would like
humanity.
I would like more of an elaboration than a 2-minute explanation of that. I think that deserved way longer than 2 minutes to just dip real quick into. Oh yeah, by the way, we got this antinomian practice where we, you know, where these saints are grabbing their pee-pee and having this fucking orgasmic experience with Jesus. It's like, what?
The Orthodox have a weird ritual where they chain up like little kids and shit and like walk them around. It's pretty weird. They can't explain that shit.
Yeah, the schema or some shit like
Sounds
that.
like mystery cult shit.
The schema is the robes that they're like occultist like priests wear that have some kind of secret fucking meaning. But you know what I mean? And they're like these high priests that like, you know what I mean? I don't know, bro. It's got like skull and bones and like steps. It's like masonry. It's weird, bro. It's got cherubims. It's bugged the fuck out. And it's all black. Like it's straight
like
witchcraft,
fucking,
bro.
Dogon, like fucking shit. Like, yeah, it's fucking, that looks fucking crazy. For real.
Witches wear all black, and then it's got white lacing in it to make symbols, which is just straight sigil magic on a black canvas, bro. It's like a blackboard, you know what I mean? It's the same idea.
Yeah, but the QAnon conspiracy, some crazy shit.
That shit goes deep.
Yeah, this dude at the center of it all. And now the prominence of him and a few others, you know, on the scene. You know, I think in his recent appearance, he mentioned that they were going to persecute Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and that this globalist takeover is happening and all that. And keep in mind what we just heard about him deliberately spreading, you know, misinformation. You know, and talking about how he's announcing a counter coup on air on the radio. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've got sources, I'm not going to say from what units or groups, but the most elite of the most elite, highest level, we have it.
Right. On his show, he didn't say what groups, but on the other thing, he talked about DevGru and Joint Special Operations Command and all this type of stuff. And, you know, so yeah, it's just very, very interesting that he was very specific in his other appearances, right? But here's he's, you know, he's kind of, you know, well,
I'm going to leave it at that. CIA, Dev Group, Delta Force, you name it, all of it, whole 9 yards.
So there you have it. Alex Jones admits that he's a deep state operative, working with special forces with expertise in psychological operations. I've clearly established considerable crossover in the accounts given by Jones, Corsi, and Vallely that the deep state are behind Donald Trump. It is therefore logical to conclude that there is no deep state plot to assassinate Donald Trump. Believe me, if there was, he'd be dead. Now getting back to Vallely, one interesting claim made by Vallely ties in with another general.
I got to ask you, General, this is another question that I talked about with another fellow that I was talking with just the other day. Do you personally know or have you had interactions with General Michael Flynn?
Yes.
You guys know each other pretty well?
Fairly well.
And have you
Matter of fact, well, I was in Moscow a couple months before he went over, so I talked to him before he left. And then when he left to go over there and go to the 10th banquet of Russia, RT, Russian television, and he sat with Putin. I had been in Moscow 2 months earlier than that, setting up the meeting between Trump and Putin, which I did while I was there. And that was at the G20 conference in 2017.
So Vallely went to Moscow to set up and plan the meeting between Trump and Putin. This guy is a serious operator, operating as a representative of a shadow government, deep state back channel. If you remember, the meeting between Trump and Putin was behind closed doors. The 2016 presidential election was riddled with interference from Russia that helped Trump get elected. Serious questions have to be raised about the relationship between the deep state and Russia and how far it goes. We've seen the Russian mafia expand globally since the Jackson-Vanik Amendment. We've seen the military working with the mafia in the past, and today the dominant mafia in the United States and globally is the Russian mafia. The Trump organization's ties to Russian mafia figures have been established. When it comes to Donald Trump, the Russian mafia state are allied with the US deep state with their shared continuing support of the former president. The powers behind the Jackson-Vanik Amendment have played a key role in the military-industrial complex. American Security Council member Senator Henry Scoop Jackson was branded the whore of Boeing for its obvious shilling for the defense contractor. Is a man whose name is on the amendment. He was such a loyal servant that the neoconservative think tank, the Henry Jackson Society, is named after him. Richard Pearl served as a senior staff member of Jackson alongside Frank Gaffney. Pearl was instrumental in authoring the Jackson-Vanik Amendment. Gaffney is the founder of the hawkish Center for Security Policy, military-industrial complex think tank operating in a similar fashion as the American Security Council. Richard Pearl is on the advisory board of the CSP. Lieutenant General Jerry Boykin was one of the two team leaders of CSP's Team B2, which released a report entitled Sharia, A Threat to America, published by the Center for Security Policy. The original Team B.
By the way, this pastor on the bottom, I mean, not the pastor, but the rabbi on the bottom here, Rabbi Pastor Jonathan Kahn, man, his videos are very, very interesting. You know, the type of information that this guy is spreading is fascinating, and also they're tied to the Pamela Geller organization. You know, as well as I forget what it's called. I think it's called Stop Islamization of America. You know, but yeah, it's all Zionist funded.
To America, published by the Center for Security Policy. The original Team B is known to have over-exaggerated the capabilities, arsenal, and threat the Soviets posed at the time they were collapsing. Paul Vallely serves as military committee chairman for the Center for Security Policy and has his own think tank, Stand Up America, according to co-founder and retired Air Force Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney. Its stated purpose is to, quote, protect America and let people understand the danger of radical Islam and the seriousness of global jihad, unquote. As part of the organization, Vallely has also founded the Legacy National Security Advisory Group, a defense consulting group that advised 2016 Republican presidential candidates on foreign policy, and he is thought to have proposed the Muslim ban that Donald Trump attempted to make law, and a proponent of a very costly and ineffective border wall. This is a guy, by the way, who advocates for fiscally responsible government. Other members of the group include a retired Navy Admiral James Lyons, who not only served as chairman of the Center for Security Policy's Military Committee, he was a co-author of the CSP's Team B's Sharia, a threat to America with Boykin. Another member of the group is Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, notorious for his role in the Iran-Contra affair, a key topic covered by Peter Dale Scott. One of the key points Scott made on the subject is that you can't fully understand Contra without the Mujahideen, and dubbed the affair the Iran-Afghan Contra.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, everyone. To the 28 people that are watching here, it's 1:39 here. You know, so we'll be going for a couple more hours here. In terms of the presentations, we're going to present some things on Trump's connections to Russian intelligence, and you know, last time we showed some of his connections to the mob. We're going to continue with you know, all his connections to Russian intelligence and also the Israeli intelligence. So there's all that in there mixed in. Obviously, Alex Jones, totally compromised agent. And we're gonna watch a few more minutes of this video.
How dare you? He's definitely for real. Okay.
Shots fired, eh?
No,
Nero?
that was actually like I was a little bit behind, but that whole thing where you're playing about him talking about like special operations command or whatever, like he's admitted that so many times on the show. I know because I listened for so long, and I was like, well, maybe they're trying to use him to get stuff out, and then I mean, I'm again like I wish I could find the clip, but like right after Jan 6, when he was talking to Steve Pachinik, like they basically like totally took the mask off. I don't know if they were drunk or on drugs or what, but like they totally took it off and then they scrubbed the audio. And I'm just telling you, like, I mean, that's what's so weird about it is like, I think that whole trial thing had to happen in order to salvage whatever's left of that because I don't know. I mean, I'm actually, to be honest with you, I think I'll get a bullet in the back. I think I'll get 2 bullets in the back of my head if I continue to say too much. But like, it's obvious at some point that like whatever they're trying to do is huge, and I don't know exactly what it is. But the video that Reddington sent me yesterday was really good. The one about the HSBC loans and like how basically you have this international secret committee of banks called the FSB that basically is like imposing bank legal terms onto every country simultaneously, and like they have this like international enforcement arm and stuff, and like I mean
And they have immunity. They have immunity.
yeah, yeah, complete immunity. It's like, dude, if people just barely like looked into any of this shit, it's like that's what I'm trying to say. Like whatever our opinions of ourselves or pilled or whatever, it's like the elites have gamified the economy to the point where like I don't think they have much problem to get 90% of the population to willingly get rid of themselves because they're going to basically make us slaves to whatever currency they're about to put in. So I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's that should be the debate, in my opinion. I just want to say that, you know.
Well, it's more most likely going to be some kind of digital ID so that they can control your finances.
Yeah, and like that's the thing is like when you actually start looking at the occult, like look, I'm a Christian. I think that there is something to all this. But having said that, like certainly the other side of that is, you know, there's real political aims, and the political aims seem to like let's get rid of a lot of people, especially the smart ones first, because they might actually like put up a fight. So that's just my opinion, but you know, that's how I feel about it. So
That's why I'm retarded.
yeah, I mean that's kind of my. I think that's one of the best strategies. Either you know, be a retard living out in the caves of Afghanistan or something like that, or you just have something else maybe. I don't know, but there's not a lot of good options. Let's just put it that way. I put a video in the back that I think is very complimentary to what we were talking about because it goes into the political alignments of esoteric occult groups, and I think it will be very fitting for all the content that we've covered tonight and also otherwise, because it'll exactly explain the occult connections to political movements that we are very aware of.
You said you don't know the solution, but I told everybody tonight the solution earlier, yo. You got to build your own shit. That's the problem. Everybody wants to use the government shit or use someone else's shit or use the city shit or, you know what I mean, rely on the cops and rely on the amber lamps. Become self-sufficient. Use your own shit. And then it's going to be really hard for anyone to ever enslave you.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, you know, I don't know if you ever heard of that book called Gun, Steel, and Germs or some shit like that. But, like, read the first, like, 10 pages of that book where they talk about when the Papua New Guinea people from one island got guns first, and then they found out that their mates from a few hundred years before were still alive and peaceful, 30 miles to the west or whatever. And they just said, oh, but now we got guns. Now we have boats. Let's go over there and just like rape, kill, and pillage everybody over there. I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is like, we can try to like avoid that, but you know,
what
kind
I'm
of whoever's
saying
got
is
the biggest gun is going to usually like win the situation.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is, right, if you build shit, right, you will be prepared for a problem. You have to build a future. You have to build your own infrastructure. If you're worried about people taking your shit, then you have to build defenses. At the end of the day, right, if you just make it really hard to get to you, just go in the middle of nowhere and just start building infrastructure, you got to understand there's people that existed in little communities. The whole Vietnam War happened. They didn't even know it happened. There's people during the World War that didn't know it happened. And at the end of the day, there may be some wars fought and shit. You know what I mean? But even during the Civil War, there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of battles, but like there's also a lot of just regular life happening. People don't realize, like, even in the war of Afghanistan, when they were under siege, there was a lot of just regular people just living, right? And so it's not like the end of the fucking world. Like, you just have to become self-sufficient. Otherwise, you will be some dude looking to rob somebody for a fucking chicken nugget. I don't know.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
I mean, sure. I mean, but look, I mean, when you and I were growing up, I think we're about the same age. You know, we had dial-up internet where if you wanted a picture of a woman, it took you, you know, an hour to download, right? Now we're at the point where like these kids have like a super computer in their hand at the age of like 1, right? So my
Not
point is
really.
they can program children to basically think, you know, I don't need kids, I don't even need a dick. I can just be a creature that, you know, has no purpose whatsoever. And I'm just saying, like, if they get a cell phone in the hands of 6 billion people, all bets are off. I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, you know.
I don't know what kind of bets you're betting, but like, yo, at the end of the day, what I've learned is that you have to separate yourself from everybody, because you're never gonna find a solution for everybody and be able to do it. But you will be able to maybe find a solution for you and your family and maybe your neighbor. And if you figure that out, you could extend it. But like, you can't go from 0 to fucking saving the world. It doesn't work like that. You got to incrementally, you know what I mean, help as much as you can. That's the problem with everybody. Everybody wants an ideology or a solution for the whole fucking, for everything. Like, there is no fucking solution for everything. The solution for everything is fucking God fixes everything. Other than that, we're gonna be in chaos. We're gonna be in turmoil. And at the end of the day, you can build yourself a fucking bubble. That's the best thing to do. Build a bubble. Exist in a bubble. The way that you see it, right? Let people exist outside of your bubble however the fuck they want. If they bring their bullshit to your bubble, do what you gotta do. I mean, there's really not too much that can go wrong. Everybody just started doing that. You have a pretty good world. Everybody just stay in your fucking bubble. Stay the fuck out of my bubble. You can't save the world, bro. You know what I mean? Any man who's gonna save the world will be the Antichrist. The first one. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody can save the world but God.
But you don't think that we're going to be held accountable if we sit by and just let it happen?
Let what happen?
Evil shit.
There's evil shit happening every day. Who is it happening to?
Okay, so if you're walking down the street and you see some woman getting raped and you're like, well, you know, if I go get involved, I'm going to go to prison because I did whatever.
Here's my question. Where's that woman's husband, father, brother, mom? Where's that woman's family?
So are you doing a Luciferian argument right now? That,
No,
well, it's not my
I'm
problem,
saying
essentially?
where is her family? Because that's the origin of the problem. Why is this woman walking around by herself? Like, how many people do you know get raped with people? I mean, it happens, but I'll tell you what. You know what I mean? It doesn't happen around here.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, if you were to see it happening and you did nothing, are you?
Yeah, if I saw
accountable?
it happening, I would stop it. Now, here's the question: do you now patrol the world and try to stop everything from happening?
Well, obviously you can't personally do all that, but you know, if you don't have enough good people around and no way
What
to
I'm
make
saying
more
is,
good
here's
people,
here's what I'm literally telling you, but I don't know how you're not getting the idea. It's that you don't allow it in your range of capability. Like your house, your neighborhood. You don't allow fuckery to happen around you, where you are, right? And if everybody did that, we'd be all right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't need to fucking worry about someone fucking getting raped in France. Like, France has to worry about that. There might be someone getting raped down the block. If you can stop it, fucking stop it.
For now, but when they send 16 million people from Sudan over here, then we'll have to worry about it.
Worry about your fucking community. Here's what I'm telling you: build your community, because when they get there, you're gonna need a strong community to defend yourselves against the rapists. But if you don't build your community, right? And you just try to like come up with a solution to save the world, when they get there, you'll have a solution to maybe save the world, but you won't have any way to defend your community against the rapists. What I'm saying is prepare for the worst, pray for the best, put your faith in God, right? And Smith & Wesson. Unless you like Remington. I don't...
Well,
TML likes katanas, bro. I'm just saying.
It's better to rip their eyeballs out than to kill them, make them really suffer.
Or you could just shoot them in the dick.
Yeah, cut the balls off, cut the cock off, take the eyes out. That's all they need.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, yo, the world has always been fucking crazy. America had like a little period of peace, I guess you can call it, and we fucking got lulled into a false sense of security that the world isn't dangerous, and guess what? It is. And I've always lived in dangerous environments, so I'm not really worried about it. Like, if there were people wandering the streets with armed looking to rob people for food, I would be like, okay. I mean, I lived in New York City where people were armed walking the streets looking to rob people for fucking food and drugs. It's no different. I'm armed too, motherfucker. Like, what up? And it just is what it is. So, like, look, I don't know about you, but like, I've been in some of the worst fucking environments. How are y'all gonna do? I'm saying, I'm trying to tell you, prepare yourself, get ready. You know what I mean? Nobody's going and breaking into fucking palisade fortresses to rob food.
So I guess what you're saying is we should go down to New York City, go start, getting rid of some of these migrants that are causing problems.
No, let the migrants be in New York City.
Hold on.
Let them have a war in New York City. Go build yourself a little fortress somewhere.
Wouldn't that make us more prepared for what's coming if we just go and actually like do it now instead of waiting?
I'm just saying it's too far gone, bro. The city is now all fucked up.
But my point is, if we go and actually like stop it from getting worse now, it would be a good like project to like get ready for the next wave that's coming after that, right?
No, you don't go and fucking just jump into a problem. You fucking fix your own problems.
But you said that's what made you strong, so why wouldn't I do the same thing?
Because you're not me. It's not going to make you strong. It's going to kill you. So you better go build a big fucking wall, bro.
Well, yeah. There's always more people to come and knock down a wall.
Well, you better get more people to build a fucking wall. You better get more people to build it than they got to knock it down.
Well, China did that, and it didn't work out too well for them. So.
It worked pretty well. Still there.
I guess what you're saying, Noro, is you can't do that.
What I'm saying is, like, I'm trying to.
What he's saying is that he can't do anything on his own accord, so he'd rather just go and have an idea and never actually fucking do anything, because he's not going to go to the city and stop the migrants from fucking taking over. Like, what are you even talking about? You're not going to do any of this shit.
I'm
telling you simple instructions, bro. Go and build yourself some type of infrastructure. Pretend you're going to be camping permanently if you had to. And set yourself up. Put a little house. You know what I mean? Put it near water. Maybe build a wall. Get a couple guns. Plant a couple of crops. Maybe get a fucking couple chickens. Get some eggs going.
It's
I don't know.
It's going to be very hard to have a community if you're just doing all that by yourself, though.
I agree, bro. You'll need a community. So find some people that also aren't retarded and build a community. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You need a strong community.
That Allen Iverson line is still like misconstrued, still misunderstood.
Allen Iverson.
Yeah, we're talking about practice. He was saying that because his buddy, somebody just died, and but people fucking twist it up for something else.
What I've learned by trying to tell people what's going on and trying to get people to come together in righteousness for one good cause is that it's not meant to be. There's got to be a reason that is supernatural, beyond human comprehension, preventing us from coming together, those who would be good people.
It's all in the mind.
Because I come into contact with lots of people on the internet. And at the end of the day, all these people all know the same shit and are all possibly capable of coming together and forming a community, right? And doing all this shit, but it'll never happen. And so what can possibly, like, what kind of force is at play that prevents all these people that all know they're being fucked, they're being exterminated, they all believe in God, they all want to live in fucking peace and harmony and raise their families, but none of them can come together or work together. They're all been separated and isolated in little fucking cells, little windows. That's our new residence in these little windows. Hello. This is my window cell. Hank is coming live from his window cell. JG from his, Neurojack, Reddington, TML. You know what I'm saying? This is what prevents us. It's that we have become so accustomed to digital interaction that we don't know what physical interaction is anymore, what it is to become a physical, strong community. That's why you gotta fucking get off the internet. Unfortunately, that'll hurt the ratings. Sorry. But, you know what I mean? Build fucking communities. Build a better future. You can't change these people's minds. Have children and teach them the right way to think so that you don't have to change no fucking minds. Start out with something that's a blank slate.
Well, I pretty much became a severe loner, so I mean, that's where I'm at.
What do you think Jesus said when he was like, unless you become his children? He wasn't telling you to be a fucking retard. He was telling you to be accepting of new information, because people who are not children don't accept new information as much as you'd like to believe they do. They listen to you, they hear it. Maybe in a couple of years after doing research, they figure it the fuck out. It clicks in their head, but most people ain't going to accept no information. They're just not going to accept it. They don't care. It challenges their paradigms that they have so elaborately strung together and orchestrated into a tapestry in their own fucking mind, and they feel comfortable, and so they don't want to disrupt the balance. You know what I mean? They've also probably never taken strong psychedelics that sent them into a frenzy, shattering all their concepts right before them. You know, drugs have their purpose. Some of these motherfuckers' paradigms will never get shattered. I was stuck in all kinds of fucking paradigms. They were shattered against my own discretion. The psychedelics took over. All right. It's like a scene in Fear and Loathing. The psychedelics are taking hold, man.
Rant, do you know about William Milton Cooper?
No.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
I mean, I probably heard the name. I have no fucking idea, bro.
Bill Cooper.
Oh, Bill Cooper. I mean, I've heard of Bill Cooper.
Was he CIA? Like, we see what Jones is. Was he involved?
I don't know, but probably. You know what I mean? Like, probably. Because Jones, like, loves Bill Cooper, and a lot of his shit comes from Bill Cooper. So.
But Cooper despised Jones.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
I mean, bro, look, all these dudes, they all got these fake dramas. It's like YouTube on a bigger scale, right? You know how many fake dramas they got?
Jones said some dumb shit, and Cooper called him out, and then Cooper exposed him. And so, I mean, Jones, he fucked up.
Jones is retarded. He gets drunk and fucking goes nuts sometimes. You know what I mean? There was an interview, bro. Jones had pulled his phone out to pull some shit up, and he had a tab open with tranny porn. Ain't that some shit?
Ain't that some shit?
And you can
Yep.
see it in the video. You can see
Yo,
that
you can
Oh,
see
man.
the tranny porn on the fucking screen. Like it was a tab open in his shit, and he was scrolling through his tabs, and you could see the whole tab like in the preview. You know what I'm saying? It was an open tab on his phone, bro.
Busted.
And
Yeah,
also, he has dudes that were working for him, right, on his show, right? There was I forget the guy's name exactly, but the dude was on his show working for InfoWars and was called out on air for being a Jesuit and a Mason and admitted to it. Was like, yeah, I am. He's like, I'm a Mason and a Jesuit. So how the fuck is Jones going to sit here and expose the Masons and the Jesuits and have one working for him? Literally, the dude was on air, like, admitted to this shit. Jones knows that this is, you know what I mean? Like, he knows what it is. So, you know what I mean? The audience ain't going to find out something first before Jones knows it about a guy that works for him, putting shit on air all day. You aren't going to get on something on air that Jones wouldn't know about. So Jones knew about it. So how the fuck's he exposing the fucking deep state if he's got the deep state working in his office? I'm just saying. So evident they couldn't even hide it.
Yeah, then you see Jones talking about Trump, saying it's deep state. I mean, it's all work.
Bullshit, bro. It's all bullshit. Trump is all bullshit. It's all an elaborate fucking, like scheme, like scam, bro. It's all been planned, pre-planned and scammed, bro. I tell everybody, yo, what was Trump before he was the president? He was a fucking actor, bro. You seen him in movies and shows, and then you see him on TV. It's like a Zelensky.
He was a shitty businessman.
Yeah,
And
bro, Zelensky was an actor.
And the Jews got him. The Jews fucking bought him up.
Trump was never good at being a businessman. He was good at acting like he had money. And that's what he's good at. He's good at being a rich douchebag.
I've been doing my research on Trump's connections with like Israel and Jews, and how he's a big supporter of no-hide law, and he became he was converted to Judaism in 2017. Yeah, it's
his
crazy.
daughter married a Jew. He's got Jewish plaques on his wall from the fucking Chabad, bro. He's got a plaque, the Tree of Life from the Chabad. It's like one of the highest fucking honorary awards they could give you, right? Most Jews don't have it. So, you know what I mean? He went to the Wailing Wall. He put on a yarmulke. He fucked the wall, bro. Look, he's a little hat, bro. He might not be a Jew, quote unquote a Jew, but he's with them. And there's a lot of people that are with the Jews. The Jews are not completely running the whole thing. It's the fucking satanic fucking organization that runs all of it. The Luciferian Satanists have penetrated every religion. You know what I mean? The Jews just so happen to be the most with the Satanism. Like, they just don't give a fuck. They're with it. That's why they seem to be running the majority of shit. It's just that they're down for the evil shit. They love it. They're built the best for it. They're the most treacherous fucking, you know what I mean, conniving motherfuckers there is. Like, just is what it is. This motherfuckers is born lying. This is what it is, bro. I can't explain it to you. Why do you think they were chosen people? They're fucked up. That's why they're chosen. By their God, the devil. You know what I mean? They've been known the whole time. So Satanists run the world. Jews have been worshiping Satan the whole time. Do the math. People wanna get lured into the shit saying the Jews run the world. It's a trap. It takes the light away from the truth. The reality is that Satanists run the world. And they're in every religious organization. The Catholics are fucking guilty. The Jews are fucking guilty. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I haven't really done research into the other world religions, but that's enough for me. You can see the mass control through the fucking Catholics and the Jews. And it's all the satanic elite. You know what I mean? That stems over into Freemasonry. It's all the same shit. Witchcraft, all of it. KKK. It's all the same shit, bro. KKK's fucking leader is the Grand Wizard. It's all magic, Luciferian, Satanism. It's all in the same. People don't realize, but like the American culture is a fucking dumbed down version of Luciferian Satanism. The entire thing. The whole shit. Everything that we fucking were raised on as kids. I was raised on. My kids aren't raised on it. But I was raised in the propaganda. I was raised in the system, indoctrinated by the schools. But I saw through it. Most people don't.
What year were you born?
90.
All right, so you got a year on me.
But like, yo, all the propaganda, I was straight subjected to it. Unrestricted subjected to it. To where now I know what not to allow my kids to have any access to. So like, that's kind of the crazy thing. And I mean, yo, at the end of the day, I could have fallen into any of these traps that have been laid before me. Many people do. I just didn't. You know what I mean? I mean, I have actually fallen in a lot of traps. I've found my way out. You know what I mean? I've gone down many rabbit holes in my life. I've studied many fucking things, thinking that all these things was the truth at some point. So it's like, people get stuck in the traps. And they go from one trap to the next trap. Just they're missing the key to the whole puzzle. But when you figure it all out, bro, the whole shit unlocks like a big puzzle. Can see the picture clearly. And then it's hard to convey that picture to people who have never seen colors and shapes that are in your picture. It's really hard.
Yeah, it's hard to maintain that clarity. That's what you see with tons of people. I see it in these panels. People fucking start to get real quiet. Cognitive dissonance kicks in, and
bro, I've seen colors on psychedelics that I can't describe to you. There's no fucking color that I can see, right, with my eyes on a color palette that I can point out and be like, that's the color I saw. Nonetheless, I saw these colors. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's some of the things that people don't understand. They've never pushed the limits of the human mind and body at all.
I had a really gnarly trip on mushrooms, and I saw kaleidoscope vision. It was purple beehives and all types of shit. I couldn't even, man, it was crazy.
And then when you're dealing with an experience like that, right? It's so fucking profound. Right. Science can't explain how the fuck that happens at all. There's no, they have no explanation for it at all. They can't explain how you fucking, there's no repeatable science to tripping. Like, you could have two people take the same exact shit and have two completely different trips. Science can't explain that shit. One could be terrible, one could be great. They could both be just normal, but two different things. And they could also be the same. Explain that shit. I've tripped with people and we've had synchronistic trips. No one can actually explain that. How could we be tripping this, seeing the same thing? It's not possible. It's not possible any more than it's possible to describe a color that you've never seen. But this is the inverse of that. You're both seeing a color, right? And agreeing that you both saw it but can't describe it. While you're fucking agreeing that you're both seeing, like, how do you both agree on it if you can't describe what you're seeing?
What's the word on that? Ineffable?
Yeah, bro. It's like if you heard a sound that you couldn't reproduce. Like you heard it, but you can't make it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
There's no instrument that you've ever heard that can make it. You know what I mean? There's just can't figure out how to make the sound, but you've heard it. It's like a secret recipe. You know what I mean? You can't make the cookies if you don't know the recipe. You know what I'm saying? Like, how the fuck do you describe the taste of grandma's cookies to somebody? Like, what the fuck are they going to compare it to? It's your grandma. This could be completely different than their grandma's cookies. Your grandma's cookies have a very specific taste. How the fuck could you relay that taste to anyone else? But the fact that it tastes like grandma's cookies. Fucking can't.
I guess what you're saying is...
What I'm saying is, that's like what it is to try to teach someone about God. Is like, I understand God. God's been in my life my whole life. But how the fuck could I explain that to somebody else?
I feel bad for you. That's incomprehensible to how to explain it. I feel bad for you.
I mean, I feel bad for you. You feel bad for no reason.
No, you can't explain something so basic for me. So I feel bad for you. I'm gonna pray for you. So
I could give people an idea, but I could never explain to you what God actually is. I couldn't do it. It's not possible for me.
Yeah,
ineffable. Too greater extreme to be expressed or described in words. Ineffable.
Yeah, that's basically it. It's ineffable. You know what I mean? Shit's wild in the hood.
There's stuff I can't explain, but it's a basic thing for me. So
everybody wants to get caught up in thought because they want to solve all the problems. That's the problem. Solve the problems you can solve. And then if you solve them, then solve problems that are a little bit further away from your problem. You can't start with the whole world, bro. God himself is not fixing this whole world's problem currently. And if you think you can solve the world's problems, that's pretty crazy hubris. You're putting yourself in a seat that is above God. That's basically Satan's position. You see?
well, who made Satan?
God.
Exactly.
Exactly what?
I'm not particularly worried about Satan.
Well, God made you too. Right?
Yeah.
And do you do everything God says, or do you rebel against him? I mean, that's your decision. Satan decided to rebel.
Well, there's a lot of people who claim to talk for God that just want to push their own agenda. So I don't believe everything God said in quotes.
I mean, do you have to have God say that Satan rebelled to know that Satan is rebelling against God?
Well, Satan is God's attorney general
If
and
Satan
prison warden. Satan is God's attorney general and prison warden.
If Satan is not rebelling against God, then he is not Satan.
Okay, who is Satan then?
I'm just saying. Satan is the one in rebellion against God. That is who Satan is.
Satan is God's attorney general and prison warden.
Satan is the adversary.
Yes. Your adversary.
So where you're getting prison warden, general, all this other shit, I don't know.
Hell.
Hell. What about it?
Who's watching it?
I don't know. Currently, Satan's ruling over the earth. So I don't even know if there is a hell right now. Couldn't tell you. I mean, if you really look in the scriptures, bro, fucking Jonah described being in the belly of the whale as hell, Sheol, great despair. A hopeless situation is hell. You ever heard of hell on earth? I mean, when we have Satan ruling over the earth, if he does merge mankind with machine, and you have a bunch of beings that are essentially immortal through nanotechnology, but cannot control their own body, have no autonomy, and are hooked into a hive mind that Lucifer or Satan rules over, right? Sitting on the throne of God, which is the temple, the body of man. That, to me, if I was one of those beings, I would consider that hell on earth. An immortal being that cannot die and has no autonomy. You understand, Hank?
Yes.
Like, that's the reward for the deal with the devil. That's what it is, to sell your soul. It doesn't mean that everyone that sells their soul is a physical cyborg. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I don't distinguish between bodies and souls because that's just nonsense.
Well, there's a soul, right, which is you. And then there's a body, which is meat, bones, you know, minerals, fucking proteins. There's your body, which is a vehicle that you're controlling right now. You know what I mean?
No, you need to draw the soul for me.
So you don't believe you have a soul?
I believe my soul is my body. They're one and the same. One and the same.
All right, so where was your soul before your body existed?
It wasn't constructed yet.
So your soul was created?
Yeah.
From what?
The same stuff that composed my body because it's synonym.
Well, where is it?
Oh, let me go slower. Whatever you call the soul is also what we call the body because there's no way to separate the two.
So you're basically just taking the word soul, erasing its definition, and applying the term soul to body, which it's not.
Well, the problem is that soul, the way you're trying to use it, isn't actually defined yet because it's a thing that doesn't have no existence.
Well, it does.
You claim that
here's the thing.
A thing that's separate from the body that's immortal, and I'm saying there's no such thing.
I'm trying to tell you. Here's your evidence. I am the soul speaking to you using the body as my instrument of communication, like the microphone and the headphone. I am the soul. The body is an extension of me. I am the proof that the soul exists because I am talking to you, another soul.
Try to talk to me without a body. Go ahead.
Okay, exist without a body.
Exactly my point. Go ahead.
Are you saying you can't?
I'm saying you can't. Go ahead.
All right, well, then you can't.
It's like the motherboard in a cell phone.
If you're saying you can't, then you can't. I can.
Do it. Do it, but show
I
it
will.
to us.
I absolutely will.
When?
When my body no longer works, I will do it. I'm currently jacked into the body through the central nervous system. I'm tapped in.
So you're saying is you can't just separate yourself from the body without being dead?
No, it's like basically I'm seatbelted in the car, but I can't take off the seatbelt until the car breaks down. And then once the car breaks down, I'm going to take off the seatbelt and get out of the car.
Why are you driving in a damn Tesla?
You don't even
park
realize...
the car and buckle the seatbelt and walk out.
You don't even realize that you're in a car. You think you are the car. You think that when the car breaks down, you break down. Therefore, you have nothing. How can you even be sure you exist if you are not a soul? If you are just a body?
Because what you're saying is incomprehensible nonsense.
What is it that is observing your body? To even know that you have it. Like, what is the observer in the I'm the body? Who is the
It's
I?
my read of all print loop. That's
You're not, but you're not a computer, or maybe you are. Are you a computer, Hank?
It depends on what your definition of computer is. So
Are
if you
you-
would like to
do you-
define it, I could say yes or no to it.
Do you literally have code running like in your brain that has shit like in English words like loop? Is that
Well, I
how
have
you're-
genetic code that my cells use to do its job. So
Who wrote
in
the
some
code?
sense, yeah, but it's wetware, so it's not the same.
Who wrote the genetic code, like the source code?
Who wrote the genetic code? So
Yeah. Like, how is it written?
well, pretty much like evolution, I guess. Then God
Evolution wrote the code? I'm saying the
Well, the cells
motherfucking
wrote the
actual code.
And evolution's like the process of
No,
making
the
code.
original source code though. Like if you can't say it's through evolution because the things that are participating in evolution need code to exist. What wrote the code?
Yeah, I guess God had to do it.
Why
But
did so many things have bodies on this planet or Earth, right? And don't have souls?
Because souls is not a defined object. You can't show it to me.
So what separates us from animals?
There
If we
isn't
don't have
a
a
separation.
soul, if we don't have a soul and they don't have a soul, why are we different from, for example, a monkey? What makes us different from
We're
a monkey?
smarter and we have more endurance. We can sweat. Well, I think they can sweat too, but most animals can't. So, we
But
just
yo,
bigger brains.
human beings are like the shittiest animals on the planet.
Yet we rule the world.
So like evolution doesn't make sense because we're not really the fittest in terms of like you could put us up against any animal almost and they'll fuck us up.
But basic weapons, sure. But
Bro, you
our
can get
advanced
fucked
weapons
up
we
by a
can't.
straight up raccoon, bro. That's like 20 pounds. Will fuck you up, bro. I'm telling you, bro. 20
I'll
pound
challenge.
raccoon
I'll
will
challenge
tear
any.
you up, bro.
I'll challenge any raccoon you put in front of me.
Bro,
You
look,
can make a GMO raccoon if you need to.
I'm just saying, bro. That raccoon will fuck you up. I'm just saying, look.
I'll challenge each and every
Evolution-
raccoon.
Evolution doesn't make sense because if we started out with no technology, I don't think we could survive even in nature. Our bodies are not even fucking suitable to almost any climate. We hate being outside almost anywhere. Humans like to live inside in air conditioning or heat. We don't like
JG
dirt.
doesn't.
We don't like to be dirty. We don't like to be stinky. We like to be clean.
JG
We like
lives
to have
outside.
soft fucking shit. We don't like hard surfaces. This whole fucking planet, bro, is like the opposite of what we like as a body.
I sleep on a hard surface.
Here's what I'm trying to say. Why are we given intelligence? Nothing else has intelligence on this whole fucking earth. Like thousands and millions of fucking species. We're the only thing with intelligence?
Dolphins are smart.
What is intelligence? What is that really? Dolphins are smart, but they don't even rule the ocean.
They don't. Sharks are freaking afraid of them.
And sharks are retarded.
Yeah. Yeah, compared to dolphins, yeah.
But in a one-on-one, a shark will wreck a dolphin. Dolphins are only scary to sharks because they fight in packs. They also do mad gang rapes. That's true. You better watch out for them dolphins to be gang raping.
I know that.
But yo, my point is that we are separated from the animal kingdom as humans because we have consciousness that comes from the soul. It's different from just a mind. Like animals have a mind. They can think. They can do stuff. But animals don't really feel. You understand? The way we do. Because we are connected to God. That connection, that conduit is the soul. That is what it is. That's what makes you you.
So your claim is that God's not connected to all the animals, even though God is connected to the
God
whole
permeates
universe.
all things. I'm saying there's a conduit that you like. I don't believe animals communicate with God in the way that mankind does. I don't think they have personal relationships with God. I believe that animals are essentially an extension of God. I believe God can control all the animals. Like
Okay.
there's
So
parts
why
in the
can't
Bible
God
and shit.
control? Why can't
Like
God control all the people then?
he can, he just chooses not to. He can absolutely control all the people. That's the crazy thing about mankind is that God made them with the intention of seeing what they would do. You know what I mean? Like he wanted to be surprised. With all the animals, God knew what they were going to do. He designed their nature. With mankind, he didn't necessarily write it into us. He wanted to see. It's not that he wants to force you, right, to do what he wants. He wants the people who want to do what he already wants. You understand? That's what he wants.
He wants people who act like they're under God's control but aren't.
No, he wants people to follow what he has essentially laid out for mankind without having to force them. Like he wants people that love him, right? Because they choose to, not because they have to. That's why he gave you an option. You know what I mean? Like animals didn't have an option. They just do what they do. Like God wanted to be surprised. He made mankind, bro. It's like, what the fuck? Mankind's out of control. You know what I mean?
No, that's why I've been asking clarifying questions
about it, bro. We don't really like fit in the earth. We were just kind of like stuck into the earth. Like, let's see what happens.
I'm not convinced you have any idea what a soul's supposed to be.
You don't have to be convinced. If you don't believe you don't have a soul, then you probably won't. I don't know what to tell you. All I can tell you is that there is a soul, and I am the soul telling you that there is a soul. You don't have to believe me, but I'm surely not the body.
Then, yeah, the challenge is separate yourself from the body and still live.
I mean, you're sitting here denying that there is a part of the body currently. Like the soul is currently connected to the body.
I mean, if you could draw it for me, that'd be great. Or sing about it.
You can't draw the body, and the body's actually something you can see. If I told you right now to draw a body, you wouldn't be able to.
We'll make an image of the body.
I can make an image of the soul. It wouldn't be the fucking identical representation.
Alright, do that. Maybe I'll comprehend what you're trying to communicate to me.
I mean, it would have to be in the shape of the body, right?
Yeah, of course.
If it's inhabiting the body, and that's what we've grown to exist in. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can monitor electromagnetic fields, right?
Of course.
They've also weighed bodies before and after death, and there's it's like a 1/16 of an ounce is the amount of weight that every like human body loses, and that they believe to be the weight. No, it's literally like instantaneously at the moment of death. Every human body loses like a 1/16 of an ounce, and they believe that's the weight of the soul. I mean, if you really want to know, like I personally believe that like the soul of a man is one like singular, you can call it an atom or a molecule. I just believe the smallest possible existence of a single particle. I believe that the soul of a man is that single particle, right, contained within the body of the man, which is essentially a piece of God. And that I believe is the conduit. Because it's like, you know what I mean? How do you communicate with God? It's like, well, God, how does God know everything about you? Like, it's like God is part of you. But you are not God. See, that's where it gets confusing. People believe like they are God. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like God is like you have a singular particle, like I believe, of God in you. Like that's your soul and the conduit, and that's how. You know what I mean? That's my belief.
Yeah, and your belief can't possibly be right because God
But that's
made
me trying to
all
like
the material
describe
in
it.
your body. All the
That's me
material
trying
that the
to. That's
body's
me
made
trying to
of was
describe
created
it
by
to you.
God. So you're not gonna lose because you're connected to God because you lost the one piece God was involved with because God was involved with all
That's
of it.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is one particle like present in all humans. You know what I mean?
And yeah, I know what you mean, but that is total nonsense.
I mean, I get what you're saying. But like you're asking me to describe it in terms, and like that's not probably the best way to describe it, what I actually see in my mind, but to try to describe it in terms that you would understand, that's what it would be. You don't have to accept it. I mean, your whole like understanding of reality, I don't accept, and it's fine.
Yeah, your model doesn't even make sense to yourself. I
It
can't
does.
accept that.
I understand the model.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
it's
say
not
there's one
hard.
specific molecule that God
It's not
made
hard to
when God made the
understand.
entire all the
It's not
components of the
hard
body,
to
every molecule.
understand. It's not hard to understand, Hank. You just make anything that I say that you don't agree with really hard for you to understand, and that's easy for me to understand.
Yeah, I can.
Do you want me to make it even more simple? I believe that God resides inside of all mankind. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Is that crazy?
Yeah, well, I'm an idealist. I think our whole body, every atom, every molecule, is still God, pretty much.
What's the difference?
The difference is you can't. In my model, you can't take one molecule out and you have no connection to God. You have to take all of them out.
I'm not saying that there's a like. If you take out the connection to God, I believe you die. Like the body is still there, and there is a small piece of it that is gone. That is the life. That is the breath of life breathed into mankind. When God breathes life into Adam, that is something that came out of God, a piece of God, right? Like a gas or whatever, but it's not really a gas. It's the breath of life, right? So maybe it's a particle. I don't fucking exactly know. But trying to understand is that a portion of God, an insignificant portion, like air, was taken out of, like God projected it out of himself into Adam's lungs, giving clay life, the physical flesh, the body, giving it life. And I don't think that the flesh can have life without God. I think it's just matter without God. And so I think that the life that you think you have is given by God, and your soul is the participant observing and making decisions for the body, which it inhabits temporarily.
Yeah, I don't think those are severable because there's been no demonstration that you could pour a soul out and put one back in.
Well, I mean, I don't care if it's measurable.
It's not severable either. You can't remove
I don't
a soul
care
and put
if
it back in.
I don't care if you think it's severable or inseverable. That doesn't matter to me or what I believe. Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah, it doesn't matter in what you believe, but it does matter in what you can demonstrate.
I don't
So
care
there's no reason
about
for anyone else
demonstrating.
to believe your notion.
Hank, if you don't realize that if anyone was able to demonstrate God, they would have done it and you'd believe it.
I'm already a theist.
No one can demonstrate anything of the spiritual nature. You're asking for me to demonstrate something that no man can demonstrate or has ever demonstrated. And you know that. Which leads me to my next point.
I do not know that.
You come to every discussion in bad faith. Every discussion. Bad faith.
Yeah, exactly. When I
It's
did
true.
my job interviews, when I scared away the machine lies as trolls. Oh, I was doing it in
I don't
bad
think
faith. You're
you know
right.
what good faith is.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, I breathe in bad faith
think-
too somehow.
I think you're too lost in your own pseudo-intellectualism.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah, I'm too lost in my
You're not
pseudo-intellectualism.
alone.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people just like you out here.
Yeah, like when I ran Natsuki's show early yesterday, I did in bad faith, even though I didn't argue with them like the asshole.
You didn't
in
argue with
bad
him
faith.
because he's just as retarded as you are.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly. You guys are in the same handbag.
Because everyone other than you is in bad faith, of course.
No, not everyone. Just certain people that are in bad faith.
Is the machine lies in bad faith too or not?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree.
You can disagree all you want. All
Let's
you do
debate
basically
it.
is disagree.
Now let's debate it. You would like that.
I think he actually seeks the truth. I don't think he just plays games. I think you play a lot of games.
I think he's the most elite gamer in the Panoverse.
Why?
Because he reads a lot of books, he's intellectual, he helps me control like a huge portion of it.
Can you prove any of that?
Yes, so we debate each other to a standstill, but we happen to crush our own opponents. Everyone else, individually, we tend to crush them. So
You live in your own imagination where you do this, and this is not true. I've never seen you debate anyone to a standstill. You usually make yourself look like a fool.
Yeah, because I crushed pretty much everyone other than the machine lies.
You crush your own possibility and potential at actually ever obtaining intellect and knowledge.
Yes, I never learned a damn thing in my life, Bunny Christ, which is why I use Linux, because I never learned how to use it.
I don't know what you've learned, but from what you've demonstrated, it's all been learned incorrectly.
Yeah, I mean, I learned how to walk wrong. I learned how to breathe wrong. I learned how to drive my car wrong. I learned how to use my mouse wrong.
Able to walk properly and breathe correctly. I would not.
Yeah, of course, because I guess I'm already dead. Because I guess maybe I don't have the magic God molecule that allows me to talk to God, even though God is the whole universe, pretty much.
No, I'm just saying. I would assume these things because you did get an experimental. You know what I mean?
I died 3 years ago, but I'm not dead somehow.
No one said you died. I'm just saying you're dying. Yeah, we're all dying. You're dying faster. Unfortunately.
I'm dying faster, but I'm willing to be on camera, and you hate the camera, you're scared of this camera. That's because you look too good, right?
I don't hate the camera.
You look so good that if you put this on camera,
I don't hate the camera. I'm not scared of the camera.
On everyone.
And it doesn't make you any better, right? It doesn't make you any better in your bullshit arguments by chuckling with your silly face on camera all the time. No one actually cares about seeing you.
Oh, yeah.
You care about seeing me. I can't help you with that. I don't, you
can't show your face because you can't stand by your words. You can't show a soul without showing your body because you can't separate them.
I've been on camera 1,000,000 times. We're past that. I am a human being. That was all I wanted to demonstrate. I don't come here to be seen by people. I'm not out here for the attention like you, Hank. That's not about it. That's not me. It's you.
Why are you
the attention guy? Don't you know attention goes on camera?
Why are you here?
I'm here to debate real ideas and help people see their own hypocrisy and retardation. Are you learning it?
No, because you're not educating yet.
You're a brick wall of stupidity.
That's you.
Of course you're not learning. You don't want to learn, Hank. You just want to know things. And so you get what you want. You know things, Hank, quote unquote, in your imagination.
Yeah, and I know things that I had to learn them first.
All right, now print yourself out an award, write your name on it, and hang it up on your wall. Because that's how good your information is, Hank. That's how good your knowledge is. It's self-printed, self-signed, self-authorized bullshit that you hung on your fucking wall. So why don't you just print out some achievements, accomplishments? Fuck it. Write out a doctrine. Put it on your wall. Say you know it. Who gives a fuck? You might as well.
Can I
You're
say?
halfway there.
Yeah, can I say the doctors from Rand University?
And if you don't want to do that, I mean, at least put on a fucking red nose, go to a kid's party, make $100 and go honk honk and make someone laugh. Fuck it, Hank. What's the worst that could happen?
I'll make the doctorate. Can I say it's from Rand University?
At least if you're going to be a clown, get paid, Hank. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay, so know what your job is.
Get paid. Honk honk for the public. And if you're not here to honk honk, then try to learn something. Or at least, even fuck it, teach me something that's actually real and not just some imagined fucking debate in your own mind where you're right and everyone else is wrong and you win and you're the top tier elite debater of the panelverse.
You want to learn how to use LibreOffice?
Debating men into silence on panels is what you've told me.
Yeah.
Who have you silenced, Hank? Tell me.
No, you destroy your YouTube channel because of my actions.
Right.
So,
This is more of your own self-centered fucking delusions that you've inserted me in to bolster your own psychotic opinion of yourself.
Okay.
Right?
Sure, let's go with that hypothesis.
Because, like, if you for just 1 second of your life at any point thought that I even thought you're fucking about you while I was deleting my channel or at any point, you're insane. The
well, we never know now because you can't watch the clips.
The moment I click off this panel, you don't even enter my mind.
Of course not.
I bet you think about me all the time. It's called obsession. You've demonstrated it.
Sure, let's go with that.
You've inserted yourself into things that I'm doing in my own life. Talking about how you're taking credit for things that are happening.
Yeah, of course, because you claim that I don't have a life of my own. I never done anything. I can't do anything at all right under any circumstance. So, of course, let's
What have you done? Tell me.
Well, I logged in the StreamYard properly. Otherwise, I couldn't be here.
I'm saying, what kind of accomplishments have you performed? Achievements?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it. I logged in the StreamYard properly. Otherwise, I couldn't even be on this panel.
Well, I guess that's another award. Print it out and hang it up on the wall. You know what I mean?
Well, everything doesn't need a award, so.
Well, you do.
If I do, why don't I have the award printed out already?
All you know is the material world.
I'm an idealist.
I mean, you're a fedora-wearing costume presenter of different colored apparel.
I'm an idealist. That's well known.
What are your ideals that you're idealing about?
All right, you don't even understand basic philosophy. Go to where was that link?
I understand philosophy completely, and I choose to not give a fuck about it.
All right, which is why you can make claims you can't support because you're just.
I can make whatever the fuck I want.
Make
whatever the fuck I want, Hank. That's the beauty of being able to make things. However, if what I'm saying is a lie, then it's your job to basically point that out. And if you can't do it, right, then shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, I'll keep demonstrating that you're lying.
You can try. I wouldn't lie. It's not what I do. I believe everything I say to be true.
Yeah. So do scammers. Who gives a fuck?
No, they don't believe what they're saying is true. Scammers know what they're saying is bullshit.
Yeah, but they can contextualize it to believe that it's true in the moment, even though they know outside of the little skit, it's a bullshit.
That's not what this is. I already established that with you, but I don't know what the fuck I gotta tell you to, you know what I mean? I don't know what kind
Oh,
of
so
combinations of words I got to explain to you that my goal is not to do that. I speak from me, from my reality, my truth that I have obtained. If you disagree with it, that's fine. You have to prove that it's a lie. Otherwise, it's not.
well, truth is just a feeling. So what I need you to do is demonstrate some of your claims.
Can you
But
prove that truth is just a feeling?
yes, because
How?
there's plenty of truthers that happen to tell us stuff that they can't prove. In fact, we could prove false, just
Well,
non-factual nonsense.
I can't
And they claim
prove.
they have the truth.
I
So
can't
truth
prove
doesn't
that
align with
God
facts.
exists. I can't prove that God exists. I
Well,
believe it's true, and I'll tell you that God exists. And I'm not going to offer any proof. And I don't
yeah,
care if you believe me.
and I could tell you to watch a Dark Matter 25 cartoon, and God's just right there in it.
Well, that's, and if that proves God to you, then I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But like, if
Then
you
just shut up.
if you needed that cartoon to prove God to you, you don't actually deserve to even understand God in the first place.
Yet I do anyways. So you could
I
send
don't
that letter,
know. I don't know what kind
to
of
God.
God.
Say, I hate you because you let Hank know you exist. So
No,
go
it's
send
not
that
what
letter.
what I'm saying is if you need a cartoon to prove that God exists. If you need a cartoon to prove that God exists, then you don't deserve to know God. That's fucking retarded. Or God is
Yes.
everywhere. Why do you need a
So you need to
cartoon?
send an angry letter to God and say, I'm mad at you for letting Hank know you exist.
I'm just saying, there's plenty of people that have sat before some crazy ass fucking idol, bro, and that was enough to make them believe that God existed, and they don't deserve to know about the actual God that exists. And that's why they don't. They
But
believe
that's
in
an
an
issue between
idol.
you and God.
It's idolatry. You know what I
That's
mean?
an
It's
issue
like,
between you and God. Send an angry email or something.
I mean, what you're basically telling me is some form of fucking digital idolatry.
Sure, why not?
That's why I'm opposed to it. If you really want to know, that's me coming at you truthfully.
Okay.
That's from the core. I mean, what more can I, like, you know what I mean? What more can I tell you? It's digital idolatry.
You can't tell me anything else. So
I'm opposed to idolatry. Do I need to prove that I'm opposed to idolatry? Present an idol and I'll oppose it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, this is the
I'll
problem.
accept that.
This is why I don't fuck with philosophy, though. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I get it. Look, love of truth. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of philosophers that have written a lot of great shit. But I think that there's the love of truth. There's people that love truth, and then there's people that love the love of truth. Like, there's people that are in love with philosophy but don't actually love truth. And that's the worst kind of philosopher, because they're not actually philosophers. They love the love of truth, but they don't actually have any truth because they don't actually love truth. They don't care about being true. They just want to be right. They just want to look like they're correct. You know what I mean? They want to win debates. They don't care if their argument is based in truth. They just want to win. They're willing to lie, cheat, steal to win these debates. And I've seen people win debates, and I knew that they lied, cheated, or stealed, right? But most people didn't. So I knew that guy didn't actually win the debate, but most people thought he did. And that's what it's about for a lot of these people. It's just about the masses, the roses. You know what I'm saying? They want the roses from the crowd. They don't care about the respect. They don't care about real respect among men. They have no honor. They have no morals. They're fucking whores. Don't be that, Hank.
All right,
take
Dennison.
time. Develop real intellect, real knowledge.
Yeah, because I need my knowledge validated by you for it to count. I understand.
Why are
Dennison,
you such a hooer?
was born this way.
How do you like Denizen, Hank?
Hank's my
Dennis-
homie.
Yeah, he's my homie. Yeah.
You guys do seem like you're kind of in the same barrel.
Yeah, people who do stuff Rand doesn't like. Which is a
It's
lot.
not that. There's certain genres.
People
You know what
who
I mean?
shit on Rent on the internet.
See, like, yo, I don't put Hank necessarily in the same genre, right, as an Insanity Machine, right? I put Insanity Machine in the same genre as like a Pill Eater, right? But like Hank and like a Denizen, there's other people that you can categorize like in their same kind of category. And I don't know exactly, like, I wish I knew how to explain to you the shit that I see in my own mind. But like,
You
y'all,
do
like,
that chart
everyone is categorized.
Fedora.
It's not Fedora. It's like
Fedora, remember?
Yeah, bro. There's another dude, bro. There's another dude. His name is like fuck. What is that dude's name?
Neurojack?
No. His name is Sterling, bro. You know Sterling?
Yeah, Sterling's dope.
Yeah,
Sterling is just like you guys.
Yep, he's dope.
A fucking a textbook pseudo intellect, like by the book.
He probably shit on you on the internet too, didn't he?
No. He's way too slow to even begin.
Hank, did you shit on this guy earlier before I got here? Is that why he's acting like this?
Buddy Christ, I shit on him like every show we're on together.
I see. I get it now.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I know what it is. You live in your own reality that you guys are constructing on the fly.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy too, bro. This guy's the best, bro. The gay crab. This guy.
I don't think he's gay.
Oh, he's totally a gay ass crab, bro.
No, he's like Ozzy and he has a hot girlfriend.
No, he's totally a gay mud crab, bro.
All right. Well, I mean, to each their own.
Listen, there is no beautiful Aussie woman. Never. Not
What?
One. Yo, they all look like they got hit in the face.
So
with
I
a
see
shovel.
his hot takes. They know no limit. I see,
bro. Listen,
pretty much.
All right.
And
Aussie
he
women
really can't
all
support any of them.
look like they got
Oh, yeah.
motherfucking sticks of butter for teeth and got hit in the face with a shovel. Okay,
there you go. Let it all out.
I'm just saying that's the
This is-
reality.
I mean,
I ain't never seen
more
a
sauce for the
motherfucking-
goose
yo,
as far as I'm concerned. You know,
bro.
This is
I ain't
just
never seen one
more of an
Aussie
example of your discernment.
bikini model. I ain't never seen one Aussie.
He's
you know
never
what I
seen
mean,
an Australian
Victoria's
bikini
Secrets
model, ladies and
bro.
gentlemen.
I never seen somebody say, "Yo, I really like Aussie chicks." Not once. Never.
And shame on you, Muhammad, for being such a sadist. You be just let me just go run him over it like every show we've been on together. Shame on you.
I'm just saying,
Muhammad.
I've never, not once. Not once. All right. That's it, bro. I debated Hank and Denizen into silence. You see how Hank's world works? You just fucking claim victory.
Because I don't understand anything, corny.
You just fucking claim victory, or you silently lose and claim victory tomorrow. The gay mud crab
you just
has
summoned the
appeared.
crab.
Bro, a wild gay mud crab has appeared, bro, to defend his Australian buckethead. Welcome.
Yeah. So you've never heard of Margot Robbie?
Never.
Or Bridget Malcolm?
Yeah.
No, bro. Not once. Have you ever heard of Crocodile Dundee?
Why would you fuck him?
No, I'm just saying he's Australian and he's, he's famous. That's like one Australian famous person that I know. I don't really know any other ones. Steve
Heath
Irwin.
Ledger.
Steve Irwin. Heath Ledger,
Heath
bro.
Ledger was.
Was that your boyfriend?
Chris Hemsworth. No, we're just listing Australians.
Oh.
You never heard of Angelica White?
No, bro. I've heard of Chris Irwin. No, Steve Irwin, right? And Crocodile Dundee. I don't actually even know his first name.
So you think things that you've never heard of don't exist, but you're sitting here trying to justify a religion? That's cool.
I didn't say it didn't exist. I just said that Australian chicks are ugly.
You didn't do your
You said
research.
you've never
Or
even
you-
seen an Australian Victoria's Secret model.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I never said
mean,
they didn't exist. I'm just saying I've never
They
seen one.
clearly
They're
do,
not-
right?
They're not
So why-
popular, obviously.
What would the point of being saying you've never seen one?
My point was that Australian women are not pretty.
Well, except the bikini models and the Victoria's
Are
Secret
you
models.
mad about Victoria's Secret's models? But I don't know. Let's erase the point.
Do you think
Australian
Australians
women
are
are
right?
not pretty? No supporting statements. They're just not pretty.
I'm
Do you
not
think
mad. I just
Australian
like
is a
pointing out
race?
how you're wrong.
I think
Yes.
Australia is a prison colony that went crazy.
It's made up of the exact same genetic diversity as Americans, like Caucasian Americans.
Not at all.
He hasn't done his research, but he's talking to us like he is our intellectual superiors, and I find
Not
it
the same,
cute.
bro.
I
Alright,
find
they
it
got-
cute.
They got kangaroo genetics in there, bro. They got fucking all kinds of shit, bro. They got boomerangs in their socks, bro. It's crazy. Yo,
Talk
did
to the
you ever
devil
see-
lately, Rant?
Huh?
Talked to the devil lately?
No, not recently.
Not since you were possessed by him?
Nope.
Oh, cool. Just checking.
Yo, Muhammad was possessed one time, bro. It happens.
He also fucked kids.
Well, I didn't do that.
I recognize this dude's voice from somewhere. Can't quite place it though.
Rant.
He's a gay mud crab that goes on like YouTube channels. Are you a communist mud crab now?
Communist.
You changed the gay hat for what looks like communist China hat or something.
There's a hat involved?
Yeah, there's a hat on the crab.
It's a shell. But
Bro,
if
you
you're
used to
going to
have
go with
a gay
hat, it'd look more Jewish than anything.
What happened to the gay hat that it used to
Yarmulke.
have? Was it a gay
Oh.
shell?
Nah, there was a little rainbow in the background.
Oh, it was just a crab with a rainbow in the background?
Yeah.
I thought it had like a gay hat or something.
Nah, no hat.
Rainbows are pretty gay.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
It's always a good trigger point, talking point for people.
Rainbows is totally gay. Almost as gay as Obama.
What makes Obama gay?
His wife is a man.
That would do it, to be fair.
Just saying. Like, she has a dick.
But if that's true, why'd you call her a wife? Seems inconsistent.
Well, it was a meme.
Oh, okay.
It's like his wife has a dick. You know, like it's haha. Because his
Have you
wife
seen
can't have
it?
a dick if she's a real wife. That's why he's gay and not straight.
Where did the
Okay.
kids come from?
Huh?
Where did the kids come from?
They adopted him
Why did it look like him though?
because they adopted ones that look like him to play the part. They were probably actors too. They adopted actors.
To be fair, you wouldn't adopt ones that didn't look like the parents.
Yeah, that would be like the worst fucking cover up ever.
They should have adopted some white kids. That would have been epic.
That would have been sick. Put them to work in the yard.
Yeah, exactly. Make them do chores. Bring them lemonade.
Maybe that could be reparations. Just give everyone a white kid out of
There you go.
orphanage.
There's plenty being thrown out, so it's probably possible to do.
I don't know.
This
I don't-
is live.
I don't necessarily take any stock with any kind of like shit that has to do with white people. That's like, you know what I mean? That's
Aren't you white, Rant?
No, I'm not white.
What's your ethnicity?
I'm Sicilian.
Oh, Sicilian.
Yeah.
Not white.
I don't know what color it is. It's like olive. I'm olive.
I mean, it's pretty much black, right? The Moors.
I mean, you can call it black, but it's not black either.
The only thing black about Rant is the rings under his eyes.
There you go. I'm just saying. It's not black. It's not white. You know what I mean?
How's the soap going, Rant? Anyway, how's the
Soap's
soap?
great.
Fuck yeah. I was looking into like trying to make some of it, but yeah, I'd feel like a dickhead if I didn't go like do it the hard way with like the lye and stuff like that. If I just did
That's
like
the only. Yeah, that's the
it's
only way to
good
really make it. It's not
Yeah.
hard, yo. You get 2 bottles of water, right? Two, like it's like I think they're 12 ounces or some shit in a bottle of water. You get 2 bottles of water, pour that into a fucking milk gallon that's got the top cut off, right? And then you get 1 pound of lye. They sell it in crystals. You get pure lye and it comes in 1 pound bottles. So you just open the bottle and dump it into that 2 bottles of water and just mix it with a stick, right?
Yeah, it's not so much the technicality of making it I was worried about. It's more about having lye in my house where there's kids and shit.
Well, the thing is, you use the lye, right? Once the lye mixes with the water, there's an exothermic reaction, creates heat, but then once you mix that into the oil, it's not lye anymore. So like you buy enough lye for the batches you're gonna make, you make it, and then there's never lye in my house. The lye gets here, I make the soap, and then there's soap. Like my kids have gotten into the soap, and I mean it's soap. There's nothing.
Yeah, it's good by then. Yeah.
So I mean, just keep your kids out of like the freshly made soap. But I mean, even if they got into that, it's already saponified, so it's not really a problem. They might get like a fucking, I don't know, like irritation, something if they touch it or eat it. I mean, it would irritate them, but it's not going to do nothing. It's not lye anymore. The curing process of the soap is just like the excess moisture coming out, but most of the saponification happens like instantly. Turns from an oil into like a cloudy custard.
That's cool.
So
what was that you were sharing? TMO.
It's
the
the Australian child traffickers.
Child traffickers. Damn, that's fucking wild.
Yeah, it's a lot in Australia, happening in Australia.
Masonry's big out there now, isn't it?
Masonry? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I'm a
Freemasonry. Freemasonry, not fucking brick masonry, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm playing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really look into much of it, man. Okay, when it affects me, if it affects me.
I'll ask Officer Snaps about it. He would know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Australia is pretty fucked.
Why is that?
I
Validate
mean,
that.
So, like, look at what went down in Australia, bro, with the last lockdown, bro.
Nah, that was horse shit. Everything you guys seen overseas was just to push a narrative to be like, oh, this is what's happening there, so you haven't got it so bad.
They got kind of Nazis, bro. They turned into fucking little Nazis, bro.
That was one city. That was just one city.
All right. Maybe it is hype. Maybe it is fear porn. Maybe it's psyops, bro.
Yeah.
I accept that, bro. If you tell me that's not what it was, then
I was going to work every day the whole time. I think I wore a mask for a week or two at most.
I believe you over the TV, so it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to work the whole time as well. We wear masks for like 3 weeks. Didn't matter.
I can't have gang tattoos in Oz. That sucks, boy. I'm not allowed gang tattoos. What the fuck's a gang tattoo?
So, how's it going in Australia now?
Yeah, it's alright. I don't even think I've had COVID yet.
Everybody's out boomeranging kangaroos and shit.
Nah, you don't boomerang a kangaroo, dude. You
What
just
do you boomerang?
run them down with a car.
Yo, what is the boomerang actually for, though?
It's just a so it's a hard piece of wood that you can throw to kill a bird or something like that. But if you miss the bird, it comes back to you, like it returns.
I always imagined fucking Australians like straight up back in the day, bro, going to war with just straight boomeranging the shit out of each other, bro.
Yeah, they probably were, but that's long before the settlers got here.
I kind of actually like Australian people, bro. Some of them.
Yeah.
I got some friends out there, bro. They call themselves bogans.
Oh,
you
yeah,
you know what a bogan is, bro?
Yeah, I know what a bogan is.
I like bogans, bro.
Yeah, some of them are okay. Some of them are just fucked.
Not the fucked ones. I like the ones that are like American redneck bogans.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Like got mullets and shit. Drive
Yeah, they go hunting in the fucking outback, bro. You know what I mean?
drive Toyota Cruisers and Nissan Patrols and stuff like that. Yeah, I know.
Live in like a fucked up trailer, bro, and just fucking like just you know what I mean? Just fucking straight bogans.
I don't know anything about that Canucksarum.
What do you do out there, bro? You just make metal,
Yeah, metal fabricator, do custom fabrication. So,
welding and shit.
yeah, welding, cutting, CAD work, blueprint bullshit, all sorts.
I do a little bit of welding. We do all our shit like on the property, bro. I gotta weld shit all the time, but like it's never nothing fancy. It's just, you know what I mean? Just gotta weld some shit together real quick.
But yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's gonna be good, man. It's a good skill to learn. Like,
what kind of welding you do, bro? Like TIG, MIG?
TIG, MIG, and stick. Most workshop work these days is like MIG. Most site work stick. TIG's
I got
mostly
the
only
lowest
used.
grade of fucking. I use a flux core fucking welder.
Yeah, FCAW. Yeah, flux core arc. It's good. I rate flux core over standard like gas MIG.
I got it
think
because
it's
it's on 120, and like it's good for just like little shit for what I do. You know what I mean? Like I'm never doing nothing crazy. You know what I mean? You can't
Just
fill
makes-
a lot with it. You know what I mean?
You can. It's just all in technique. Like with flux core, don't push the weld pool. You drag the weld pool.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
So,
like, if you're filling some shit, right? Like, you would actually have to sit there and fucking like lay a bunch of weld into it and constantly be chipping it and shit. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, so it's only like a thin.
Yeah, like
thin wire.
and it's a thin ass wire, so you can't really fill like a great, gap with it. If you got a big gap in something, it won't bridge it nice. It's a mess.
Do you wire gauges over there in millimeters or inches, or how do you measure them?
Shit, I can't remember exactly. It's like 0.65 fucking millimeter or some shit like that.
Yeah, 0.65.
It's really thin shit. It's like almost like jeweler's wire. It looks like solder wire, bro.
Yeah.
Like
It's
you'd
not
solder
too bad,
fucking.
though.
But
I think I use mostly on solder. I use 0.9, so 0.6 isn't too bad. You just have
with
to.
what I got, you could do up to a 1/4 inch steel.
Yeah.
And like the gap you could do is like it's got to be pretty tight.
You can run a bigger wire in it. You just change your tip out. I'm pretty sure that machine should be able
There's
to run
another
hotter.
wire I could run on it. It runs 2 different kinds of wire, and the other one's like 0.62. You know what I mean? So like it takes a 0.62 and like a 0.65 or something. It's not much bigger. Also, you got to remember flux core wire has a flux core, so that wire ain't all metal.
Yeah.
And then it makes like because you're not using gas, it makes its own fucking like oxide layer on top of itself to I don't know what the fuck it does, but it does some shit. And it makes that like a scale that you gotta bang off the fucking welds, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's just the leftover residue from the flux.
It's a pain in the ass welding. I mean, compared to all the other wood types I've seen, and you know what I mean. But
yeah, with flux core, I don't
cheap.
bang it off. I just put a wire wheel on a grinder.
It's
lot
cheap
easier.
and convenient for me, bro. I don't weld, but like twice a year, I gotta weld something onto something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no point having gas bottles and shit like that.
I went to fucking Harbor Freight, bro, and got everything I needed to weld for $300. Mask, fucking aprons, chipping hammers, magnets for everything, tips, wire.
Yeah. So what's this stream about, TML? What's the content? What's the context?
Well, it's interesting that you ask. We have been doing a series of streams here, and really, the last few streams have been about Plantinga and his evolution idea. You know, and then I followed that up with talking about different concepts. And I presented a series of videos. Some of them have to do about evolution. Just recently, we started a kind of a series on yeah, I wouldn't really call it a series, but it's kind of a short dive, obviously very surface level, into different theories on epistemology. So we looked at naturalism, and then we moved to the reformed epistemology of Plantinga and his criticism of naturalism via evolution, his book God and Other Minds. And then also we looked at different ideas in terms of the pragmatists versus the sophists. And I looked at basically the start of modern philosophy. So really I'm exploring with Pill Eater a little bit these modern theories of philosophy where they reject theories of truth that you could ever come to anything like the truth, right? So it's a basis for the philosophy. Then we came to different ideas in evolution. We looked at different debates and stuff like that. And I've also been covering the Unabomber Manifesto. In lieu of reading Ellul, we're going to go into Jacques Ellul's Technological Society. I don't know if you ever read that book.
No, I've probably read one or two books that actually meant something. I think the last one I did was Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's funny because I did a whole series on that.
Yeah,
Yo, that's real shit though, bro. I've read mad books and most of them leave me like stupider than when I started.
Books are retarded. Yeah, I've read dozens of books, and yeah, I can't say I've became.
You ever read esteemed intellectual books, right? That are like from these fucking esteemed authors, right? And you finally get around to like reading the book, and you're like, the fuck?
But yeah, it's crazy.
They can break your brain, bro.
Yeah, I just did an entire series on Nietzsche's Antichrist and also Beyond Good and Evil and Genealogy of Morals. I presented several passages.
Is Nietzsche the guy that wrote "Thus Spoke Zarathustra" and shit like that?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
I don't think I've ever read any of his books, like, but I've read a lot of like fucking excerpts and shit.
Beyond Good and Evil. If you like excerpts, you'll like Beyond Good and Evil, bro.
Yeah, that's a real banger. Yeah,
that thing slaps. If you got ADHD or some shit, like you'll still get hooked. It's just
well, one of the main reasons I read that, presented it here was that line: "Christianity is Platonism for the people." You know, he's got that in the preface, and it's a deep line, and I don't think there's that many explanations for it until you read a lot of what he says in Antichrist 58 through 60. So I presented those lines, and also I presented several passages from Genealogy of Morals. But yeah, that's actually what started the discussion, is that his criticisms of German idealism, right? So then we got into discussions on Kant and Hegel and that sort of thing. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, kind of, dude. I'm not as intellectual as you, like not as educated.
Some of the smartest people.
It's just a lot of this stuff I just read on my own, and same here with Rant. He's self-educated as well, but yeah, go ahead.
Yo, some of the smartest people I've ever encountered loved Nietzsche, and I don't know why, but I never really read anything of Nietzsche like that. But I've read it through reading other books where people were fucking quoting him, and he just gets he gets referenced and quoted like crazy in mad books.
That's because he's barely comprehensible, so he sounds smart quoting him. But I think Nietzsche's mid. I don't like Nietzsche.
He's a bit schizophrenic sort of thing. Like his thoughts are a bit sporadic, but I reckon the basis of it all is pretty fucking solid. Like,
I think some people like had the balls to write a lot of crazy shit, and some of that shit hits really good when people are writing other pieces, and like, they just kind of take people and like insert them into shit. Also,
this shit's all mental exercise, though. That's all it is. Like reading shit to make you think.
There's a lot of crazy authors, bro. A lot of people are into like Freud, and like I never really fucking read anything by Freud either. I stayed away from Freud, and like there's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
esteemed
more.
authors.
Yeah, that's more the pill eater side of things, where pill eater gets into more psychology and culture, and he knows about all the modern authors and all that shit. But real talk, last few shows we got into Trump, his whole political background, his rise to power, the alt right. We did a deep explanation of alt right theories, including neo reactionary movement, Mencius Moldbug and all that type of stuff. We did that in the past. We explained in deep, um, like through different contexts, through art and also philosophy, the theory of accelerationism. How it came about. But yeah, that's a lot of what this show, because this show is about technology, the problem of technology, right? So we talk about technology here.
So there's a problem with technology, like, or what do you mean?
Well, just in terms of technology is the thing that's part of the immaterial imagination, which is part of the creative process, right? But also it's a part of a physical process, where it's actually it's the physical extension of our ideas, technology itself, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
technology is the thing that crosses the sort of physical and non-physical barrier, or it's the first thing that does it, right? It's the first thing that crosses that boundary, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Invention.
yeah, exactly. Invention, innovation, even genius and the mysteries behind these things. So, in that way, it's a problem. The whole process of creation is itself, in a sense, paradoxical, right? So many philosophers throughout history try to explain that. Many political scientists talk about whether it's nature or human society or the individual that's the top or primary influence, or the top engine of history, right? So there's many different. So it's not all clear. Just that's just a taste of the beginning sets of problems. But then there's many different problems that issue from those ones.
Yeah.
Namely, one of the top ones that I try to show to people is that the definition of what God, human, or technology and even nature is. People think that nature is technology. They think man is God. They think man is part of nature. They think nature is part of God, right? So people have all sorts of conflations of these different terms, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So these four terms: God, man, nature, and technology. Those four definitions or whatever, and how elusive they are. We try to explore those things here.
That's wild. It's crazy. I'm
Yeah,
still
it is
trying to
what it is.
grapple with free will.
Oh yeah, I did a couple of shows on that free will problem. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
deep one.
yeah. It
Oh,
doesn't. I can't.
yeah, I also did a couple shows in that free will problem. So actually, on my own channel, I did a couple
What
shows in the free will problem too.
What do you guys feel about free will? Do you think it exists?
I'm more of a negator on that one, but I
Yeah,
think
same.
Hank's more of a
No,
of a
I'm also
you
negative on that one because you,
yeah.
you can't even define a term properly. But when people do use it, they mean to blame. They mean agency blame. That's how people you do use the term, but you really can't. If you want to try to use it in any other way, you can't find any room between randomness and determinism to put free will in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's a such thing as randomness, but also if you look at just like the butterfly effect, I don't think that free will is actually plausible, because it's paradoxical in the sense that you are pushed into this moment. Doing nothing is even a response to whatever's going on, but even if you do anything, it will influence all other outcomes. So, every decision you make influences every other decision.
Yeah, but it's not even really a decision. Like if you're the only real decision you could be making is where you didn't know either outcome of the decision, and I don't consider that to be a choice. If you don't know any outcomes, you're just flying blind. But if you do know outcomes, that's just your brain analyzing the possible best outcome for you, and you're not making the choice. You're just driven towards what's optimal.
Yeah, well, that's why it always gets into the incredibly murky ideas about philosophy of mind. And I think that although it gets very, deleterious to go down that route, you really have to bring that in. And that's why people have to think about, things like machines making choices, right? And all of that type of thing, and what that entails. And that goes into some deeper territory because we're all learning about what the mind can do. And that's the last frontier in terms of, our imagination, and also the last road in terms of our philosophy and our science. So science doesn't know where the mind came from, right? So that is one of the main questions too that we focus on here. Is about this idea about mind. Where did mind come from? Right?
Yeah,
Where did mind arise?
like consciousness, like self-aware.
Consciousness. Yeah. Yeah, consciousness. Yeah. Where did consciousness come from?
But yo,
It
they
can't come
can
from dead matter,
control.
right?
They can control the mind, right? But can they control the soul?
Yeah, that
Kind
goes to ancient thing that the ancients actually posited the soul, as a solution to this. But yeah.
Like, think about that for a second, right? The mind, right, is the thought process, right? But there's the soul observing the thought process without eyes. You gotta understand, there's something viewing, like your thought process, you're observing your own thought process. It's not the thought process that's observing itself. Your soul is what is essentially jacked into the body. You understand? Receiving the information from the mind. You see?
You're saying like you aren't
Yeah.
your internal monologue, like you're
So what I'm saying is,
perceiving your internal monologue.
what I'm saying is, let's say I tapped into your mind, Rube Mudcrab, with like nanowires, right? Now I could control your thoughts, right? I can control what your body does, but I can't control how you interpret that. Like how you experience it. I can't tap into that. That is beyond the body. That's the soul. That's you. The observer that's observing the raw data coming through the nervous system. You know what I mean? See, they can't get to that. Now, what I was proposing earlier, that the end goal of all this transhumanism fuckery is to essentially trap people with nanotechnology in the body where they could access you and control your physical body, but your soul would be inside of that body. And they would keep you, right, immortal through nanotech, repairing the cells as they would degenerate, repairing the mitochondria, you know what I mean, with advanced technology, but your soul would be in that body. And I do believe there's like some kind of, I don't know, in their understanding, they believe they can get enough souls in these bodies, you understand, that they could control.
I don't know. I don't know what the point of it would be.
Well, I mean, the point of it is to create a hive mind where you have a majority of the human beings not autonomous. They're controlled like ants for one queen bee, which would be Satan, Lucifer, or whoever you want to put in charge of the, as the
Yeah, but
villain.
if you got to that stage where technology's that far enough along, you just have AI robots. Just control them instead.
I see. But here's what you got to understand. It's not just to have the ability to have people, it's the ability to have the soul trapped in that body. You know what I mean? They can't like trap the soul in a robot.
But what would be the point of that?
Okay, it's like a hostage situation, like a hostage negotiation, whereas like, all right, so the devil wants to hurt God, and spite God. And in his contemplation, I think, is going to try to imprison people in immortal bodies, but they're not going to be autonomous. Like, he's going to take over, sit on the throne of God, which is the temple of, the body of man. That's what, like, the devil wants to be God. And in order to do so, needs to essentially, like, it's not just about, like, getting things done in the earth. The devil doesn't care about that. He wants to be God. Like, wants to be connected to everyone. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to shit on you here, but for me, that I'm not religious, so I don't believe in like God or heaven and hell. There'd be too many hoops there for me to jump through.
I deal with people that don't believe what I'm saying all day, so I'm not offended.
I'm not gonna, but I'm not gonna hit on that. There's no point. Like, I can't ever argue religion with religious people. There's no point.
Yeah, because no matter what you really present me, I don't care.
Yeah. The whole premise for you is just it's faith, it's belief, and these things can be completely devoid of fact.
I'm not religious. Like, I don't have a religion, right? But I do believe there is only one truth. And I aim to be in line with that one truth, because there's no two truths. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do believe God and spirituality and everything that has happened in the earth is all part of that one truth. And I don't think any religion has it. But if I were to give you an understanding of what I would align with, I follow, or I attempt to follow, the teachings of Jesus Christ. That's not in the Christian sense, though. I don't believe anything that has even went down was interpreted properly.
Yeah, I think if God exists, religion's probably the worst thing that ever happened to him.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I would say that there was essentially religion created by an adversary to God masquerading as God. And that was actually, like, so I agree with you in a sense, right? Because it's directly in line with what I believe. I believe that there were religions created to be a false representation of the real God in order to turn people away from God, even masquerading as righteousness. You see?
Yeah.
So and I believe Jesus really did come to, like, set that straight. And then he got turned into a religion. Like, he was then deified. And that was also a problem. It was like it happened again. You get what I'm saying, Mug Crab?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying. Yeah.
It was like there was an original religion set up. This religion was set up by man, right? And this entity masquerading as God. And then we have Jesus setting it straight. And then man, once again, takes that story and deifies the being that just tried to fix the problem, literally creating another problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that literally happened.
I'm here.
And so, like, a lot of people are like, yo, Jesus Christ came to save you of your sins. And, like, I don't think they properly understood it. You know what I mean? He came to basically tell people and expose what was going on. And he did this in parables in all different ways and tried to convey to people who God was, came as a representation of God, trying to explain to people that God loves people. He's not, like, trying to destroy people. Like, God loves people. Like, you know what I mean? There's not a million fucking rules. Like, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I believe he was murdered for, like, breaking this shit out, because the people who set this shit up knew what was going on and they were complacent with it as long as it, kept them in the good. You know what I mean? They didn't care.
Yeah.
You know,
So
as long
what
as the
you're saying
coffers
is
are
kind of
full.
like so like all the rules and stuff that other religions have, you're saying that they're all just bullshit.
What I'm saying is that, like, he explained, yo, the law of God is written on the heart of man, right? You know what's right and wrong. And then you have to figure out a way to justify it to yourself and go against that.
Yeah,
And that's what
I'm
makes
down
you
with that.
capable of doing like what's wrong. And the more wrong things you do, right, the less you actually care about justifying it, and you just openly just do wrong. But it doesn't, like, as a society of human beings, like, we all kind of like know what's wrong. Like, you can't just, people just don't do certain shit in public because they know it's wrong. You know what I mean? It's not because people told you it's wrong. It's because you're a human being. You know, like, you don't just shit on the floor if you go in someone's house. Like, you know it's wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I also think that I don't think many people truly believe that they do wrong. I think no one sees themselves as a villain. Like, I think there's just a matter of circumstance that gets them to a situation where they are doing wrong, subjective to other people's observations. Does that make sense?
I mean, you want to elaborate a little bit more?
I don't think many people see themselves as a bad person. Sure, lots of people end up doing bad things, but I think there's always a path that got them there, and it wasn't a path of trying to be bad. It was always just a circumstance of life, outcomes.
So, like, I could agree with you in a sense, but the thing is that once they are in that, right? Because you got to understand, I myself did not begin with great, like, direction. You know what I mean? Like, I was taught, like, the worst fucking shit by my environment, and I became fucking bad, right? But in being bad, right, I was forced to face what I had become, right, all the time. And you look, I mean, you could say that you don't know, but I've been around some of the worst people. They know what they do is bad. They just do it anyway. They don't care. You know what I mean? I was in an understanding, and this is before I was even able to transcend my own biology, but I was in the understanding that I was an animal, just like every other animal on the planet, and that it was, you know, I thought it was survival of the fittest, and if I could take what you had, then I would take it, and if you could stop me, then you deserve to have it. Like, I'm an apex predator amongst fucking prey. Like, this is what it is.
Yeah.
That's how I was living life. I realized that was wrong because I had discovered empathy. You know what I mean? And empathy is something that transcends fucking logic, reason, and nature.
Yeah.
And it led me on a quest to discover, like, to really understand what is empathy. Why do I care about other people? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Essentially, why do I care about other people if they don't care about me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't understand.
I think it takes, like, going through some shit yourself that you can understand that fucking sucks, and understand how that person's feeling.
Well, there's a lot more to it also. You know, you think you can just take whatever you want because you're strong or whatever, right? Or you could fight or what, you know what I mean? But the reality is, the way that this world works is you don't see it happen instantly, but everything that you take, you build up like a debt. It has to be paid back. You take shit from people, you're gonna have fucking shit taken from you. You're gonna lose shit. You're gonna have to pay bills. Something's gonna happen. There's a debt and a balance system in place. There's laws in place in this reality, and you know what? They lead to an understanding that leads you to believe that even though this reality is pretty fucked up and ruled by wicked people, there's something keeping it all in line, in restriction. And this is some of the paths that led me to believe in an omnipotent, omnipresent, basically benevolent God that is above the one that is evil, that is ruling the world that I can see. Because I was aware now that there's a world I can't see that's governed by something even greater than this. This is like some of the mental paths I've taken.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I don't necessarily agree with the religious stuff, but I'm still hearing you and understanding.
I'm just demonstrating to you how I got to religious stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
like I didn't just believe it. You know, I was raised a Roman Catholic. I thought it was bullshit. It drove me away from God. You know, it was like nothing about what I was told God was had any actual representation to what God actually is now that I understand a lot more.
well,
You
I'm
know?
agnostic. Like I don't deny the possibility, but I haven't seen a reason to know. But I think it'd be silly to take a side. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah,
I
because
just
there's
think like,
Occam's
yeah,
razor, bro. You have nothing
I
to
just think
gain.
if I act in a way that I think is good and treat other people in that way, then if there is a afterlife or a god or anything like that, I'm sweet. But if it's a god that's like, hey, you worshipped the wrong person, so you can fuck off, then that's probably not someone I wanted to kick it with anyway.
It's like this, bro. I mean, if you exist, right, and you couldn't create a human, right, without the equipment that you've been given, like create one from scratch. And like the smartest scientists can't create humans from scratch. Even to today, they can't do it from scratch. For us to sit here and conceive that nothing created us with intelligence and with precision and like intent, it would be nuts.
Yeah, it's a bit. I consider evolution as engineering, and not engineering at the hand of someone. It's engineering based on millions of years of fucking evolution.
Now, yo, what kind of sophisticated engineering would you have to be? Like, what kind of being would you have to be so sophisticated that you could, let's just say, even for example, like dominoes, engineer, right? Everything that would ever exist in one moment. And then it would perpetuate in what you may perceive as evolution.
See, I don't believe that that's a requirement. I don't think creation's a requirement for evolution.
Well, yo, the source code was written. And
Evolution
then what
is
happened?
just...
And then it was copies of copies of copies, right? Of what, though?
Yeah, I don't know about copies. Copies of what?
Well, that's what cells do. They copy themselves. They don't really create new anything.
Yeah, but that copy, the cells copying themselves and stuff like that isn't really a great thing.
What I'm saying is that's how like reproduction even happens for evolution to even be possible. If you were to consider it possible like that, right? There would need to be an original source code, no matter what, that started all of it. Couldn't just start from nothing. Even the way that evolution is proposed is not, it's not possible.
So it's not. You see, that's where I come across the wall. I'm like, how is that so hard for you to believe? But it's easy for you to believe, like some dude just like snapped his fingers and made it all.
I'll explain. Because like here's one thing that scientists will never really love to admit, but the reality we live in, to our understanding, right? Everything that we know of is in entropy. It is not getting better. It is in the process of breaking down, only getting weaker from a point, right? So by that standard, evolution from a one-celled organism into a human body is impossible in a reality of entropy. We're not getting better as humans. We're getting weaker and shittier. And that's going to happen until it burns out. Yeah, but like, do you see any animals getting better? They're not.
Well, yeah.
What? Have they ever witnessed an evolution?
Not necessarily an evolution, but if you're into like animal breeding.
So here's the thing. if they've never had an evolution that they've witnessed, what is the chances of 2 evolutions of an animal of the same sex evolving
Okay, so what
the
are you
same
talking
time
about?
and
Like,
being able to procreate?
what would you classify as evolution? Like a species or a subspecies, or like
The
where
theory
does
of
it have to be?
evolution is that you have mutations.
Yeah,
You have
well, you have
genetic
genetic
you have
mutations in
genetic
animals. That's
mutations,
why we have such a
right?
diverse range of
And
dogs
that
and cats.
animals, right, have certain mutations, procreate, and outlive their surrounding animals, and they become a new thing if that mutation enabled them to survive greater. Like
Yeah,
if you had
this
an
is why
amphibian that had little fins, right? And
we
then
have
one
more
of
dogs
them,
in houses than in the wild
I feel you,
because
because if they're adorable, they could perpetuate their genetics.
exactly that's evolution.
But it's not because we did that.
Yeah, but it's
Like
doing something.
we
Still,
genetically engineered the dogs.
yeah, but it's still showing the function. It's still
I
showing
mean,
that function
it's showing
exists.
you an artificial function. It's
It's
not showing you any
the
natural.
catalyst is artificial, but the ability
Because
is observable.
look, I mean, it's potentially believable if you look at it in organisms that are already thriving. But I'm saying to get to that point, the leap they make from a one-celled organism, you know what I mean, to a full human body, it's too large of a leap, being that we have a reality of entropy. If you really examine it with truth, you'll see the same thing.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever looked into the one cell evolution.
That's like the leap that in evolution that they make is that we all started from this like a soup with one-celled organisms in it that eventually, you know what I mean, became tadpoles. Tadpoles became frogs. A frog butt fucked a squirrel. You know what I mean? A squirrel butt fucked a monkey, bro. And then you know what I mean? Like you got human beings. We stand out among anything. We don't like here's another thing they're hiding in science. We could go back like millions of years in resin and pull out a fucking mosquito that is identical to a mosquito right now. There's no fucking mutations at all. None. So there's a lot of shit they just don't tell you and they cover it up.
Some animals like that aren't going to evolve the same way as us.
I'm saying you can't find any like you gotta understand the way they purport humans to not even be an old animal. You know what I mean? We don't have any fucking even simple animals. We don't have any evidence of any actual evolution, even any fossil records. None of it. It's all fucking bullshit. I'm just saying the theory of evolution is never going to be a fact. It's going to get thrown out probably. Because the new shit they're finding now, the fossils, the fucking actual, like they're even throwing out carbon dating. They're about to throw that shit out.
So do you believe that with pets, say, let's just narrow it down to pets real quick. Like, do you believe that evolution is observable, even though man is the catalyst? They're choosing the the genes that we want to prosper?
So, I mean, animals are weird. You know, like, you can take cats and breed them and get all different kinds of cats.
But all the different breeds of cats and dogs generally came from a singular point, like an original animal, and there was genetic diversity, and we like these genes over
we
that.
don't really know because, like, you've got mules, right? And you've got fucking you've got horses and donkeys, and you get a horse and a donkey. And I can't remember which combination you need, but I think you need a female horse and a male donkey. I can't remember. There's a combination, but that makes a mule, right? But mules can't have babies. You understand? And like you have a tiger and a lion. Right?
Yeah,
and they made a liger, but ligers can't procreate.
Yeah, because that's what do they call them? Hybrids. Hybrids can't breed. It just doesn't work across any.
But I mean, like,
because these are different species of animal.
But how far away from an animal could they be if they can procreate? You see
Pretty
what I'm
far
saying?
away. Like why a liger's so cool is one. Say I can't remember which one it is, but say the genes in the male designate how big something's going to grow in one species, but it's also in the female in another species. So they breed that without having that code in there. So that's why ligers get so big.
I'm just saying, look, if a tiger and a lion can have a baby, right? Why can't a lion tiger have a baby with a lion tiger? Because look, their genetics were there were two different animals, right? Their genetics were compatible. They made a third animal. That third animal from this even the same I don't know if the same parents, but that third animal cannot procreate with another animal that's exactly like it, created from the same two animals. So like it is shit like this that leads me to believe that evolution could never fucking happen. If we can't make it happen intentionally, how the fuck did that accidentally happen?
Well, it has to do with the number of chromosomes. It has to do with the number of chromosomes. Pretty much, it doesn't. Pretty much, the unpacking stuff doesn't work properly.
How many chromosomes does a lion have?
They don't have the same number of chromosomes that causes issues. Let me get that. Look it up.
What I'm saying is, if they don't have the same number of chromosomes, how did they even become pregnant in the first place? Like a horse and a donkey. You can make a mule, but mules can't make a third mule. It's not like, what? Shit's crazy. A lot of people don't think this way. I understand, but like, yo, you got to really start to look into shit. There's a lot of evidence to support the shit that I believe. It's not just based on nothing. I started out with beliefs, and I didn't like blind beliefs, because when people would ask me shit, I couldn't tell them nothing. I would just have to be like, well, this is what I believe.
Maybe the ability for that to work just wasn't good. Wasn't something we evolved. Wasn't something any animal evolved.
I propose that we don't evolve at all. I propose there was an original source code that God wrote into existence, and it has been perpetuating. Any variation you saw was already designed.
Yeah,
like I believe
you just define evolution as the walk through the code that God designed. So
yeah, it's the code. It's the code executing, but I don't believe in actual evolution the way it's purported. I do believe in adaptations and like mutations. Yeah, I believe God made us resilient.
Change in allele frequency over time, so that would be true whether or not God programmed it or not.
What I'm saying is, I believe God gave you the ability to adapt to certain shit, but I don't believe He gave you the ability to go from being a squirrel frog to being a human being.
Yeah, it
like
wasn't
radical.
Given to
I guess
an
we call it
creature. It was given to a whole group of creatures. It's not
radicalized. I don't believe it was like radicalized fucking changes in
species evolved, not individuals. Whole groups of animals evolved, not individual ones.
Yeah, and I mean that to me, like, how do you have the same exact randomized rare mutation, right, in a large group of animals
because
all at the same time?
Quickly.
It happens all the time.
Died.
Well, what, like, have you ever seen someone born
not all genetic diversity and not all mutations are good.
Have you ever seen people with mutations? Right. I've never really seen someone with a mutation.
You've never seen someone with 9 fingers, extra teeth?
What I'm saying is I've never seen someone with a mutation where I was like, oh, that's a benefit. You know what I mean? Like, usually if I see someone with a mutation, it incapacitates them. It was an error. I never saw a beneficial, like, mutate. I never saw a guy with like an extra set of arms that could like do great.
So have you ever met someone with red hair?
Yeah.
They carry a MC1R gene, right? And though you might not like redheads or something, they have a benefit as they can absorb vitamin D a lot more easily than everyone else. So they don't have to go out in the sun. Sure, they can't as much because of skin cancer, but they don't have to. They just making their own vitamin D wherever the fuck they go. So there's a beneficial mutation.
Well, I mean, how do you know it's a mutation?
Because it's what would you call it? Hang on, what the fuck would you call that?
Like redheaded people?
It's a genetic mutation, dude. It's not just
Like,
a hair color. It's a complete lack of melanin.
Black people, right, have melanin, right?
Yeah.
And so black people get like more energy from the sun, or like they can convert, like they can convert like more melatonin, and like they have like higher oxidation rate of like adrenaline because of the melanin. There's benefits to like different, you know, species. Like, yeah, increased melanin has benefits, but does that mean it's a mutation? Or was that just, that's how black people were designed, to be better at doing that? Like
So did
Chinese
God
people
just,
are
like-
smarter. Is it a mutation, or were they designed a little bit smarter? Like, I just think
cultural. It's
Well,
cultural.
here's what I think, bro. I think God was creating races, like, you know, characters in a video game, and there was like stat points. And I think he gave Asians like a couple of extra intellect points, you know what I mean? But I think there was like a bucket.
I don't believe that at all. I think it's cultural.
Yo, there's a balance with everything. Look, you got Asian people, right? You can say it's cultural, but look, they're a little smarter, but they're a little smaller and weaker, right? You know what I mean? You got like big Polish people, but they, you know, they didn't get as many intellect points. They put all their points in strength. You know what I mean? You got other people that, you know, they're not really smart, right? But they're like nimble. You know, they're in the middle. They're not big, they're not small, you know, but they're agile, they're fast. You know, there's different fucking, there's a balance like in everything. Like, no one is completely fucked. You know what I'm saying? You look at any race, no race is completely fucked. They have attributes that are beneficial and they have negative ones. So, like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that's
Gingers.
because of evolution.
It's
from
not evolution,
the
bro.
environment, the culture.
It's not evolution. It's adaptation to the environment. They
What
didn't.
the fuck
like,
do you think evolution is?
Well, what I'm saying is, why don't Chinese people all have like 4 arms, right?
Well, this is why Rent's annoying. He'll reject your definition.
Why
He
don't
doesn't propose it
Why
to him.
don't white people have wings? Why don't white people have wings?
He
bro?
argues from incredulity literally all
What
the
I'm
time.
saying is, you're sitting here
Because
trying to
that's not how
say
evolution works, Rand.
I'm telling you, look, there's minor changes in the general species of what we are, but we're all human beings, and we can all procreate. And our procreated fucking offspring. Like, I could create offspring, right, with a black chick, and I'm
You know
Sicilian.
why people
and
don't
then
have
that
wings?
black chick could have a kid that's half Sicilian, half black. Then she can go and have that kid could have a kid with someone who's Irish. And then that Irish, half black Sicilian kid could go and have a kid with someone who's Mexican. And they could just keep doing that indefinitely. We're not different, you know what I mean, species. We're all the same species, and there's not radicalized mutations. There's minute different changes. That's it. Like, you won't find a person that has an extra set of arms because it benefited them. And it would. I promise you, if we could grow extra arms, right, everybody would have extra arms because we could do more shit. Like,
Evolution is too slow for that to have been something that was like you don't just instantly like a kid isn't born with 4 arms. It's like okay, he's got these weird little fingers poking out of his fucking sides or some shit.
If
And
it's
then
too
no one
slow-
wants to fuck him because he looks weird.
Here's my
and He
point.
doesn't procreate.
If it's too slow, right, then it's too slow to make an actual difference in the survival over a period enough time in this slow process that won't actually affect any change. It's too
No,
slow.
it's slow when it matters. It's not going to.
Right, it's slow.
Be
It's only slow when it comes to the parts of evolution that I'm talking about. But when it goes from coming from a single-celled organism to butt fucking a tadpole monkey frog, it doesn't matter. how slow it is. It all happened. What was the point where the frog lizard crawled out of the water, only breathing in the water, and somehow, in this slow process, miraculously could now breathe air?
Honestly, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't looked into single cell
You got to look
evolution.
into what you believe in,
Yeah,
because
I'll
it's
have to.
more
I'll have to.
batshit crazy than what I believe in on faith.
I'll have answers for you next time I see you on panel. But
You know what I mean?
as for the other shit, like it's pretty obvious that evolution does exist and can be observed.
What you're observing is like adaptational changes, but they're using that to justify radicalized changes across species.
Yeah,
which we've never observed. It's not, no way. There's nothing radical. It's, you know what I mean? It's all balanced and very similar and all compatible. And the shit that isn't compatible, it's not like we can't say that shit mixed together because it's obviously not compatible once you go past the first fucking, you know what I mean, mixing. And I don't even know how they pulled that off. That's like magic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe, but
I think it actually hurts the tiger females or the lion females when they give birth to the large animals that they weren't even designed to carry. Like it wrecks their body when they create ligers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So what do you like? What about bacteria?
What about it?
Well, you know that antibiotics, we're getting to a point where we're kind of fucked for antibiotics because bacteria evolves.
Well, the thing is, you don't actually need antibiotics to do what antibiotics does.
No, you don't. But that's not the point.
This might sound crazy, but there's like, I mean, this isn't like good for me and you, but there's technology already available. They've had it for a long time that can target different things in the body and destroy them with resonant frequencies. That's just one thing.
Yeah, but this is really about the question of evolution and the observation of bacteria evolving.
I don't believe it's evolution necessarily that is causing it. I believe it's like a tolerance type of thing.
They gain an immunity because people don't finish their script of antibiotics. So the bacteria inside them that they're fighting at the moment doesn't die, and it gets an immunity that it's able to pass on to other bacteria.
There's a lot of fucking speculation as to what happens. You know what I mean? They could say it's got immunity. I think it's more along the lines of like a tolerance thing. Like if you eat poison, a little tiny bit of it, and increase the amounts to where it goes from nothing to like, you know what I mean, a significant amount of poison. If someone goes to poison you, your body's already producing, you know what I mean, things that are chemicals that are going to counteract this poison. And that's observed within basically any really addictive drug user. And that's actually what causes, you know what I mean, addiction, withdrawal, and all that shit. You know what I mean? It's that like you're putting a substance in your body, right? That's going to mimic another substance or cause the release of a substance, right? So your body starts to produce, like, for example, if you do like cocaine or heroin, these things rely mostly on dopamine, right? Even cigarettes and coffee up to a like low degree. Now, when you don't put the chemical in your body is still creating the anti-chemical. This is what causes tolerance. You ever heard of like drug tolerance or alcohol tolerance? It's that your body...
Alcohol tolerance isn't really a tolerance. It's your kidney failing.
Well, no, there's actual alcohol tolerance. It's that you're tolerant to the effects of alcohol. You get what I'm saying? And the reason why...
Is your liver failing? I can't remember, but it's one of the two. If you're not feeling the effects, it's because it's not being processed through your system.
It's not your liver failing in the beginning of alcoholism. That's like once you've been an alcoholic. What I'm saying is you release dopamine, norepinephrine, serotonin when your body's under the influence of alcohol. It's a drug. Like alcohol actually goes through your body and causes effects just like any other chemicals. So it's not just your liver, it's that you actually become resilient to your own body's dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. Because your body expects, like if you take a drug every day, your body expects it. So it starts to produce anti-chemicals, something that cancels out the expected level. In order to reach equilibrium, your body knows where it wants to be. Okay? So the reality is, like, you smoke cigarettes every day. You don't smoke cigarettes one day. Your body's expecting the dopamine rush. So it produces an anti-chemical. Now, whatever dopamine you would normally be producing from normal actions like eating and shit, it's not affecting you because it's meeting the anti-chemical and you're not actually receiving that in dopamine receptor sites. So now you're in the negative. You get what I'm saying? Any dopamine that you were supposed to experience from that day, which are normal rewards for like eating, fucking pissing, whatever your body, the way your body works on, neurotransmitters. It works on like reward systems and shit. And so you don't receive the normal shit. And this is what causes people to go back to the drugs and shit is that fucking addiction. It's the depression of being in the negative. You see?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
so, like, essentially, it's like poisoning and tolerance. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Like, what is a fucking antibiotic to a bacteria? It's a poison. It kills it through poisoning. The bacteria that only receive a little bit of poison, right, now have tolerance to the poison. But there's other ways to kill bacteria. Like, you can make colloidal silver, which destroys the bacteria through a mechanism of stripping an ion away from it as it passes by it. So essentially you have a ring of ions around the silver particle once it becomes a colloid, and as it passes across the negatively charged bacteria, it strips away an ion.
Yeah, but do you want to be blue?
You won't
Do
turn blue
you really want
unless
to be blue?
listen, I'm going to tell you straight up, you're not going to turn blue unless you literally drink concentrated gallons a day. That's the only time someone's turned blue, is the one guy that drank gallons of concentrated colloidal silver and copper. And
There's a lady in the city I live in who's fucking blue from it.
They believe it's from the copper, and they believe that the people that turn blue were using sterling silver, which contains nickel and copper, to make their colloidal silver. If you use pure silver, there's no one that has ever turned blue. There's just the one guy that was on Oprah that was a lunatic and drank concentrated colloidal silver, copper, and I think even gold. You know what I mean? But you can take colloidal silver in small doses if you're sick, and it will fuck shit up. I promise you.
Yeah, sounds cool.
It works
Anyway,
best
dude,
externally.
I need to get out of here. I'm going to get some clothes in the wash. It's been good talking to you today, Rant. It's the first constructive conversation I've had with you. I appreciate it. I'll remember it next time I see you.
Yo, I could be constructive or I could be destructive. It depends on how we're doing.
Constructive's better.
Try to create. I do.
Yeah. All right, TML, thanks for having me, dude. Catch you later, Hank.
See ya.
See you, Rant.
Later, dog.
Yeah, thanks for joining the panel. And yeah, for the rest of you, we'll continue this at another time, on Saturday. So yeah, I got some videos I'm gonna play for you guys. It's sunrise where I'm at, so I'm gonna go ahead and pray my sunrise prayer, and then conclude the show here. But yeah, I want you guys to give some closing thoughts. Hank, go ahead first.
Yes. So, pretty much, I go with the best model. I go with model that works. Rent thinks I don't get anything right at all. That's false because I can at least log into the studio and use my camera. And if anyone wants to debate me, you can just email me at oflame03@gmail.com. I can totally schedule something for you. I host my own panels, but not all the time, so it's not gonna be an issue.
For sure, for sure. We're gonna have many more conversations with Hank and also Rant. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, bro, I don't need to say nothing, bro. I say enough.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, sometimes we don't get a closing statement from some of the people out here. But yeah, I'm gonna throw you guys in the back here. Blessings. Thank you guys so much for being out here with me. And yeah, for everyone else, I'm trying to see if my camera is even functional at this point. Hold on, give me a second. Turn this on for you guys. I know I was gonna play this video. I got some more stuff on Trump and all that type of stuff. You know, next time we'll get into that Trumpian stuff, and also the Unabomber manifesto. We'll bring some more material in terms of the philosophy content. I'm thinking about going into Stuart Brand's book, Media Lab, and looking at some of the other ideas in terms of cybernetics and the Macy's conference. And there we'll be looking at, you know, how Stuart Brand is connected to the various movements around San Francisco. I know that Pill Eater will have a lot to say about these things. Long Now Foundation and some of those questions and answers. And also we're going to look at some of the thoughts of Peter Thiel. And we still have some things looking at Aristotle, the philosophy of history. You know, and also we might do a special on Buddhism, the history of Buddhism. You know, so we have a few specials planned here that we're going to get into soon. We also have the final installment of our Antichrist Burnout series. So, yeah, thank you so much for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond your programming is to realize that you have been programmed. Here, we're going to observe some discussions I had, you know, the first of which is with Glenn Lawrence about no fault divorce. We're talking about the requirements for marriage, you know, within Christian ethics and those ideas. And then we're going to move to a discussion on free will I had with JS Urban Adventures, also with Shiva Church of Four, you know, very brilliant interlocutor there. And we also have a discussion with Rant and Neurojack, and also a another one with Jack Talcott. So we're gonna play some of these clips for you guys, and we'll be back with another 8 to 9 hour installment on Saturday, 7:30 p.m. But on Friday, we'll be premiering some interviews that we did, some lost material. So I knew that was gonna come on soon. I planned to do it on Tuesday, but I got caught up in the moving that I'm doing. Me and Virgo Moon are doing a little bit of moving, in which the plans are a little shaky, and the resources are also a little bit low. But we'll figure out what we're doing here soon. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. Blessings for being here with me on the Machine Lies. And yeah, check out this some of these discussions. We'll play only parts of these discussions here, you know, but yeah, you guys will get what we're doing here with this. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Leopard Print, good to see you. Glenn, thank you so much for being here. Dean, thank you, my brother. Dances with Aardvarks, Ah. How many older manifestos were written by 3-letter agencies? Interesting question. Yeah, for sure. Definitely have to ask ourselves. You know, as for Dr. Kaczynski, it's interesting that we have book length explanations where he gave correspondences for our teacher Dr. Skrbina, who taught us a lot about philosophy, history of philosophy. Also, we talked about metaphysics of technology with Dr. Skrbina. But yeah, he had a lengthy correspondence with Dr. Kaczynski in which he has his handwritten letters, explaining some of his ideas in his manifesto. So yeah, anyways, guys, we'll talk to you guys soon. Check this out. Yeah, peace. Thank you guys so much for being here with me.
Abdul, get the rocks.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering.
I think it's funny because the Arabs had very sort of lax customs according to divorce, like like for example, the prophet, he married a woman that was a lot older than him and she had already been divorced, right? Most of the people within the beginnings of Islam, they would get married like 2 or 3 times, and they would have like different spouses and all that type of stuff. Mainly it's about the entire thing is different because there's a practice of polygamy involved as well, right? And then there's also different ideas, but in terms of no fault divorce, they don't really have that. But I think it's easier to get divorced, historically speaking, in Islam than it is in Christianity, or at least it was more allowed by the Islamic institutions than the than the Christian institutions, because
Institutions had preserved the sanctity of marriage better.
I think so because they had an idea where you couldn't get divorced, or divorce was illegal until I think it was like King Henry wanted to break off the church.
Oh yeah, he cut off his wife's head. Remember that? Yeah,
exactly.
That bitch.
Yeah,
Damn,
so there was this whole stipulation with the church, and also so there's this whole history behind it. But I think that in terms of modern culture, it can't be compared because, you have the legal court system, you have the laws. Obviously, most of the divorces are initiated by women. And then you have the idea that,
here's my argument with women saying it's not about money, for Liz. Now, she didn't say that it's not about money. She said that I brought up money. I would say it's always been about money, even with the woman. She's incentivized to do so because of money, right? Because that she knows that she doesn't have with no fault divorce. Now she knows I don't need a reason to leave him and get paid for it. Now, if you made fault divorce the only way that anybody could receive alimony or child support, I don't think you would see many people filing no fault. And the people that you would file no fault would be people that truly just want to get the fuck out of this marriage, and they just want to go. They don't want nothing from this person. They just want out. And that's how no fault should be done. Okay, cool. No fault, then no pay. Grab your shit and go on your way.
But somebody in the chat said all you have to do in Islam is say I divorce you 3 times, and a woman can say that. Actually, that's not true. Women cannot initiate divorce in an Islamic marriage.
They can barely speak. The fuck?
Oh my god.
Well, I think that women have a different place within the Islamic society. You know, there's a clearly described roles. Like, for example, the feminist ideal would not be possible within a Muslim society. You know, it could only be possible within a Western or Christian context, I think, you know.
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, like, for example, like feminism has its origins within Western European Christian civilization, right?
Oh
So
yeah,
that,
them hoes. Them hoes.
right. So I would just say that there's a reason why, you know, Islamics didn't invent feminism, right? It's pretty obvious.
You guys got one thing right. You didn't bring feminism up.
You can.
So, Lindsay, what I'm getting at is like, it's always about the money for the women from the beginning. They're doing it because of the money. If they knew that, okay, I could divorce my husband, but by divorcing him, that means I don't get any money or any benefits from him, would women divorce them? Or would they just, okay, let's say,
Is it any different when the woman has kids?
Let me explain.
Okay.
There's no abuse. There's no fault other than they just can't stand that motherfucker's face anymore. He had this mole that kept on growing, and now there's a fucking mountain on the side of his face, and it's just
On his teeth.
Yeah, and then his teeth are like there's some coffee. This man and I mean, shit. The last time that he went to the dentist, they were still giving cocaine as a local anesthesia. You know, so like
It smells like bologna.
Oh man, like, and then his earwax is just piling up. Like there's all these reasons. Like she has all of them, right?
Okay, right.
So so she just wants out. Do you think she would be inclined to leave him still if she knew that in doing so she could not gain anything financially from him?
Well, in this case, yes, because he's repulsive. But if he was just a guy that she simply didn't love, didn't, you know, smell like bologna and have rotting teeth.
Maybe she could, like, if she could convince him to go get some, you know, some new teeth, and she could, you know, he gets the husband makeover and he looks like a Ken doll.
Oh God, Ken's gay.
I'm just saying,
So
do you
can't win.
think that she'd be inclined to leave him if she knew that she wasn't going to get any money?
I would say most women overall, when given the choice between you can have some money or you can't, would definitely like to have some.
So if leaving him means that you're walking out with no money, no resources.
If I can't stand him or vice versa, yes. Have a good life.
I don't see many women doing that. I think many women will stay where the resources are at because they know they haven't been able to acquire any for themselves. So
I think she would be able to work something out, like work for a while and then
I
move
know
out
what she
in a
would
few
do.
months. Oh, she would hoe?
Well, I mean, that's what most
Get a
women
big daddy?
I mean,
I
it's
don't
like
know.
that's the number one career field that women tend to lean towards these days.
My mom became a teacher, so I didn't have that issue, and she didn't really date. She just raised the kids.
That's good. Good for your
Yeah,
mom.
good lady. So I don't really have too much to say about that other than, you know, personal experience. But yes, women definitely like money, especially if she has kids. Okay, done.
So all good. So like a part that I didn't really hear being mentioned is like you can go the state route or you can remove them, right? If you go the state route, I don't see why you couldn't have it be a legal aspect for when you do things in marriage, right? Or don't do them, right? So just like we have a legal aspect for if you neglect your kids, why can't there be a legal aspect if you neglect your spouse?
Interesting.
So you're saying if his wife neglects the dick, that should be a legal punishment? I'm with that 100%. I'm with that.
And vice versa.
Hell yeah, fellas. That means you better,
but that's not
hold on.
only it.
What that means, fellas, you better start being, a connoisseur of some mushu and be able to go down south and have a talented tongue.
Or not.
Yeah, that's what it is in yeah, that's what it is in Islam. There's responsibilities in a marriage, and if you don't really put up your half of the bargain, then it's like over. You know what I mean? So there's really
So what could also fall under that neglect law could be stuff like, your spouse neglecting their own health to the point where they become Jabba the Hutt, and now they're no longer sexually desirable to their spouse. You could also say that's a form of neglect as well, right? Because they've neglected their health for so long that
And
they
then
become
by doing that,
repulsive.
they neglect you.
Yeah. So then that would come out in court, right? Like, how did this start? Well, it started with him eating 20 cheeseburgers a day for 40 days, and and then it would take away the neglect from her, and now it would be on him. And that's just one way that it could be. I think that ultimately,
So you think these also should be false reasons for divorce? You were thinking these things should be false, and actually reasons not false, and they would be reason enough to be fined or divorced or what?
Yeah, if you're going to have the state involved, then there needs to be legal repercussions. And so anything that would be a fault should be jail time. So if you cheat on your spouse and have sexual intercourse with another person, that should be a prison time offense, right? You could even go as far as saying, like, you caught him looking at dirty porn, or you caught her, or you had her
clean porn.
Or you had her go on OF or something, you know what I mean?
It's going to become so Orwellian, though. That'd be my argument.
Have the state involved, right?
Yeah, but it reminds me of Thought Police and that kind of George.
Well, you'd still have to prove that they did what you're claiming they did. So if you're just claiming that they're being unfaithful, but there's zero proof to prove it, like the woman is texting other guys or something. If you don't have access to the text, well, tough. It's your word against hers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have access to those texts, then that could be used as evidence, right?
Evidence that will let you keep your own money and not have to share.
No, that the person gets jail time. I'm not for this no money crap, because I think that is a decent incentive, right? Like, rather decentive, I guess. It'd be the opposite of an incentive, right? Where you're taking away that extra. Pardon?
It's definitely punitive.
Yeah. I think it's really disgusting the way we look at marriage nowadays, where we look at it as a completely selfish decision, where it's like, I'm not happy, so I'm getting a divorce, instead of looking at it as you're screwing over your kids, and that should take precedent over your feelings. Whether that be the man screwing around on the wife, or doing some other part of the bargain that he's not doing part of the bargain, of a marriage.
Barney, are you saying that there should be punitive damages that a man should pay if his wife just wants to leave?
No, it'd be whoever is breaking the law, you know what I mean? So if she has zero reason, well, that's what I mean. You'd have to start now implementing stuff such as neglect laws into marriage. So a lot of these laws that we put on parents neglecting their kids, etc., now that would be put on spouses as well. Because it is a form of neglect to the kids by neglecting your duties in a marriage. And another way you could look at it is both parents go to jail, and now that's extra encouragement for them to instead work on their relationship. Another fun idea I had is you could have a public flogging of the couple.
fun idea.
Yeah, I like Farney's ideas. You know, I'm on board with most of what
I'm
he's
not
saying.
sure if like
I thought you'd like
so
him.
now,
Then.
now, first of all, like flogging, you know, that kind of like are we doing like a dom and sub thing? Is there a
Yeah,
safe
he's kind of BDSM-ish.
is there a safe word for this flogging?
Yeah, the safe word is okay. I'll do it. I'll work on the marriage.
Real quick, I want to welcome Brick to the building.
What's
Hello,
up,
Brick.
brother, man? Hey,
How you
panel,
doing?
how's it going?
Doing well. What do you want to chime in and add to the conversation? Got any thoughts?
Yeah, man. You know, I'm glad you bring the subject up, and appreciate you having me up on the panel to talk about it a little bit. Primarily, the one thing that comes to my mind is allowing another person into your bedroom. That's my view of the state getting involved in your marriage. That's just my view. So I'm not entirely for any kind of state legal marriaging system. I think that should be between you, your spouse, and your creator. I don't see any reason for individuals who don't believe in a creator to have what's called marriage. I know that there's tax write-offs and that sort of thing that come along with the idea of marriage within the system, but the idea of marriage was never an actual proposed thing until this idea of secularism and, you know, nation states and that sort of thing came along for tax write-offs, right? So, you know, the idea of having someone else involved in the inside of your bedroom is just kind of a foreign idea to humanity, really, to me. But when I heard this statement from my human brother sitting next to me, that he would be interested in putting people in cages for what's considered infidelity, that's another one of those foreign ideas.
Now, are you talking about cages like, you know, jails?
Well, yeah, I mean, jail is a cage. It's a dungeon.
Okay, I didn't know if like there was like a kennel, like you put your dog in.
Well, it might as well be. It's got bars. It's got, you know, little tiny windows, very little clothing. You're given 3 hots and a cot sort of thing. I mean, that to me is a dungeon. That's a cage.
Well, you know, if two people agree to get married, right, and one of them agrees to live in a dungeon, right, and there's no,
hold on, you went, whoa,
right, there's no institutions involved, right, to stop that, right?
Wait, marriage is a dungeon? I'm trying to connect that.
No, I'm just saying, say they both agree consensually, right, and there's no laws, right? It's totally the state is not involved in it, right? And one of them agrees to live in a dungeon for the other person, right?
I mean, if that's what you agree to, if that's a contractual agreement, I think a man and a woman should both.
And you don't think the community, at large, or any of the institutions that follow God, or any of the people around, should have a problem with that?
I believe that if you say that you're going to do something, you should do it. I don't think you should be agreeing to do something.
That's pretty general.
You wouldn't do like that. That in of itself is, you know, that's one of them straw man arguments, as you would say. That you say, well, if you say A and B, then you say also C. No, that's not accurate. The institution, quote unquote, institution of marriage is not a dungeon. It never has been, never will be. Right now, because the state has produced something akin to marriage, and then says they're going to give a tax write-off.
I mean, some folks got this red room and they call it a dungeon, but
that's a good point. But that's a mutual thing, right? You know, it is an odd thing that you find yourself in. It's there's a sexual contract goes along with that. Yes, you got to consider the idea that you are going to be doing that sort of thing, and if you're going to be doing it according to the book and what the book says, there's the law, there's the principles in the law, there's the ideas backed by your belief system and those who are in charge of your belief system. I mean, I can't tell you what to do in your life, but I can tell you right now that the idea of marriage enforced by the state is not the same as what's proposed in the book, if that makes sense.
Yeah. What does the book propose? That each man is the leader of the household, simply, right? No state anything.
Well, it talks about, well, it kind of, it actually shows a lot of examples of what good or decent marriages look like. And then it actually shows some examples of what poor marriages
What
look
would you
like.
say Hosea looked like?
What do you mean, like physically, like his?
No, like how
physical?
do you think, how would you describe Hosea's marriage?
From the Bible?
Yeah.
I
mean, I don't know any other person named Hosea unless you do.
I mean, I don't know. Can you describe it?
Have you read it?
I can describe it. That's why I got divorced.
It's been a long time since I read
divorced.
some of the Old Testament. It's been a long time, and reading the minor prophets, a lot of times I tend to get them mixed up. So
Hosea
my
went
issue
through
is
somewhat similar to what I went through, and that's why I got divorced.
Gotcha. What do you feel like he was in an abusive relationship himself?
No, his
wife kept on screwing up.
Okay,
Yeah.
so she was outside.
He had
the
to
marriage.
keep going
Right.
and collecting her from the red district and stuff because she would slut around.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So, and there is a principle that is outlined in the scriptures that
but
for
I
fornication
have-
reasons.
Yeah, but I
Right.
have to interject because you're actually wrong. It has always been an institution that involved the state. It involved the state in the Old Testament, where if you went and you were an adulterer, you would get stoned to death. So yeah, there was the state involved.
Well,
it's just that the state was a
not
religious
after
state.
Christ, not after Christ, right? That wasn't an
Right, but you
institution
said it
anymore after
never was
Christ.
involved. You said it was never involved. Also, after Christ, there was still the
for
state
Christians,
involved
right?
to
For Christians, yes,
Okay,
for Christians.
fair enough. And who is the one that is now saying that the divorce is allowed to happen or not? Obviously, there's an enforcement law behind that, right?
Not
Otherwise, you
necessarily.
could just say
Not necessarily. Not
okay.
not
so
on
what
Earth.
happens if you
Not
all
on
right?
Earth.
So then, why even have any rules to get divorced? I just divorce her.
Right.
Marry
exactly.
a new one.
That's
What
exactly
do you
right.
mean? Yeah, exactly.
No, you're hitting the nail on the head. Why would you get married to someone that you can't trust?
No, that's
You lose
but that
trust
has
with
nothing
them.
to
Is that
do
what you're
with it.
saying? Well,
No, I'm saying you need
should have gotten
permission
to
to
know
get
the person.
divorced. You
And there's a
need
problem
permission
that
to
we
get
have here in this
divorced
country.
as a Christian.
There's a problem that we have here in this country that promiscuity
wait a minute.
abounds.
No,
Wait a
you're
minute.
just
Pause for
completely
the
skipping
cause.
over my comment.
Hold on, you
Sorry,
guys.
go
I
ahead.
actually missed something real quick. I missed Mr. Chronos gifting 10 memberships, and then on top of that, he's sending 50 doll hairs that says, "Let's make Farney defend." His honorary flapping position. Good enough. You know what? I think that deserves one of these. Thank you so much, Chrono. As you were, gentlemen.
Where's my machine lies? He could have helped me with that Sean Connery comment.
No, you're on your own with that. Let's go.
Yeah, you already heard me, man. I compared it to discipline, and if you're gonna talk about discipline, then
I got legal issues, lawsuits pending.
Yeah,
but
so,
regardless, man. So
right.
who is if you need a reason to get divorced, he says he does not permit a person to get divorced unless X reason. Who was the one that was permitting the divorce? The enforcement, correct?
Which is not any man.
It is the church.
Who was allowed? Here's a good question for you guys. Who was allowed to divorce? Who's allowed to initiate divorce?
From my understanding, it was the man.
Only the man. And what is adultery? Anybody?
From my
I
understanding,
mean,
it's sexual
sex with.
immorality. Sexual
Yeah.
immorality.
No, it's not sexual immorality. It falls
Fornication.
under.
Having
Is it
sex with
fornication?
a.
It falls under the umbrella of sexual
It's
immorality.
fornication. It's fornication.
It's when a woman is sleeping with anyone other than her husband. That's
I would say that it includes the husband. For example, it said if a
Right.
man even looks at another woman with
he has
lust,
committed
then
adultery.
Right, that's right.
So
Yeah.
how can he commit adultery in his heart if a
Because
man
adultery
can't
can
commit
only.
adultery?
The reason why I say because a woman cannot accuse her husband of adultery, only a husband could actually initiate or give his wife a letter of divorce for adultery. So therefore, only she's the one that was committing adultery.
Slight request. I didn't know if you could maybe bring up that scripture, if that's possible.
About what?
I don't think there is scripture saying that
For the
only a
for
man
that
can.
the scriptural reason for divorce.
Oh yeah, that's in
Oh,
Matthew.
sure,
Matthew
go nuts.
19.
Yes, sir.
Is it Matthew 19 or Matthew 18?
And while we're going at it, can you defend that Connery thing?
Oh, he's gonna. Yes. Go ahead.
Well,
I'll
sometimes
pull
you
the
just
script up
gotta
now.
slap him. Are you?
Kidding. No,
have you not seen?
I know it's a
Have you
joke, bro.
Yeah, come on, man. Me personally, unless it was like the dirty diaper in your kid's face and you come home to that, I don't see many good reasons, but I think that's a decent reason.
Well, in all cases, in any religion, whether it's Hinduism or Islam or Judaism or Christianity, they all are male dominated. They all say that you can, basically hit your wife, and the reason they say that is because wives are not going to hit husbands, but it's saying that excessive violence is not good, right? So it's saying that if
And
there
they
is
would get punished for excessive violence. Yeah.
exactly. If there's going to be violence, they're saying just that if somebody gets uppity, you're allowed to hit your wife, but you're not allowed to use excessive violence against your spouse. That's
So how-
totally wrong. You would be punished for that.
Machine, have
Are
you
you against the hadith where Aisha says that?
Machine,
all right, go ahead.
Machine, have you not seen these bitches in 2024? These motherfuckers, they are just straight like clocking dudes in the head. Like, come on now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. But I still think that like if you're not stronger or more powerful than your lady friend, then maybe you shouldn't be in that relationship. Or if you can't control her to that aspect to where you guys are constantly having fist fights, then I think there's more issues that need to be sorted out there,
Well, yeah, I mean, because the thing is, I mean, as we are men, hopefully we can talk about this sort of thing when it comes to sexual activity, just the reality of it. It's a physical thing, and understanding sexuality and the aspect of what happens, right? As men, we have a role, and when it comes to women, they have a role, and that aspect is literally played out into reality.
Yeah, that's
in every
why
aspect.
in the Islamic marriage, right, the sex even within the marriage has to be consensual between the man and the wife, so much so that the wife can ask the husband for money, to initiate sexual intercourse even
Wait a
within the
minute,
marriage.
hold up. You're saying wives could be prostitutes? The wife could prostitute herself to her husband?
Yeah, but only to her husband, really.
Does he have a choice to like?
Wait. That can't be true.
Barney, I'm asking
I
you a
understand
question.
what you're saying.
I'm wondering, does he get to have a choice to be like, hey, so I either pay you
Well,
or can I go pay
well,
that
it's just
other
that
one over there? Because the other
well,
one's
it's
really
just that it's just to say that even within a marriage, a husband isn't allowed to like grape his wife. You know what I mean? For
Right.
example,
It doesn't.
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
that
go
can't
to that
be
point of
true.
rage.
So like the husband has to pay a slave woman that he's taken as a wife to have her have sex with him. That's
No,
not
no, no,
true in
no.
Islam.
You're missing the point. It's
Yeah,
about
no, I'm
the
not talking about
activity.
slave women at all. I'm talking about husband and wife relationships, Farney.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Get your head
Husband
out
and
of,
wife. Yeah, you
get your
marry
head
a
out of the
slave that.
medieval. Get your head out of the medieval times here.
No, no.
It
Like you're allowed to. Like it's even encouraged. Like you go and you find like a Christian
it is
woman
mutual.
that you killed her husband and you take her as your
It's mutual.
wife,
It
right?
it becomes mutual. It
What, when you
becomes a
force
thing.
yourself on her, it becomes mutual? Like I'm
That
so
No,
confused.
the marriage in Islam it has to be consensual, right?
Yeah.
Between the
Yeah.
man and the woman, like the man and the woman have to agree to get married. There's no forced
Well,
marriage in
yeah,
Islam.
she'll be killed if she doesn't agree to marry you.
What are you talking about?
A prisoner,
No.
a woman prisoner of war.
Oh yeah,
She,
prisoner of
yeah,
war is prisoner of war is
exactly.
totally different. Prisoner of war is different.
Yeah,
That's a slave.
exactly. Right. So she
Yeah, so
can't.
you're
You don't
talking
have
about
to have her. You don't have to pay her
you're
to have
talking
sex
about
with you. You
yeah, but
just
you're talking
have
about
sex with her.
but you're talking about a different legal system.
Yeah, but she's still your wife.
Not
You
talking.
take her as
Yeah,
a wife.
you're talking about a legal
you're
system,
talking about
not
No, she's just
the,
a.
you're talking
the
about in the Bible. You're talking about in the
religion.
Bible,
No, I'm
right?
talking about in Islam.
No. In the Bible and in the Quran, there's laws for slave women.
And all slaves, actually.
Yeah,
No,
that's
like
a different legal system. I'm just talking about men and women and marriage. Do you
In
understand what I'm saying?
marriage, it's a
Yeah, in
different.
marriage. Yeah, it's a different system. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
You're
an
getting
I'm
confused.
pretty
institution
Yeah, you're
sure
getting
that
from
they
confused.
took
God,
them as one of
and
their
it's
4
mutual.
wives, did they not?
No, you're getting confused. You're mixing up two different legal systems.
So you're allowed to have 4
And one of
wives
them
and
and one
as
of them
many
yeah, and one of them
prisoners
and
of
one of the
war
legal
as
systems
sex
yeah, and
slaves?
one of the here, hold on, Barney. One of the legal systems that you're referring to, right, during the course of this, right, it doesn't even exist in modern times because there's no slaves.
Right.
There's plenty of slaves.
Well,
What are
illegal
you
slaves.
talking about?
They're
Where,
illegal
No.
slaves.
where's the slaves? Where's the
They're not
slaves today?
legitimate. There's no legitimate
There's
slaves.
there's legitimate slaves in Africa. Like, what are you talking about?
No, sorry. No, the whole world is based
I'm
not
mainly
legally.
talking about the United States.
Well,
You know,
You're talking about
really
the
bad
United
I'm talking about
Nations,
Islamic countries in Africa.
right?
No,
They
you
have.
weren't talking about Islamic countries in Africa until now.
yeah, I know. See,
Wait,
that's the
what?
problem. You're kind of
No,
hopping
because
around.
I was specific. Because I
yeah,
was
we could,
specifically talking about you don't have to pay your wife if she's. You definitely don't
Yeah,
have
that's
her as a
also
slave.
that's like in anywhere where Muslims are at.
So this is why I brought up the whole point behind
Oh my
state
gosh.
marriage versus religious marriage. They're two different systems. This is why I don't
What's your
believe in
point?
state marriages. This is the whole
No,
point. Why
you didn't
pay the
answer who's the
government
enforcement
for
arm
permission to marry your
Right.
wife as a
Right,
Christian?
No, but you're claiming there's no enforcement
Why are
arm
you going to pay
for.
another man to
What?
marry your wife as a Christian
Nobody said
or an
anything about
atheist
that. We're
or
talking.
anything?
I said, stop avoiding the question. I said, who is the one permitting the divorce if you show that she has been sexually immoral? Who? You
God.
said God. That's not true.
Yes.
It is
Why not?
literally the church.
It isn't. Is it
Because
not the
it's
scripture?
literally the church.
Is it
In the
not the
scripture,
scripture?
it's literally. It's the church.
Okay, so then you take it to the congregation, and you take it to your church leaders, and they
Yes,
decide
the
based upon
enforcement
the
arm.
evidence, and then they pray to God and ask for His blessing. It's God. They're supposed to be receiving that direction from God. It's not them doing it. A threefold cord is hard to break. That scripture, that one, you remember that one? It's the institution of marriage between a man, a woman, and the Creator.
So I got the scripture up here. So what,
Cool.
what do you guys want about the scripture? So this is Matthew 19. All right. Pharisees came up to him to test him by asking, is it lawful to divorce one's wife for any cause? He answered, have you not read that he who created them from the beginning made them male and female? If you guys didn't know what that means, I'll help you. When he said that, when he created them male and female, well, it's just easier to say that it just, it's this.
Boys have a penis. Girls have a vagina.
Thanks for the tip.
All right. So he created a male and female. All right. And then and said, therefore, a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let no man separate. They said to him, why did Moses command one to give a certificate of divorce and send her away? He said to them, because of the hardness of your heart, Moses allowed you to divorce your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so. And I say to you, whoever divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another commits adultery. Continue. 10 says, the disciple said to him, if such is the case of a man with his wife, it's better not to marry. Yeah, because even them, they knew that these hoes ain't loyal. But he said to them, not everyone can receive this saying, but only those whom it is given. For the eunuchs who have been so from birth, and the eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by men, and there are eunuchs who have been made themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let one who is able to receive it, receive it. All right. So there you go.
Cool, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. And so you can see the encouragement is that if you can't find one, that doesn't mean just go pick any one of them up off the
don't
corner.
pick a bad one.
Yeah.
But wait, what's a eunuch who's made so for the sake of the kingdom of heaven? Hold up.
Like basically like somebody that just chooses not to like Paul. Paul was not married.
I get it. Like somebody who chooses just life.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Like abstinence. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a tough decision, man. And that's where, you know, if you're going to get involved with the state, then, you know, you're going to have a legal contract. You better be sure. You better be sure.
See, I don't agree with
ain't worth
the
it.
I don't think that if you're not a Christian, why get married? Just have your union. Call it a union. Like get your little contract, you know, do your little union dance, you know, do your union thing. That's your guys' thing. But don't call it marriage. Like just if you're not Christian, just be like the gays. Get unionized, all right? But marriage, since it's a representation of Christ's relationship with the church, that should stay in Christians, right? And I don't know, a machine, what y'all call it?
Well, it is a sacrament within the religion, you know, like for example, like
y'all don't think it's like Christ in the church though, do you?
No, it's not. It's not the same effect because I read those verses within Paul where he talks about becoming the bride of Christ and all that type of stuff. How the church is the bride of Christ, and that you have to basically preserve the purity of the church the same way you would preserve a woman going to be married. So because Christ is going to return one day. And then
for his bride, he wants his
bride.
He wants his bride.
Exactly.
She better be a bad looking female too. Like
I know. Yes, I know. I know what So I know what you're referring to there.
But like, so you guys don't have it you guys don't view it as the same, right? Just want to make sure.
No, but there is traditions that talk about how marriage fulfills a lot of the requirements of the religion. So it is an institution within the religion. You know, like basically Muslims are encouraged to be married, right? So marriage is marriage is part of your religious duties, in other words.
Yeah.
You know, having lots of kids, you know, having lots of wives, taking care of more women. You know, it says that in the last days there's gonna be you know, basically more women than men. You know, and there's going to be lots of sexual immorality.
We already see all that. Like these hoes are all over.
And also it's to preserve the kids knowing who their father is. Right.
Thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah. So you know, you have a society And this was important in the Arab society in general. You know, they had a strong patriarchal system there, you know, but they had different tribes. And yeah, it was really, you know, and you're allowed to marry Christians, you know, and Jews, you know, so there's also that, you know, but so there's all sorts of like things that you could do. And also I think you're allowed to marry Zoroastrians as well, because they like all believe in like one God. And then later they would extend that to Hindus and stuff too, because when they conquered India, they thought it would be pretty much, you know, nonsensical to just force conversion on all the Hindus. So they said, well, I guess Hindus just believe in one God too, so they just extended it to the Hindus too.
Yeah. So let me answer this question. So Lindsay, she says some Republicans want to make interracial marriages illegal, or at least discourage it. How do you feel about that? One, I haven't heard that.
Yeah,
So if you have like a link or something like that, I'll be great. I would love to read it. But I think as long as you're a dude marrying a chick, I don't care what shade of skin you are, that's good in my book. All right, I don't care. I really don't care. But here's the thing. I think, ladies, I know you think no fault is your get out of jail free card. It's you're trying to use it as your get out of accountability card, right? Really, it's actually more detrimental to you than you think. All right, because look at this. Since no fault, right, and all this stuff, you guys are having to work more. You're out in the workforce. You guys are popping more pills than ever. You guys are popping pills like Skittles, okay? Constantly on all these damn drugs, you know, fucking up your brain. You're on all these what they call SSRIs. Yeah, you're all out of whack. Your hormones are all off. You got some of you are producing way too less testosterone and way too much estrogen. Your hormones are just as fucked up as the guys with the low T. Like, ladies, I'm trying to help you here. Don't go for the no fault divorce. I know it looks good, but it's not good. It is all bad. Because yes, you may be free of that man, but let me tell you, when the next man finds out you were divorced and he weren't, you know, he didn't cheat on you, he didn't beat her, none of that. Although you love to call every ex a narcissist, we get it. That's nobody believes that now, but the next guy already disqualifies you. Yeah, you're already giving him a good reason to disqualify you. No, he may tap that ass, but disqualifying you for marriage, yeah, that's still a thing. Farney, I know you ain't sleeping, Farney.
What's up? What's up, man? I was talking
What were you doing?
about
What were you doing? What were you doing?
I was
What were your hands?
talking to the
What were your
live chat
hands?
because yeah, they were on my phone. So they're still in sight somewhat. But yeah, I was just getting back to the interracial argument because they said like Nick
Thank you,
Fuentes'
XR.
crew.
Thank you.
Nick Fuentes. Oh, thank you. I was getting back to the Nick Fuentes comment because they said that crew is against interracial marriage, and I was about to say that both sides of the political spectrum have like these small, minor groups, but they are not substantial enough to
you see
make
that
up a
in
group at all.
all races. In all races,
Yeah,
you see a
exactly.
small
Of all
group
political beliefs.
yeah, it doesn't even have to be political. In all
Yeah.
groups of people, you have purists. Don't want to
Yeah.
water down the bloodline.
Yeah.
Can't have our kids looking like the Browns.
So that's why I thought it was a bizarre comment about like Republicans specifically. It's like, why not just say people in general that believe that, right?
VM, I get it. There's tons of simps that would be, please marry me, but the women are not going to want to marry the simps. Let me tell you something. Women hate simps. Like women hate simps more than like guys like making fun of simps. Like seriously,
yeah.
Women hate simps. Like they want to pull their hair out when a simp is too simpy.
So
but you know what? I think guys, like, okay, personally, I'm not trying to make this political, but you know, if there's any year, like every year is a good year to vote for president, you know, or send your votes in. But this is the year that we cannot drop the ball. Men involvement in the election process has been at a very low rate compared to the vaginas. So, guys, we need to get out there and vote, because they're trying to say that no fault divorce is a woman's rights issue. And I'll say it's not, because again, if they want to say for abuse, well, you know what? Statistically, women commit the most abuse. So they commit the most abuse to their spouse. They actually commit the most abuse to their children, right? They do, especially once divorced. Single moms tend to abuse their children way more than single dads do. The problem is, we have bought into the bullshit lies that these femtwats have been saying. So when are we going to call them out and say, hey, femtwat, stop it. Stop the lies. Prove your lies, femtwat. And they can't. Then how do we just say, okay, since you can't prove your lies, we're not having this no fault nonsense. Men, we got to step up. It's a man thing. This is one of those things, guys. What men got to do. Got to, step up and say, all right, enough is enough. The bullshit's done. Step aside. Time for men to do men shit and get shit back in track.
I got a question for you, Glenn.
I might have an answer.
What are your thoughts about going back to we're the only ones that can initiate divorce are men? Would it not solve a lot of these issues since women are the main ones that initiate divorce?
What was that last part?
Since women are the ones that are usually the ones that are initiating divorce, what are your thoughts about going back to only men can be the ones that initiate divorce? Unless obviously for sexual immorality or something.
That wouldn't be fair, because if a man does something wrong, and why would he want it? He's like, shit, if I initiate divorce, I might have to pay for it. No, I'm not gonna initiate it even when I fuck up. So yeah, bitch, you gotta stay married to me. Yeah, I know I fucked your sister, but you know what? Oh well, get over it. You gotta stay married.
That's why I said unless there's like sexual immorality, right?
But again, how would she wouldn't be able to file, right? If men are only supposed to be the ones that initiate divorce, how would she be able to say that happened?
Yeah,
well, that's
here's
what
where
I'm saying. Like,
yeah, here's where I have to agree.
You'll be expecting you'll be relying on him to be honest. Like,
no,
breaking news to you. Men are not honest just as much as women are not honest.
Don't say it isn't so.
No, I'm saying if you could prove it, right?
What do you mean?
If you could prove that the man was sexually immoral, right?
Okay, so
that would be a time that so you could, for instance, for example, you could make it against the law to have an adulterer.
Make it to where it's a fault. A fault needs to be a fault. Anybody could file.
Why not chuck the guy in prison? Why are you against like prison sentences for people that are sexually immoral?
I never said I wasn't.
Well,
here's where I
was against people going to prison for not paying child support. Because
here's where I have to agree with my friend on the bottom there, where he's talking about setting it up outside of the state. There's nothing wrong with setting up a community, right, where the people inside the community agree that there's like no fault divorce within the community. Because for it to be instituted on a state level, that's going to take a long time, right? Just to change one law, it's going to take like through the present like democratic system, it's going to take so many years just to lobby and then reform the laws and all of that type of stuff. You know, so right now, for the time being, because it's something that is concerning the health of the communities in the present time, there needs to be communities set up that could do that through maybe religious institutions or something where the women and the men agree to follow certain laws within marriage. You know,
but
whether
they do though. When they got married, when they made those vows, when they opened their mouth and they said, when the priest or the pastor said, repeat after me, do you
call it psychophysiological
So physically, I don't
to
have
cover all
Yeah,
bases.
fair enough. Yeah.
like physically and worldly. I have no self.
Like psychophysiological, Josh. So mind and body, like to cover all bases, right?
You have no self. Did you?
That doesn't cover all the bases. That doesn't cover the spiritual. That doesn't cover
Well,
the
Buff, you
metaphysical.
do
Like,
realize that you're kind of edging into Buddhist territory there.
He claims
Yeah,
he
kind
says
of
he is a
where I
Buddhist.
stand. No, I'm going after
Is Buff a
Josh
Buddhist?
here.
Wait, Buff,
Do
are you
you
a
not
Buddhist?
He
believe?
doesn't know a lot about
I
Buddhism, but he likes
follow
it.
in Buddhist
Yeah.
principles and practices.
Oh, right. Okay.
That's
Yeah.
where I
Fair
stand
enough.
away from religion. I can't believe in the sky.
I think he just says
I
that.
believe in a higher being.
I don't think he knows anything about Buddhism, but I think he just said.
Well, see, the thing is, if you're engaging in the practices, it doesn't matter if you hold the views. If you're engaging in the practices, you are a Buddhist.
But what are the I don't think he knows what are the what are some of the practices of Buddhism that you
not engaging in shit like
no
this.
for Buff, not you, Chief.
I suppose. Okay, so I think largely it depends on what school you go to, but you can boil it down to a couple of things. One is going for refuge to the three jewels. You could argue that is the central act that makes one a Buddhist.
I don't even know what that means. Going to refuge 2 to 3 jewels?
Yeah, so the three jewels being the Buddha, the Dharma, which are the teachings that were expounded by the Buddha, and the Sangha, which is the spiritual community that practices the teachings. There is an argument to be made that the only true refuge is the Dharma, because the Buddha is dead and we can't talk to him, and the Sangha is fallible because people are fallible, right? But I think if you want to strip away the kind of religious aspects to it, and fair enough, like I think that's fair enough living in a secular, largely secular society, which Britain is, then I think you could argue that the cultivation of awareness is the act that makes one a Buddhist. And it's like that there are several instances within the Pali Canon where the Buddha made it explicit. It doesn't matter whether you believe this or believe that. Like, it doesn't matter if you believe in rebirth, right? Because he argued, if you believe in rebirth, then you practice for the benefits that you would accrue in the next life, right? But if you don't believe in rebirth, well, that's fine. Because if you practice meditation and ethics, you will experience benefits here and now.
Right.
And that's why you practice. What is important is the practice, not the view.
So if I believe that
And, you know,
praying without ceasing means always being aware, staying aware all the time, and that prayer is not folding your hands and getting on your knees and reciting a bunch of words and things like that, but it's being still, knowing God, going into your prayer closet, being silent, get away from everything, and just have some basically what you would call meditation. So if I agree
yeah,
with
sort
all of
of.
that, does that mean I'm Buddhist?
So, I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's funny, in Buddhism, actually, within the Buddhist teachings, there's no such word as Buddhism.
Can I be right? I bet that makes sense. That makes sense. Could I be a Christian or
funnily
Buddhist?
enough,
Are there Christian
funnily
Buddhists?
enough, there are different types of practices. So some are contemplative, some are analytical, but some practices within Buddhism are devotional, and they look very much like prayer. And I would argue that devotional practices work on the emotional level.
What do you mean
And
by?
that you
I know
cultivate.
what a Christian devotional is, but what do you mean by a Buddhist devotional? What do you mean by that?
There's a practice called puja, which originated with the Vedic tradition, which I think literally translates as worship. And so, what you do when you're doing puja is you enter a ritual space, like a shrine room, for example, and then you would maybe engage in a period of mindfulness meditation beforehand, so that you've got a relatively clear, stable, calm mind, and then you recite a number of devotional verses out loud, and then you might also perform some physical actions as well, such as prostrations, right? So what you're doing is you're engaging your body, your speech, and your mind, and you're turning all of those towards the idea that one can become an enlightened being. And the verses themselves represent a movement from core states of mind. And as you progress through the puja, through the different stages, you kind of move from an expression of a core state of mind to a more refined state of mind to an ultimately enlightened state of mind, which isn't to say that you are enlightened by the end of the puja. It's like, yeah, like just to make that clear.
Hello,
So I find, yeah. So I find.
Person that hey, Machine Lies, what up? Now we got an atheist, a Muslim, a Christian, Jalen.
I'm also Christian, sir. Much more of a Christian than you are.
Anyway, what's up, Machine Lies?
No true Scotsman. Christian fight.
Yeah.
Do you? My question for you, Josh: do you believe in freedom in general? Do you believe in freedom in general?
No, he doesn't.
What do you mean? I don't believe in freedom. I believe. What do you mean by freedom? First off.
Okay, so that's already sort of answering my question, but your definition of freedom, we live in the land of the free, you and I.
Do we? Do we really, though?
You're a patriotic American. What do you mean? Like, do we live in the land of the free?
I don't know. I hear about deist forefathers making a constitution based off of natural law, and natural law could have a Christian meaning or it could have a secular meaning. And so I don't even know what all these things mean. What do you mean by freedom? I think we're all slaves to good or evil, God or Satan. Our daddy is either
but you
our
have
Father in heaven or our Father on the earth.
You literally have the freedom of speech to say what you just said.
The freedom of speech? What do you mean? I could say the wrong thing to somebody and get my ass whooped. I could say the wrong thing in some country. You mean in America? I could say the wrong things and get banned. It's a private platform or whatever. But what do you mean?
But
Freedom
it
of
also
speech.
lets you know, there's certain places where you can't say certain things.
And I don't even know if I agree with all that. I think some people need to be shut up.
So you really don't believe in freedom. So this might be why the whole free will thing is coming off. So
my biggest problem is the free part. Yes.
Oh, what is your problem with the free word?
Because
What is
free means without price, consequence, or benefit. There could be a positive price, which is a benefit, and that would still not be free. But if it has a consequence or a benefit or a price, or if it's influenced by anything, it's not free.
I'm still shocked that you said that the Lord has made us like slaves and stuff. You really think the Lord has created us to have suffering?
What did Jesus say in the garden? He said, "Not my will, your will be done." He submit his will. So the idea of free will, I think, is a worldly, almost satanic idea that has crept its way into the church, and that we don't really
Yeah,
have
that's
free
a
will.
yeah, that's a really strong point. That actually Jesus says that he's taken obedience unto himself. And
Yeah.
then he gains fullness with the Creator. So, he becomes one and one. All in one with the Creator.
God never says, I give you free will to do whatever you want. He says, do this or do this. And if you break these rules, you're going to be punished. And how is that free will? I don't.
Because free will refers to the ability to act rather than the consequences of those actions. So God's giving you the ability to make a decision. He's giving you the ability to act.
Right. But if a God
of
is
your
all
own volition. But all he's saying is, if you choose this action, these are the consequences. If you choose that action, those are the consequences. But what you do is up to you.
Yeah, and the thing is, we don't know the future, so we don't know what's going to happen. So we have to act practically, and you can't just say, "Well, I don't have free will, so whatever happens, happens." You still have to work to do the right thing, but God already knows what you're going to do before you do it. So it's like
Right.
it's already been
Right. It
written.
says that in the Gita too. It says we are entitled to our actions and not the fruit of our actions.
Yep.
Yeah,
makes
the
logical
fruits of
sense.
one's actions are just what happens afterwards, right? I mean,
Josh, what if in this argument next week, John brings up the Lord's Prayer?
The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. That one? No, that's the
No,
Serenity Prayer.
the Lord. No, the Serenity Prayer.
No, that was Psalm
God grant
23. Hold on. I'm a bad Christian.
what you just said was Psalm 23.
Yeah.
For the Lord, my soul to keep. What do you?
That's a
what-
Tupac
Lord-
song.
Yeah, give us our daily bread. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Our Father.
Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. From kingdom come, thy will be done. Okay, yes, I know it. But what?
Finish it. That's a good prayer.
From
Finish it.
kingdom.
What's your
Right.
point?
Actually, I think that
I'm
proves
just
my
saying,
point.
I'm
I think that kind of proves my point, Jalen. In the first couple lines there, what did it say? From kingdom come, thy will be done. Not my will be done. Thy will be
heaven.
done on
Our
earth
daily
as
bread.
it is in heaven.
Is that not an aspiration, Josh, rather than a statement of like a truth statement?
It's a submittance to the Father's will instead
Right,
of
so it's an aspiration.
Instead of relying that you're in control and you're God and you can be God and you control things.
So it's a statement of one's intent rather than a statement about the nature of things.
No, I think it's a recognition of the nature of things. So yeah, you're recognizing, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day. It's not saying I'm going to go get my daily bread. It's saying give me my daily bread.
Yeah, that's a request.
Right. So it's acknowledging that.
I mean, it seems to me that when you're saying thy will be done, what you're doing is making a statement of intent.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
You're saying, I want to enact your will.
Yeah, it's interesting that the religious theorist Ibn Ata'Allah, he actually starts one of his books, called The Wisdom. He says, "God, please free me from my intentions," and then they say the road to hell is paved with with good intentions. So
he didn't break me. I'm just thinking about what he said. I'm trying to word it right. Vengeful truther. But
what happened?
And now I forgot the question. No, I think it's acknowledging that you can't control things and you have to submit. It's the same as the Serenity Prayer.
God grant me the to accept the things I cannot change, and
Accept the things you cannot change, and the wisdom to change what you shoot. You quote it, Jalen. I'm not a good quoter guy, but
well, I was thinking you would know it more because
and the
it's
wisdom
more
to know the difference. Yeah, I don't think that's even biblical. I think that's an AA thing, but
Anybody know this?
I mean, but it's in
might,
the Bible.
Is it in the Bible?
It's in the Bible.
Grant me the serenity. Is the serenity prayer from the Bible?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't remember the verse, but yeah, that's more relatable to you and your journey. No offense, and all disrespect, but it's more relatable to you.
Yeah, I don't think it's biblical. I think that's an AA thing. So that's a bad
Okay,
example. Shouldn't bring
let me
that up.
Google.
I'm
What
Googling it
verse
right
is
now. I didn't think it was biblical. It might be like loosely taken from like some Psalms.
Let's see. What verse is that? I gotta put on my glasses.
Come on, Christians. Y'all should know this shit.
That's an AA thing. That's not a.
Grant me the sovereignty.
Yeah, that was a bad example, but
That's Psalm 23.
one of the quotes I got in my debate is from Luther. Martin Luther, he said, it's a simple line. Where's my, I don't know where the text box went. Oh, it's on my other screen. I can't pull it up because my other screen has Mario on it right now. But basically, it's "I do what I must" is the quote.
Is it Psalm 91? Is it Psalm 91? What is this saying?
You're asking him. Look it up.
Give us courage to change what must be altered, serenity to accept what cannot be helped, and insight to know. Yeah, that sounds like the serenity prayer, but
what is that?
I can't remember. I really can't remember.
That implies free will, courage. Give us the courage to change what must be altered.
Not if it's given to us. It's not something we have freely. It's given to us by God.
It's taken me so long. I don't even know why I can't find it.
How are you even arguing this, Shiva? You're supposed to be my atheist, anti-free will homie.
Because look, I'm a contrarian, and one of the things that I like doing is picking apart people's arguments and seeing where the flaws are. And I think, I've just been chatting with Vengeful Truther in the chat a little bit. This is actually a really good exercise for me. I should do this more often, argue positions that I don't hold, and
yeah,
I think I'm doing quite well, aren't I?
Yeah, you're not going to find a lot of Christians that are going to disagree with free will, but actually you will. If you look, it's it's not like an unheard of thing. That's Calvinism. Martin Luther said, "Here I stand, I can do no other. God help me." When he said, "I can do no other," he was directly referring to free. He said, "I can't do anything else. I'm doing this because this is what I have to do. I don't have a choice." And that's why I always say, once you see God, you don't get to choose whether to deny God. You can reject God. You can be angry at God and turn away from him. But God knew you were.
Is that not an action of free will, though? If you make a decision,
I think it's a result of influence. I think you're more influenced by the world or the devil or Satan or evil than you are God. So that influence.
Well, hang on. No, yeah, this is okay. So surely, the word "free" in the context of free will, does that not refer to being able to make decisions that are not constrained by prior causes, not influences, causes, or by external restrictions?
I don't think you can make a decision that's not restrained by prior causes or influences unless it's random. And if it's random or it's chaos, that's also not free will.
Yeah, I don't think it's been proven that there's a such thing as randomness, right?
I mean,
That's
if we're talking about flipping a
I mean,
coin or
randomness as
rolling a
in things
dice.
that are unplanned. Random just means not planned, right?
If I have
right, like what's an example of that?
Um, the formation of clouds.
Well, we
random,
can't predict it, but you know, just because we can't calculate it doesn't mean that it's not set on its course, right?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I might need to, in order to argue this point, I might need to think about it because I'm sort of in agreement with you, to be honest.
Yeah, because we use
I need to think
yeah,
about the
no,
opposing argument.
yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, because we use chaos theory, you know, to determine that we
Yeah.
can't match something, but that
what
doesn't mean
if
that
you're
it's
driving down
inevitable.
the road and you have your family in the car and there's a deer that walks out into the middle of the road? Based off how you turn the wheel is going to determine who lives and who dies in that car. And whatever happens and whoever dies, I don't think there's any other way. You didn't have a free will to turn the wheel the different way. You reacted to it. You didn't think about it. It was random. The deer walking out was random. Well, I don't believe it's random. I don't actually believe in the random stuff, but if
Was
somebody
God's will.
if somebody appeals to randomization, you know, you go into something like this, there's a lot of reasons why what happened happened. Maybe, you know, maybe your hand was leaning a little to the left and it was easier to turn to the left, and that causes, and instead of battling with that for your whole life about what if I would have turned the wheel the other way, you know, there is no what if. There is no possible world where you turned it the other way. What happened happened, and it was God's plan.
I mean, doesn't that depend on whether you subscribe to the many worlds hypothesis?
Right, but that's what.
Sorry,
some-
let's not get quantum about this.
I don't appeal to that, but that's an argument some people will use.
Well,
They'll
that's
say,
the thing about the multiple worlds. I think that it's ultimately got to be false because there's no way that you can prove the way Parmenides said that the possible is the actual and that there's no difference between the two, you know?
Yeah, agreed. And I think a lot of people argue for the potential as if it's the actual, and that kind of does my head in. You know,
I don't think there was any other potential. Yeah, so that's what people will say is that I call it the Doctor Strange theory, is the idea that God knows every answer to every possible choice that we might potentially make. And God don't got time for that. He knows what we're going to do. He knows which choice we're going to make already. Like,
But he also knows every answer. Whether it's 1 or 1 million, he knows every single answer.
but he doesn't have to know every possible answer to every possible situation because he already knows the answer to the situation, to how it's going to be. If he's outside of time and he's all knowing.
Yeah, I put it like this. I put it like the person who masters a game isn't comparable to the one who designed the game. The one who designed it knows every possible move, you know, that can
Yes.
be played.
Yes. And
oh no, that's not true. Actually,
yes, but in this case, in the case of God, I think it's a special case. You know,
all right, okay.
special
But in
pleading.
he's the
I mean,
the programmer.
In the case of game
He's the
development,
designer.
that's not the case.
right. In the yeah. In the case of game
Because
development,
there are videos where people are speedrunning games, and the game developers are watching the speedrunners and kind of going, "What the fuck? How are they doing this?"
Well, I think
they
I
broke
think
the
I think that's
code.
partly because video games are a collaborative effort, but that goes into something else. But yeah.
But was this you who brought this up to me, or somebody? We were talking about this, and they said when you do a Mario speed run, you have the free will. And I was like, yeah, but if I want the fastest time, there's a course that I need to take. And if I do something wrong, I'm not going to succeed. So it's not, if I want to get the best time on a level possible, I have to do it a certain way. And even speedrunners who beat Fallout in 30 minutes and they do glitches and stuff, they have to do everything. When they speed run Mario and they go up the stairs backwards, you have to put inputs in perfectly to get this to work the perfect way. So even in that situation, if you really want to do it right, you don't have free will. So like free will is like a if it's
Well, hang on.
real,
No,
it's
no,
a
no.
negative
No,
thing.
no. That's like saying if you want to make a cake, you need to follow the recipe. And if you deviate from the recipe, the cake will fail. Therefore, you don't have free will. That's a nonsense argument.
If I want to make a cake that my family's gonna enjoy,
Yeah,
and
then you need to follow the recipe. Because
and
the
I
thing about
decide to throw
baking,
some rocks and some mud in a pan, I'm gonna fail. I can't.
no. Let's say you put a different amount. You choose to put more flour in than the recipe calls for. Not mock rocks and mud,
And
right?
the cake
Let's stick
sucks,
within
and
the
everybody's
framework of
pissed.
baking.
Nobody wants that cake.
Right. So therefore, if you want to make the cake, you need to follow the recipe. This is the argument, like the kind of logic that you are using, Josh. If you want to make the cake, you need to follow the recipe. Therefore, you don't have free will.
I'm saying,
Well, what you're pointing out is really, Aristotle's, one of his causes, right? He's got 4 types of causes, right? And there he shows that causality is not just one thing. There's 4 types of causality, right? And in that, in the one type of causality, like for example, you can make a cake, right? There's the form of the cake. There's the efficient cause, which is the making of the cake, right? There's also the material it takes to make the cake. That's the material cause, right? So, and there's also the formal cause, and there's, so there's many different things
And the
that,
final cause.
yeah, and the final cause. So the 4 causes, and I'm happy to be on a panel with somebody who's familiar with the 4 causes of Aristotle. Thank you, Shiva.
Maybe someday I will be, but I'm not right now.
Well, read some fucking books, man. What's wrong with
I'm
you?
working on it. I don't read as much as I used to. Dang.
Where does what was I about to say? Oh, where does like just having knowledge come into your argument against free will, Josh? Like just being granted knowledge, being granted wisdom, where does that come in?
What is having knowledge
or free will and everything? Like,
I mean, if
because
your knowledge and your wisdom is informing your choices. So this is what somebody said. There were 2 paths you could take. And anyway, like, so basically, if you're being led by God, He's going to guide me. That's the knowledge and the wisdom is going to come from God to help me make the better choice. Sometimes I'll follow my flesh. I'll follow the world. Who used to be my daddy Satan, his habits that I fell into. And that's against my will. Sometimes I do things I don't want to do, and sometimes the things I want to do, I don't do. That's what Paul said. But the knowledge and the wisdom should guide me. That's an influence that keeps me from thinking that it's my freedom, it's my free will. I should be guided and should be led to do the right things. Or I'm going to be guided and led to do the wrong things.
yeah, and then you, as you saying as a Christian, would say God is the one that leads you to do the right things. God is the one that leads you to have like success, to have all the joys and splendors of life. You as a Christian should say that.
I don't know about success necessarily, but well, it depends what you mean
Yeah,
by
there I
success.
think like
Well,
if you actually just use St. Paul, there's no way you can get out of the fact that there's no free will. Because, like you said, he literally says, I'm brought to do the things that I do not want to do. The things I don't want to do is what I do, and then he says, it's not me that sins, it's the sin that's living in me that causeth me to sin. And then he also says that, in Romans 9, there's one vessel made for glory and one vessel made for destruction. So it seems like a sewed up deal, in that he says that, essentially that, what causes people to come to ruin is their own, disobedience, we're brought to flourishing by obedience, by giving up our will the same way that Jesus did. So I think that there's a very, very strong case. If you're arguing with a Christian, there's going to be a very strong case there.
Yeah. But I also think that if not believing in free will starts leading you down a dark path and your whole worldview starts crumbling and all this other stuff, then you don't need to. You can just believe in free will. Like, it's not. I like this question because it's something we can't really like prove or disprove. Whatever side you're taking, it's an interesting conversation to me because
that you're being disrespectful to God, but
how am I being disrespectful to God? I'm saying I have to render my will to God's will.
yeah, but you're not like
Or
you're not
submit.
believing will, not believing in the choices that He allows us to make and stuff.
But that's just
We don't
because
have
you've been told all your life that Christians
we
believe
don't
in
have
free
all
will.
God. Like there are people on this panel that truly do not follow God and stuff.
There's
and
whole
God
sects. There's whole sects
is
of Christianity that don't believe in free will, Jalen. This
like I
isn't
said,
something I'm just making up.
I'm trying to help you with win a losable battle, but I think I don't see success for you.
Okay.
If there is a way where
Well,
you're successful at this, I'll be very shocked, and that
I'm
must
gonna
mean
I'm gonna
condemn-
freely will myself to win the debate. That way, even if I lose, I still win.
At least
Yeah, I think ultimately, in terms of religion, God's grace and mercy outweigh, our, cause of our own salvation.
Amen.
So there's a strong case there as well, that if we were in charge of our own salvation and our own choices brought us there, then we would all pretty much be doomed. So it's ultimately God's mercy and grace that's gonna be the deciding factor, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Mhm.
we have choices, but our choices are minuscule compared to God's, grand design.
Amen. Yes, I don't know. Is that the machine? I like what you just said.
Yeah, that's me. The machine lies. Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah,
Listen to these people.
we got some smart guys on the panel tonight.
Very
Shiva
smart.
And Machine Lies, they're both pretty smart.
Yeah, myself. You also just said tonight, and it's clear as
I don't
day.
know
Just to be
about
clear, I'm
I don't know
not
about Caleb.
particularly intelligent. The accent does a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought.
And Google. He's just really fast at Googling stuff.
I mean, I am quite good at looking stuff up online. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
No, I'm not. Generally, I am. I'm quite good at research.
Refreshing.
And retaining facts, I suppose. I am quite good at that, but I don't think that necessarily means that I'm intelligent, because intelligence relates to things like problem solving and a whole bunch of other stuff. Not just being able to regurgitate facts.
Yeah.
Very few people that are actually smart that be on Josh's panels.
Yeah, you're always on here, Jalen.
Like I said, very few people that joke would have worked if I said nobody smart comes on these panels. I'm including myself in the.
Yeah, I have the same problem. I think you got to build people up. It is what it is. We're, the people that need to find us.
I got a problem building people up on his streams. On other streams, I'm very good at that. At this is more of a tear down situation. We tear each other down on Josh's streams. There's very little love.
Oh, that's not
I
nice.
mean, I don't love Josh, but I am moderately fond of him. How's that?
He's funny. Like this whole debate and stuff, this whole preparation and his thought process, if free will exists or not, it's funny and comical.
Well,
So Josh, I'm guessing you're the Alex O'Connor free will arguments that you're using are taken from his debate with Ben Shapiro. Would that be right?
I watched all of his stuff.
Have you seen the video where he convinces ChatGPT to acknowledge that God exists using what's his face's modal ontological argument?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That's funny.
They've been doing AI debates lately. There's a channel, and they have an AI debate another AI, and it's judged by like 10 different AIs, and they've been doing a series of them. And I forgot what the first one. The first one was like, "Is God real?" or "The Arguments for God." And then the other one was "Historicity of Jesus in the Bible," that just released yesterday. And the believer AI always wins. I don't know if it's biased because maybe the person running the channel or running the AIs is.
Well, he might be using the old modal ontological. That modal ontological went hard for like 900 years, so it's pretty unbeatable.
Well, it's not unbeatable.
It's not even my favorite one.
You just need to pin down what exactly you mean by maximal greatness. That
Right.
like you can contest that assertion quite strongly.
Well, I'm talking about the necessary being with the contingent.
Yeah, I don't like that one because it gets into the possible worlds and so if there's a optimally great God or maximally great God, if it's possible for him to exist in one possible world, then he would be necessary, which means he would be necessary in all possible worlds if he's maximally great. It's about how it goes?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like I like fine tuning and Kalam cosmological
Yeah, me too.
argument.
Yeah, me too. I use those ones instead. Yeah.
If you can get somebody to agree that everything that began has a cause, and then you can show them that the universe began.
But you can the modal ontological argument, apply that to cake, and then you'll start to see
or
the flaws
pizza.
in the argument. Maximally great cake.
A maximally great pizza. You can never have a maximally great pizza. Right. Yeah, I did a
but
whole.
if it's possible that a maximally great cake exists, then a maximally great cake exists in some possible world. And if it exists in some possible world, then a maximally great cake has to exist in every world, right?
But then you have, but yeah, we talked about this on our show, and you got Plantinga, and he's he's a heavy hitter, so he had significant contributions to that. So yeah, the last few times on my show,
breaker, they needed a sequence breaker for that.
Yeah.
So the converse couldn't
Well, no, doesn't it rely on a presupposition though that God exists? Can't you just attack the presupposition?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That's why that one's not my favorite. The modal and the ontological are kind of boring to me.
Yeah, I don't like the presupposition thing. It seems fake and gay for sure.
Presupposition.
Because yeah, like Shiva said, you just attack the presupposition.
Yeah. I did a series.
So is this helping your research for your debate, Josh? Or are we helping you right now, or are we hindering you?
No, it's good. It's I've been talking about free will for a long time. It's one of my favorite topics, but so yeah, it's always good to hear different ideas and different rebuttals and stuff.
Well, that was the argument against the necessary being by Ghazali. He said, well, if everything's contingent, then God had to do what he did. Then you're cutting off God's hands from creation. So he attacked Avicenna that way. He attacked his modal ontological argument that way. Very interesting.
Yeah, and I think if you drop free will, you defeat the argument from evil the atheists will make against God. Why does God let bad things happen to good people? You know, you kind of defeat that argument because you just say, well, it's part of the plan. It's part of a greater plan, and we don't control it. We're not in control of that, and we shouldn't stress over that. So now the argument from evil is not a problem. Atheists who don't believe in free will, if you can show them, you know, I'm a Christian and I don't believe in free will, and I actually agree with a lot of the things you say, Shiva, and the things Alex O'Connor says and the things Sam Harris says. I kind of agree with a lot of their points, but they're missing an important piece. They say that the universe is just the cause and a series of random events that led up to this moment. But then I say that there's actually a divine puppet master pulling the strings, and it kind of fills in that, it bridges that gap. No? Yes? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I did a series a couple months ago on all.
This deluge to destroy Atlantis. So if you think about it, the biblical version makes no sense at all. If Yahweh decided to flood the world, to destroy the civilization of the demigods, the rebel fallen angels who created this race of giants, right? Essentially the Atlanteans. If Yahweh decided to wipe them all out by flooding the earth, why is Yahweh tasking Noah to save anybody? It makes no sense. It sounds like a story that's been rewritten. In the Greek version, it's the son of Prometheus who goes against Zeus and schemes to save some portion of humanity and restart civilization after the flood.
Prometheus' son was the original Noah.
Yeah, Deucalion. And he's like this Quetzalcoatl civilizer figure who goes around trying to restart agriculture.
And Christianity said that Prometheus was Lucifer.
Exactly, exactly. And this
so
was
Prometheus is the devil.
Yes, and this was well known. Look, diabolos just means the contradictor, or the one that is in opposition.
Yes,
that creates dissonance, right? And the word shaitan means the adversary. So these are both epithets. Diabolos or shaitan just means the one who's against someone else. Well, yeah, Prometheus is against the whole Olympian order, right? And he's for humanity. And that Prometheus is Lucifer was well known by the modern writers who reappropriated the symbol of Prometheus beginning in the 1700s. And you had people like Percy Shelley, who wrote this poem, Prometheus Unbound, or Lord Byron,
yes,
or Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein. It was known to all of these people that Prometheus is Lucifer. And like, for example, in
was that Lord Byron's Cain mystery?
Yes, yes. And in Percy Shelley's Prometheus Unbound, it's interesting how he uses all the Roman names for the gods. So he'll say Jove instead of Zeus. And Jupiter, or he'll say Venus instead of Aphrodite, or he'll use Mercury instead of Hermes, right? But when he comes to Lucifer, he uses Prometheus instead. Or he doesn't translate the name of Prometheus into its Latin equivalent, because he would have to use Lucifer. And
Oh wow!
you see, so he uses all. This is a hint. He's
Oh
leaving.
my God.
He uses all Roman Latin names except for Prometheus himself, because Prometheus culturally translated into a Latin context, is Lucifer. He's the light bringer and the rebel against heaven.
Wow. Do we just become Satanists?
My problem with that, and I've considered it, by the way, I've considered just like going with a branding like that. See,
Mhm.
the thing is, it's been so warped by Christians.
Yes.
And one of the reasons why I decided to, let's say, package my philosophical project in terms of the archetype of Prometheus is because, first of all, it predates Christianity. It's not dependent on Christianity.
No.
Prometheus was the rebel against the overlords for 500 years, at least, before Christianity. The first writing that we have about Prometheus is the tragedy of Aeschylus, which is about 500 BC. So we know for sure that Prometheus was, a significant figure in Greek culture for half.
Yo, this is like straight psyop, bro. You know what I mean? It's straight satanic psyop. Do you see what just happened here? You're muted, dog. Do you see what just transpired? It's like it's not easy to see it if you're not paying attention, but if you're paying attention, you can watch. It's like it's not in the words, right? Necessarily. It's not in what they're saying, it's the transition. It's how they just transitioned, right?
He just smuggled in so much shit underneath the subtext of what he was saying. I agree with
But
you.
they also, right, like these dudes are working together, and it's apparent because the dude's like, did we just become Satanists, right? So they're proposing, right, a hypothetical, right, so that they force the audience to propose the hypothetical in their own mind, but not as a real question, right, so that you dismiss it in your own mind. You dismiss it that this guy is not a Satanist. You understand?
Yep. And
Like what he's
agree
teaching you is not satanic. Like he just told you, yo, this is against God, the God of the Bible, the Quran, and all this shit, right? And then the guy's like, did we just become Satanists? And he's like, no, that's why I used Prometheus to, you know what I mean? And so he's getting you to run through mental, essentially, they're setting up hoops, bro, that you're gonna jump through in your own mind. It forced me to do it in my own mind, but I'm aware of what happens in my own mind. Most people are not. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, most people are sitting there looking at the computer screen, right? But I have a console window open and I'm sitting there watching that shit. You know what I mean? I'm watching it, what's going on under the hood. And so when you observe what's going on in your own mind, you could become aware to what they're doing by just basically letting it happen and then just follow where your mind is. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to focus on how they're fucking scheming you, right? You with me? Instead of trying to figure out how they're lying to you, sometimes you have to just pay attention to it and just literally absorb it as if you are the audience. Unless you are the audience.
No,
In
that's
which case you're already halfway there.
no,
right?
that's why I'm playing this, because when I heard this, it reminded me of all this other shit that I'm hearing. It's like all these different Amon Hilleman, all these other dudes, they're going on all these podcasts, like
But
promoting
notice what they
Luciferianism.
did. They distanced themselves from Amon Hillman also.
Yep, exactly.
So it's like they're trying to give you the white version of Luciferianism. You know what I mean? And then like Amon Hillman is more on like the darkness. Cause see, like he didn't disagree with Amon Hillman necessarily. He just separated himself from him. But they believe the same shit. So it's not likely. You know what I'm saying? They basically believe the same thing. They worship the same. You know what I mean? It's like he sit here and talk about, oh, he believes in all of these gods except for the one God. Like, don't you find that strange?
No, that's exactly right. No, and he smuggled that in without even pointing out that it's a contradiction. I mean, essentially, it's like
Bro,
basically he believes in nothing but everything.
How
at
do
the same
you believe in gods, right? Like, then, like, because you got to understand, this is not a thought process I've never entertained before in my own mind. It's just that, okay, let's accept that for a second, right? Let's run with it. Who the fuck created those gods? Because there's a bunch of them. You know what I mean? They're like grapes. You know what I mean? There's not just one grape. Okay, so the gods, the gods we know of are all limited. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have no myth, right, about the infinite all-knowing God. You know what I mean? There's religions about the infinite all-knowing God that permeates all existence, created all things, including what they would refer to as the gods. But, like, there is only one, and that's the craziness about it. You know what I mean? The gods, like, how the fuck are you gonna believe in a bunch of gods but not God? This is retarded. You know what I mean? If the macrocosm mirrors the microcosm, mirrors the macrocosm, like he just said, right? Then if you don't exist, like, he tried to justify it by saying, like, you don't exist and God doesn't exist. But then he jumped into the next sentence, was like, it's all about individuality. But wait a minute, I thought we didn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, you really have to follow these threads.
So I'll let, if you want to respond to Reddington's thing, he said he didn't smuggle anything. He told you that free will and omnipotence, omniscience are like water and oil.
But yo, people don't understand it because people are limited in the third dimension in a physical body as a soul that's tapped in, like, jacked into it. And they're sitting here, you know, like, even this dude talked about perception, right? You're limited in your own human perception, right? You are limited in your range of experiences that you've experienced. That's the filter that you're weighing everything through. If it's not a biblical text, it's still all of the situations that have happened to you in your life and your experiences. But some people are limited. You know what I mean? And so, you know what I mean? Peace out. But the reality is, God exists outside of time. I can't explain that to you necessarily, what that is. You have a limited perception. You exist within time. You always have, to your knowledge. You know what I mean? So it's like God knows the future because he exists outside of time. He began creation, and it was something that is happening, and we are existing in the middle of it. And there's an ending that he knows what happens. But you have to understand that it didn't happen yet for you. Your decisions, you still have to make them. You know what I mean? Like, you have the freedom to make the decisions. God already knows the decisions that you made.
Yeah, it's something that it's very difficult. Like, I understand Reddington's probably upset now, but I mean, it's like it's one of these things. Like, it's something that I know that I've experienced, but I can't ever experience what God knows or what He experiences. But I can get a little sliver of it, right? And I think that's kind of what you're trying to refer to. And I think that that's like
Yeah, you get a little spark, bro. You never get God is the fire, bro. We get like these little sparks, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the
you
thing
get a
is, like,
glimpse.
yep, and what I noticed, like, I played the Jay Dyer and Jim Bob earlier, and it's like they're doing a similar thing where they're like they walk you right up to the line and say, "Oh, God is real," but you know, you got to trust that the authority is going to be honest with you and tell you what's true. And it's like, well, no. And then you have this guy who comes in and says, well, you can't trust authority because of blah, 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 blah. But trust me because I know that God isn't real and that your free will is real. So, it's like they're both playing different ends of the same problem where
you can't say you're the individual and you're also God and then say God doesn't exist, because then you don't exist. But if you exist and God doesn't exist, then you lied. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you believe he exists, if he believes he exists and he doesn't believe that an all omnipresent, all knowing God exists, then he lied. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like, people don't get called out or checked on these shows ever, really.
Well, and my personal opinion of why that is like it's a much wider psyop. So that we're seeing the white Luciferianism. Amon Hilleman is the black Luciferianism, and then you have like your Charles Mansons and all these other people who are like, oh, the boogeyman version, right? But then you have on the other side, you have the Christian side where
they're
also
easy to spot, though. It's
well,
like
for people like you and I, maybe, but I think for the general population, like for whatever reason, like they don't like. For me, I'll give you an example. Like Alex Jones. Like Alex Jones is someone like I knew something was off from the very beginning, but it took me 10 years or more to like start to see like, oh, this is what I was not understanding. Right? Like there's something. He's part of a much larger operation, right?
Well, the thing is that Alex Jones wasn't always, super fucking famous, right? And he wasn't always part of a larger operation. He may have been, but I don't think he was the whole time. I think he got compromised somewhere along the line. And so that's why the lines are kind of blurry, because they don't need to create people. They could just get people that are organically created. Right, get organic followings, because it's hard to make an Alex Jones. You understand? Like, you can't just create someone and be like, all right, this is Joe Rogan now. It doesn't work like that. You get what I'm saying? The people, the general public, have to accept that person somehow. You know what I'm saying? And that's like a whole process. So they just get somebody like Alex Jones who is building a following around the truth. And what happens is they grab them and they blackmail them, or they fucking, you know what I'm saying? They strong arm him, whatever. They threaten him, they threaten his family, whatever it is that they have to do to get him to work for them. And then he becomes a psyop. And it's the most sneakiest thing because most people don't realize that it happened. So, who do I think he was compromised by? Probably Mossad. By the way he's been acting, a lot of people have been saying Mossad. So,
Yeah,
that
well,
could be anything, though. That could be also CIA. That could be whatever.
yeah. I mean, the next video I'm gonna play is basically about basically Kabbalism and how it's basically infected every and how it ties in directly what he was saying there about Platonism, essentially, because basically Platonism and Judaism are essentially the same thing in a certain respect, and I think Christianity is so hated along with Islam because they basically put God in the rightful place, which is omniscient, omnipresent, and he also gave you free will, which people say, well, that doesn't make sense, but one thing cannot exist without the other. They're complementary, so people struggle to comprehend that, I think, and I think
A big problem, though, bro, with the whole
But I'm gonna play a little bit of this and just interrupt if you want at any point.
2024. In my past couple videos, Jesus is Job and Trump is the wounded beast of Revelation 13:3. I have been going over my new insights and my new theories related to the book of Job and to the most mysterious book ever written in history, the book of Revelation John. And I've proven how those two things are related. I've proven that the book of Job is the story of the scapegoat in the heavenly court put on trial. Satan falsely accuses Job and punishes Job, and witnesses bear false witness against Job in the heavenly court. And God is an unjust God. The God of Israel is unjust, as Job proclaims in chapters 9 and 10, and allows Job and the righteous to suffer. Job is righteous and blameless because Job is the scapegoat. He's a sacrificial offering representing the Gentiles who are scapegoated in place of the Israelites. And the high priest puts all the burden of the sins onto the neck of the Gentiles on Yom Kippur. And that's the story of Job. It's the story of Yom Kippur. It's the story of the high priest sacrificing a scapegoat to Satan, to busy Satan with Job, becomes Jesus in the gospel passion narrative, who is scourged and suffers in the same way that Job did. And ultimately, Job is a Gentile. He's descended from Esau. Jesus is said to have the reincarnated soul of Esau, which means he also has the reincarnated soul of Job, which also means that they both have, all three have the reincarnated soul of Cain, which is the soul of Satan. Cain is said to have been the offspring of Eve and the serpent in the Garden of Eden. And that soul passed along to Cain, from Cain to Esau to Job to Jesus. And these figures represent the same thing, the scapegoating of Gentiles to bear the burden of the Israelites during the 6 days of creation, so that when the Israelites sin by disobeying God, by believing in the God of Israel, by worshiping Moloch, Remphan, by worshiping Baal, by worshiping the gods of the Gentiles, by taking foreign wives and adopting their gods, all those sins and all the buck passes to the Gentiles through the scapegoat. And the story of Job is the story of the scapegoat on Yom Kippur, presented to Satan, who is distracted by Job, so he ignores the sins of Israel, falsely accuses Job, the Gentiles, of all the sins of the Israelites, punishes Job, makes Job suffer and endure the trial. Now, that is exactly what the Zohar says, which I said in my previous presentation, Jesus is Job, but I couldn't get everything in one presentation, and I'm not going to get it all in this one either. But in this one, I am going to go over the Zohar and read it back. It says exactly what I knew it would say. I knew when I figured out that Job is Jesus and is the scapegoat on trial on Yom Kippur, taking on the sins of the Israelites and burdening the Gentiles with those sins. I knew that the Zohar was going to say it, and I searched the Zohar for Job, and bam, right away, it was exact what I thought it was going to say. I'm going to show that to you. I think you'll find it very interesting. I also, very fortuitously, providentially, discovered the origins of the book of Job. As I've been saying for 50 years now, Judaism is a plagiarism of Plato. It's a copy of Greek Orphic mythology and Egyptian mythology and Babylonian mythology, but it's primarily based on Plato. And I was searching where this idea of the Leviathan and the Behemoth came from. And there was a book I found that tried to attribute it to the lost play of Euripides. I'll show you that. But I knew that that didn't fit, and it didn't really explain the story of Leviathan and Behemoth at all. But I had been corresponding with a gentleman who goes by the moniker Crypta Haregi, and he has been studying my theories and is very interested in my theories and agreed with my theories that Jesus is Satan, that the disciples of Jesus are the fishermen of men. And I was recently, though
South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of the chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way, but what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle. If a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example, a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle. If a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle. If a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle. A new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle. People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists, But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution would be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations: license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of a society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan learning centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state, as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once. But since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world, Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones.
Every time I stop, it seems stuck. Soon as you try to step off, cannabis. The megalithic master craftsman, the jacker, closet meteorologist. Look at the clouds, a storm's coming. That's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity. 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Lock a low kiss on the oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky's falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are stalling. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, wrapped up in shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's before the Arthur Poor Papa was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures with panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He is but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman. Futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robot of cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleece. The beast from the east by the thunderclap beats. Ability from baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gon' show every one of you he got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the plow, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. they will refuse it thinking I'm a failure. Y'all the price of bars essentially kept from cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can really pull my own weight. This is the island stone face told me to wait. Strength of vitality, Darawak Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one, controlling solar flares coming from land 51. The mixing board, channeling the mixing board, channeling spirits like a Nietzsche board. They stared at us all, evaporated terrestrial walk through the walls and explain everything about reality. It's all the man knows who are Grim Wars, master, matrix, manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz or smoke chemicals into our hall. A danger to you all, but stop to the score, to the last man possess all knowledge known. The days of old when all lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is a billion years old, born to translate to something great. Animate ones and zeros, a sideways edge explode. My occipital low, remote viewing the glow. Biological electrodes protrude from my probes, connected nose flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve, beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51 Commander Complex, a rhythm robotic. Basel 3 compliant, the psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet, produce their own food, export or supply it, sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers, setting off economic dividers? The ripple even wider. The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improviser. Just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told, and you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed, but in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you see? Sideways 8 times. See the light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 costs crazy. I sacrifice things like those. He doesn't exaggerate. He claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say, rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Quite a change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job? IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence, they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be reading GPS wrong all day. Meditating a time machine, mixed back and forth with a laser beam screen like weapons you can't beat. Concentrating everybody's dreams by using a touch screen. Billions of souls trapped between the American dream. The supreme being talks to Vishnu and Shiva to move between shrubs and trees. Screen calls from the unseen. I prophet it must have been a project beam of the hip-hop machine. Understand what I mean? A bunch of fake niggas trying to create storyboard scenes. I will be redeemed, as odd as it may seem. I need that pad stream. A helicopter news team try to scream. Lightning ball stream from the heat. Try to beef. I transform into a beast with wise heat. Tap that so I speak something lasts for weeks. The best MC in the world. Complex coded that nigga is ill. Globally about to preach with a poetic masterpiece. Whenever the horns blow, sweeping for the beast from the east to the depth. We are sworn to protect. Hip-hop is eternal. Gotta live it till the end, my friend. But I must rescind. I've got to murder who attend. Bitch, please be my guest. Jack of the head. Breaking the sweat. Buddha, Allah, Yahweh, God, Jesus, Vishnu, Shiva, Arm. A stealth pierces the clouds. Seconds later is followed by a silent sound. The war starts now. Conventional or synthetic. Cooper nickel center with titanium exterior shields and edges. Yeah, I have a pump of nickel wheat with extra pepper. Sinuses acting up. It must be the weather. Strategic vector flight paths. CIA staff got some pretty ass bitches. Don't be such a tight ass. It's your profession. Poet laureate since 77. I converted infinity into a weapon. Shouted, stop complaining. Shut up unless you got a solution. We looking at him like, what do we do, sir? He said nothing, then lowered his head and said everything will fix itself in the end. Syllable deeply known globally, upholding the hip-hop rosary, notably greatest mixer of all time, supposedly murders the jackers urgently. Observe me perform surgery at the mixing board comfortably. Send the jackers to the cemetery, snake eats the canary. Surprise many incendiary vocabulary, extraordinary galactic emissary. The designation, preliminary degree, location, cosmonaut communications through a constellation of celestials, equations, undated stimulation, piezoelectric information, electrocranial, completely awesome ramifications, fucking supernatural force all over creation. Creativity from the sky originate from high sources, smoke, shamanic, chronic. The aura describes the forces that causes horses in armor to draw a flying source. It enlightens the brother, engage in battle with Satan's monsters, bathed in heaven. Waters man Alan Bell holds up my boxes forever, you motherfucking bastards. Don't believe NASA, stitches meaningless back. Don't believe the contractor with a satchel of answers. Rapper the public propaganda. I am a terror from command. The fucking smell of gunpowder. Rifle in the range find. Who's the world's facility? Move by. Shoulder I shoot with it separated. Stupid. You think you got a better shot than me? Then do it. Now you got the juice. Stop the music. Silence. I want you to hear what the truth is. I want to see humankind rise. I want to see it with my own eyes. I want to see racism stop. I want aliens to listen to hip hop. Haters misquote rhymes. Pour turpentine down their throats. Let them choke at the bamboo vines.